Unbound to the Attlee-Truman discussions, 1 million people cram New York Central Park to hear the president outline America's stand on atomic power.
There has been talk about the atomic bomb. We must find the answer to the problems created by the release of atomic energy. Indeed, the highest hope of the American people is that world cooperation for peace will soon reach such a state of perfection that atomic methods of destruction can be definitely and effectively outlawed forever.
Осталось 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, 0. Нажатие кнопки, все осветилось ярчайшим.
Far beyond normal shipping routes they lie, and until 1952, only pearl fishing boats entered the blue waters and left the cliffs surrounding their shores.
Censored by the French authorities, but this picture is impressive evidence of the bomb.
The great result of the cooperation of education with research. This is another victory.
Emergency alert system capabilities.
This is an emergency action notification.
National Alert and Warning Authorities, in coordination with emergency alert system participants.
My fellow Americans, as you know, our attempts at preventing nuclear war have failed.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
I see you, enemy. I see you, enemy. Enemy! Enemy! You are my enemy! And I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got. Disingenuous, fake, false, broke back, twisted, a defiler, a betrayer, a backstabber, a devil! You will pay. Yeah, you think I don't see your face, scum? You don't think I don't see you? I see you, you understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that? You will fall! You will not bring humanity down! God is going to destroy you!
Indeed. Indeed, that person is wrong. Never right. This has been fact-checked by Snopes, and Snopes found it not to be. What's up, T-Bro? What's up, Salty? Okay. Oh, man. I fucking did my last final this morning. And I'm done. I am literally done with college. That feels really fucking good. Went and got a tree today. Went and got fucking all kinds of Christmas shit. I got stockings for you guys. I got stockings, and I'm gonna fucking decorate them with your names. I'm gonna put them like right around here. I might have to zoom the camera out a little bit so you guys can see them, but when I do it, I'll put them up there. I got some more lights for this situation too, but I don't know if I'm going to really put it up because this is like kind of fragile as it is. So we'll see. I don't know. I'll play around with it, but I'm definitely going to put the stockings up. I got my tree. I got my fucking parents coming in tomorrow. I'm graduating on Tuesday. Fucking, this is like a whole new legate right now. So, fuck yeah. Let's see. Let's start off with something fun. Look at fucking Nonfron. Nonfron is doing a fucking... Nonfron is doing a subathon, bro. Oh, man. He had like... I don't know what it was. It was like an hour per bit earlier, and I fucking sent him like 500 bits. So, and then he realized he probably should have did like an hour for every 100 bits. Or no, now he does 1 bit equals 36 seconds. I don't know where he got the math on that, but when I donated, it was like 1 hour per bit. So I sent him 500 bits. I was like, fuck you, brother. Here you go, man. But, yeah, somebody even fucking sent him like $100 earlier, and he did the fucking, the ice bucket challenge or something. Let me see. Where was it?
All right, shock. I'm not gonna
send his immune system critical. Not only that, but he was, I think, like where he lives, it was like 42 degrees Fahrenheit, which is pretty fucking cold. There it is. Yeah.
That way I can move it. Alright, this is gonna be miserable. So you guys are thoughts on Gen Z not supporting Israel? It makes sense. Gen Z has a lot. One, they're more exposed to like, you know, TikTok feeds that incentivize propaganda stuff, and like 2, they it makes sense. What's going on? Oh, I got donated $100 to Dice Book account. Anyway. Will you be able to, I don't know if you'll be able to see me. You can, right? Come on, where's the highest point I can see?
I don't know if you can see it, but it looks like there's frost on his window. So tough.
Why do you?
Yeah, what's up, Criticon? Yeah. How you doing? What's going on? It's been a while.
Able to see me, right? Is this satisfactory?
I know he gets a lot of shit for being like young and being kind of dorky, but fucking, you know, he's not a bad guy. He's definitely like a fucking, you know, a Destiny guy. Now he's just sleeping. Like a 1 liter tub of ice cream. That was definitely ice water, that's for sure. So yeah, maybe we'll check up on him in a little bit. Yeah, let's see what's going on there. The most racist man on YouTube. Doing pretty good, still speedrunning. Found a group of buddies to play randomizers with on Sundays. Playing multi-world. Nice. Oh, cool. Very cool. Yeah, I've been doing like some casual rando. I've been doing casual rando on my phone. Like, you know, just when I have a fucking break from whatever. If I'm on a flight or something like that, I've been doing casual rando on the phone. Been doing it on stream. Just finished a seed. Actually, the last time I was streaming. I don't know. I might do another casual one tonight, but it'll be like during like watching some videos. But yeah, that's all good news. It's good to hear. Good to hear things are good. All right, let's see. Look at this guy. This guy's a fucking piece of work.
His name is Ranting for Vengeance. He's a young man who talks about comic books for a living.
Can Black Panther be white in the next comic?
And is actually, I mean, in his words, scared of black people.
When you say I'm scared of black people, newsflash, you illiterate troglodyte. Everybody is.
So I thought it'd be funny to take a look at his content today and see what he's up to. Enjoy. Sensitive Society has called out some kind of internet individual for racism. And the title captivated me because it said, "Black people need to disappear." And I was like, all right, this is too good not to click on. We got to check this out, all right? This might be some serious fire. You never know. Damn, neighbor.
When you say I'm scared of black people, newsflash, you illiterate troglodyte. Everybody is. Today is a
Just recently got my PV time. Goal in any percent NMG. Got 126.13, and I'm done. I'm moving on. Nice. Very cool. Man, I forget when it was the last time I was talking to you. I thought you were already down in the 124s or something, but maybe that was maybe that's an ambitious memory.
illiterate troglodyte. Everybody is. Today is a
Everybody is. Newsflash, you illiterate troglodyte. Everybody is. Is this guy like a German racist? Is he like going back to the old country racist? What's going on here? What exactly is going on here?
Huge day for unemployed people like myself. The reason why I'm saying this is because I'm dropping 2 videos, and then the second one that's coming out in a few hours. So there was a video by a smaller channel that got recommended to me. Let me see if I can find it, because I don't want to steal someone's video without crediting them. I'm not that evil, okay? I am a little evil, right? But not too much. So these 2 videos got recommended to me, and don't worry, guys, this is not going to be a super long reaction video. I'm actually gonna, make a video for once. I'm not gonna be lazy.
His name is Rince. RYNSE. Where is the original video? Where can I find this guy's original content? Where can I find this? Is this the guy? Is this actually him?
Every comic book character has their defining origins.
Like, where can I find the actual video? You're not lying about the LGBT stuff, youngster. These people will not stop until every comic book character we have ever enjoyed reading has been corrupted. Why is it that, like, on opposing sides of the political...
Oh, man, if I'm, like, doing this, there's this stupid fly that's, like, hovering around here. I'm trying to Mr. Miyagi him.
Spectrum, in terms of extremism, they both look like that. Why is that the case? Like, he looks like Ethan is online or like Jake Doolittle. He looks like the same guy. This is like the same person.
To X-Men 97, saying how good of a show it is and how accurate to the X-Men it is. The creator is actively posting LGBTQ propaganda, and he's trying to make Wolverine gay.
Yes! Yes, dude! He's trying to make Wolverine gay. Yeah, dude.
There's proof. I'm not making any of it up. He changed Morph to be non-binary, and he wants him to have feelings for Wolverine. Get the hell away from X-Men, Wolverine, and every other character that was well written before people like you came in and ruined it. And don't give me that crap of no one wants to read the comics, little bro. The character was created and worked on in comics for years. You can't just come in and change it. It doesn't matter how much you want to, like Bryan Singer with the generic Fox X-Men movies. Or
Dude, he's raging. He can come in and change it. Like, I don't know, it's kind of if they're just making Wolverine gay, like, that is kind of cringe. I agree, especially for the reason they're doing it is probably to placate some gay fantasy they have about getting in the butt by Wolverine. But I don't know if there's some story they want to write, some alternate universe where Wolverine's gay. I don't really care that much. BreadTube Gooters need to buy the merchandise. I agree completely.
So when I saw that title, I was like, ain't no way, this has to be bait, satire. No, it is a genuine video. So this is the channel. I mean, just look at how based that...
You have to watch Smiling Friends. It's amazing. Yeah, I don't watch a ton of animated stuff. I mean, on the topic of comic book stuff, I did, because I've been watching the Batman movies recently. A little bit of a soy moment here, all right? I
was in 129. After that, I did a lot of other things off TV, such as 100%, GDO, some short runs, Master Sword, Dark World, MG. I've been speedrun up to the GBA version. Got like World War II by 2 minutes. Oh, wow. Nice. Have you been playing? What's that new one that came out? What's that new, oh, what the fuck is that new hack or mod or whatever it's called? Like Eternal Dungeons or something? Came out like, what, 3 or 4 months ago? I was watching it the night it dropped. It looked pretty cool.
I'm a Batman Spurg. I have a confession. Chat, I'm a Batman Spurg. All right, I'll confess something. All right, Chat. I recently...
Dungeons of Infinity, yeah.
bought something. I have to confess, all right? I got to show my autism off here a little bit. I bought this last night and built it. It was a fun time, all right? I talked about Legos on stream, made the mistake, and then it got on the brain. This is the Lego Batmobile, Batman the Animated Series Batmobile, all right? Here we've got Mr. Freeze. Here we've got Harley Quinn, all right? That's pretty swag. Open this guy up. You got Batman in there, all right? Pretty good. No problem there. Lego build stream when? I might do it at some point, who knows? If I get a particularly big set. I was thinking about the Batman 1989 Batwing that I never bought when it came out. How much would it be sealed now? Well, it looks like I can get it for not that bad, like $265, which I think is only a little bit above what it originally sold for, which I think was $250. I would get that, to be honest. Have they discontinued it? I don't know if they have. It says it's a retired product, yeah. So they originally sold it for, it says retired, so they're not even listing the price anymore. But it is a cool set. It is a cool set, and to be honest, I think that would be a cool one. That'd be a fun one to build on stream. So maybe I would. Maybe around Christmas I'll do one of those. Tom, if Haley Welsh came out with a cigarette brand called Hawk Tobacco, would you smoke them? Probably. I'm trying to stop smoking cigarettes. If she did Zins, I would get those. I think my dad wanted to buy the Tucker Carlson Zins, which is funny. Decorate your tree? I will. All right, it's still shedding. Leave the tree alone.
Banner is. That's literally me when someone says, "Oh, I love The Weeknd," and I'm like,
Do you like Transformers, or is it just really just Batman? I mean, Transformers is all right, but it's really Batman.
Okay, what song do you like? Is it Out of Time? Is it Love in the Sky? Is it Kissland even? Is it The Party and the After Party? And they're like, oh no, it's Blinding Lights and Save Your...
I'm more of a fan of The Weekday, personally.
Tears. I'm like, well, you're not a real fan. So Death to...
Playing some rando. I was curious if you want to try some multi-world sometime. Probably. I will say this, though. So the answer to that is yes. I can't do it for like the next week because I am graduating this week, like this coming week, and I have family in town. So, I mean, I'm gonna, I'll try to drop some streams in from time to time, but I'm gonna, have like the streams that I am gonna be able to do. I'm not gonna stream multi-world, but like next weekend probably. But I will say this, okay? I will say this. I'm not playing with any minors, dude, okay? So if the crew you're running with is like 14 or 16, I'm definitely not doing that. I've just got to throw that out there. As I remember the last time we were playing fucking, what was it? Fucking Among Us, or what was that game that we were playing with the spaceship coming down and going into the dark rooms and shit? Which was fun. That was super fun. But we were playing with like some kid that was like, I don't know, 15 or 16. I was like, I can't do this. I can't play with kids that are fucking, I can't do it. So if you're running with a crew like that, I'd probably not. I'd probably sit out that. But if you're running with adults, different story.
All the posters.
And nothing to say, you run with who you want to. I'm just. You haven't been around for a while, so you missed like a lot of drama that happened, and it didn't involve any minors or anything, but it did involve some fucking asshole running his mouth about shit that never never existed, never happened. He just literally just fucking started talking shit. Somebody came into my Discord and started fucking dropping all these nasty fucking pictures in there. That's why if you go on my Discord now, it's completely shut down. I shut the whole thing down, and I said I'm not even going to touch it until after I graduate. I had to ban fucking all these alt accounts. It was a nightmare, man. So I was like, you know what? I'm not fucking around on the internet anymore. These people obviously don't give a shit about anybody but themselves, and it's time to look out for number one. So no squealers. Yeah. What was that game? That game was cool. I forget what it was. It was fucking scary. Not like, Alien or Silent Hill kind of scary, but it was just like adventurous scary. Lethal Company. Yeah. I like that game. It was definitely fun.
I'm gonna start saying this one. Enough of me making fun of this guy's banner. Now it's time to make fun of his content. So as you guys could see, this is a channel that's pretty much, everything is woke shit, woke trash. Everything is woke. This guy sees a black person walking down the street with his family. That's woke. This is potentially
True. Me too.
one of my favorite thumbnails ever.
Wait, what was that thumbnail?
Sees a black person walking down the street with his family. That's woke. This is potentially
Why the woke Green Lantern casting is a disaster, not black enough. What the hell? Why does he have red eyes? That's awesome. This guy is putting out some fire YouTube content. You don't see that every day. Shout out to Ranting for Vengeance. Shout out to him.
one of my favorite thumbnails ever. This channel is insane. People have ruined the word woke. Woke used to mean something, god damn it, until people started overusing it for everything. Oh, my coffee's a little more black than usual. Has my coffee shop gone woke?
Yes, they definitely have. If you're not putting cream and sugar in your coffee, I mean, honestly, to be honest with you, I think coffee in general is racist because it's anti-white, that racist in that way. Because with coffee, you take coffee, it's black, and no matter how much you mix in it, it's still got that black in it, the one drop rule. Obviously, if you're against race mixing, you're not going to want to drink coffee. Do you think TikTok will get banned? I have no idea. I thought Trump said...
I regret that. I mean, no, whatever. Fucking people play video games on the internet. It's totally fine. I'm about to jump into multiplayer, and if I turned on the voice chat right now, I'm sure there'd be a bunch of fucking squealers in here. So it is what it is. But I'm 42. Playing with fucking kids that are like 15 and shit. It's like, no, ain't happening, man. Ain't happening. But one drop rule for coffee.
that he might reverse it, so I have no idea.
I'm not a big comic book guy, never really been. Prefer the movies because I'm a normie. So I'm not an expert, and you don't have to be an expert to,
White coffee sounds disgusting. Well, you sound like you're an anti-white racist, all right?
Get the cringe that you're about to feel in a few seconds. Everything started because you made this video called Absolute Batman, which is a new comic, the worst Batman ever. It's a different take, something completely different to what we know of, just something way different, and this guy wasn't rocking with it. And this might be Sensitive Society, aka Oscar, going whoa.
So DC has decided to reinvent Batman in the brand new series, Absolute Batman. Many people are saying it's amazing, it's a breath of fresh air.
This shit is gas, man. Wrong. This shit is gas. Like, is this what DC meant when they said DC all in? I'm kind of retarded.
I'm here to tell you if that's the truth. Spoiler alert, it's not at all. It's literally one of the worst takes on Batman ever. Quick disclaimer before I start. This isn't some rage bait video. I'm not lying to get your attention. I'm telling you my opinion, which I believe is the truth.
You know how some people...
All right, he's based. He's telling the truth. It's not ironic. He's being upfront about that. I appreciate his honesty. I do appreciate that at the very least. If nothing else, you can say he's honest, right? He's an honest dude. So I do appreciate that.
Make videos that are bait. They just pretend to be mad for money or views or relevance or whatever. You should just not say this. Because then you would have an excuse later on to be like, oh,
Do movie reviews, I'd watch them all. Yeah, I mean, if I can fit it into my current schedule, I would. Maybe I would do it. I bet I could get the Batman movie review video done in a week if I really cranked it, but I would just have to take time off streaming probably. But maybe I would do it. It might be fun. I don't know where I'd put it. I don't know what channel I'd put it on, honestly. I might have to make another channel for movie. Maybe I'd just do it on Tom Dark. I think that would make sense. More experimental there. Absolute Batman is good. Homie's tripping. What is the take on it? Why does he hate it so much? I assume it has something to do with black people. Premise. The series stars 24-year-old blue-collar civil engineer Bruce Wayne, who comes out at night to fight crime as the vigilante Batman. While doing so, he's stalked by a secret agent, Alfred Pennyworth. Oh, that sounds pretty interesting, actually. I do like the Batman design. Looks pretty cool. Oh, that's a cool cover. That is really good art. Whatever artist drew that deserves to have his praises sung. I've never seen a batsuit like that. He's got spikes on his shoulders. He's got a giant bat symbol. That looks pretty cool. I think that looks sick. I will say, I think the Batman underwear design has got to go. I don't think they have to do that. Just give him gray pants. Why does he need the underwear? I think that's one thing that was done away with that might be a good thing, actually. Thick ass thighs, just like me.
I was just trolling, guys. It was just a social experiment. It was a prank. Look at the camera. It's right there. But with this, there's no walking this back or coming back from this. Whatever he says, he's dead ass.
I know it's a different take on the character, but what this does ruins the character entirely. So this comic strives to reinvent the world of Batman in every way possible. What if a bodybuilder, engineer dude became Batman? Yeah, that's not badass. I'm sorry. I don't find that badass. I don't find that different, unique, entertaining.
I mean, as someone who's not into comics at all, I don't know, man. It sounds kind of cool.
There's people all across the internet saying that this comic is badass. It's awesome. This comic literally reads like those edgy 90s comics that every single person makes fun of. It's like a 12-year-old's fan fiction of Batman. This comic has everything. It has horrible, edgy dialogue.
I hate this.
The thing about this is if you want to talk about the Batman lore, Bruce Wayne being a, rich trust fund kid. I mean, obviously it's cool. It's an integral part of the character to a lot of people, but when you're doing comics, the whole point is there's alternate takes on it, right? You can explore different variations of that story. I always thought the idea of, I never read it, but I always thought the idea of Gotham by Gaslight was cool, right? Where Batman is existing in Victorian England and he's hunting down Jack the Ripper. I think they were going to make a game about that. They got canceled, but I watched some video essay about 4 or 5 years ago, but I always thought it was cool. I feel like, at the end of the day, the Batman story's been told so many times in so many different ways with, consistently one common thread being his origin. It's cool to mix up his origin and make it different. I think it's pretty sick. I think it's fine. There's nothing necessarily wrong with it. With comic book interpretations, I understand if you hate one particular interpretation, but getting so, specifically mad about it. Oh, someone tweeted their Legos at me. What the hell? Based. But yeah, if you want to hate that particular interpretation, that's totally fine. But, it's just one interpretation. You can still enjoy the previous stuff, I don't like Batman Forever. I probably won't like Batman and Robin when I see it all the way through. But, Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah. I think I'm comfortable playing. Whatever. I mean, I'm comfortable playing with anything, but it's I just don't know what I don't know what's used, I don't know if it's okay, I'll get the Cane of Samaria, and you get the fucking hook shot. I don't know how multi-world works, or if everybody gets everything. I don't know how it works really. So
No, I'm not like malding about it forever. It's not like honestly, those movies are pretty bad. They are kind of an affront to God, but like, I don't think you should be so mad about it forever, especially when they've made good Batman movies since then, you know? You don't have to watch that particular interpretation. You can criticize it, but the idea that this is like, you're so mad about it, you're like raging about it online, you're like screaming at your camera, it's kind of silly, even outside of the other stuff the guy said.
Town. This guy's being like, this shit's so edgy. Bro, have you seen your channel? You gotta have a little bit of self-awareness.
It has some pretty gay character design.
How is it?
It has some pretty gay character design. They busted in right when I was starting to win over the crowd. Once again, like, it's just, I don't want to attack people's looks too much. I'm trying to be off that, I'm trying to be a little nicer, but like, is this guy like secretly really jacked and we just don't know or something? You know what I mean? Is this guy like secretly a super Omega Chad? Like, it's got some pretty gay character design. Like, well, look inward. Look inward, okay? Why do his teeth look like Tetris blocks? Yeah, I mean, just, European problems.
This is gay. Like, I don't get it, because he has nice hair, a nice bone structure. Like, what's the point of this? Oh, yeah, he's gay because he looks good. Really interesting video.
He's holding a flower, which is gay.
So far. They got these gay-ass designs.
And if you can believe it, they managed to race swap another redhead from comic books. They managed to jump in there and turn them black. So after reading...
He's so mad. He's so pissed off.
The way he said it.
They managed.
Jump in there and turn them black.
They managed to turn them black. Don't totally disagree with this take. I think there's definitely something going on in Hollywood where, all the gingers are turning black. Okay, for a second, it felt like I was talking like Alex Jones. They're making the frogs gay, okay? The frogs are gay. I mean, but this is the thing that's been, real, and it's been going on for the last few years. The first one that comes to mind is Ariel from My Little Mermaid or something like that. When in the movie, the Disney version, they made her black when she's a redhead in the comics. Another one that comes to mind is Velma. Originally ginger, red hair. They switch her to black Indian. And that's just two examples. I'm forgetting a lot. He's not totally wrong about that going on in Hollywood. But I don't know, man. This, along with the first clip we put at the start.
When you say I'm scared of black people, newsflash, you illiterate troglodyte. Everybody is. They managed to jump in there.
Everybody is? I kind of want to watch this original video. I want to watch his OG video about this ranting for vengeance. Unhinged Batman fans are completely unhinged. They are mad. Absolute Batman, the worst Batman ever. All right, we'll check this one out first.
So DC has decided to...
I want to see what his rant is about. Like, I don't know what black people specifically have to do with Batman.
She should have looked the way she always has. I'm getting sick of this. Can we just start changing black characters to white? Can Black Panther be white in the next comic, please? It doesn't work that way because black people need to be represented. Wait, they've always been represented and you're just shoving them into stories for no reason now. You're swapping people out to make them black because...
I mean, there definitely is a lot of that happening, but the thing about Black Panther is, I'm pretty sure, I mean, I haven't read a lot of Black Panther, but considering the name and my understanding of it, I think him being black is like integral to his character. So it wouldn't make sense to make him white, right? But I don't think, like with a character like, let's say Mary Jane from Spider-Man, like, am I going to lie and say that, I love Zendaya's performance, that I find her more attractive than, who the fuck was the other one, whatever her name is? No, I'm not, but... like her being like it doesn't really matter, first of all, like, just because I don't find her as attractive doesn't really matter. And it has nothing to do with her being black as well. Like, her character is not, the integral part of her character is not that she's black. Like, her identity is not wrapped up in being black. Kirsten Dunst was shit. She was so hot though, dude. I'm sorry. She was a baddie. Redheads, not universally, but pale white girl with red hair, okay, there is something to it. I will say there's something to it. But like, if the characters, if their entire thing, like, it is not wrapped up in their racial identity, like, why does it matter if you change their race? I think it depends. You can race swap characters, and most of the time it feels in very bad faith. Yeah, I mean, if that's the criticism, you're totally right. Like, I don't know if bad faith is the word, but like, yes, a lot of companies are doing it, quote unquote DEI. They're doing it because they think that it'll make them look better, right? It'll make them look better to the public. They'll be like, oh my God, we're gonna look so progressive. Yes, I agree. But whatever. Well, not whatever. That if that's your criticism, that's fine. But the real problem to me is like that. It's not, oh my God, black character,
So Absolute Batman issue 2 is out, and my expectations were low, but I didn't think it would...
He's so mad. I want to see this part.
Breakdowns.
Like, it's so weird how, like, people who just hate certain things, you just slap the label woke into it.
I'm retarded? Thanks, bro. It's always cool to see some support from the disabled community. When you say I'm scared of black people, newsflash, you illiterate troglodyte. Everybody is.
I can't get over it. I can't get over this.
The best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the away.
You can't stop looting.
Who was that? Fucking Scott, what's his name? Oh man, the guy, yeah.
That's the Dilbert guy.
And
Yeah.
burning.
You know what's up, Bisky? Bisky, that name sounds familiar. That's a PPGer name right there. Isn't that? I know that's definitely where I've heard that name before, for sure. What's up, Beast? Beastie, what's up? What is it? Am I getting fucking? Did I get like a PPG rate or something? All you guys are PPGers, aren't you? Beastie, Bisky. Music video. Is it copyright? Because I'm on YouTube right now. Also, you know, I'm hesitant to just start taking links from fucking the likes of people that I've heard from fucking PPG fucking chats. I'm pretty sure I've heard those names Bisky and Beastie from fucking PPG chats. So I'm pretty hesitant to just start taking links from fucking that crap. So let's I mean, you know, even if that wasn't the case, I'm on YouTube right now, so you know, I don't know how that works. I believe the singer is independent. Yeah, but I'm not gonna take the risk of that. I mean, I could fucking is it just something to watch, or is the song really important too? It's also been in to should I feel targeted? No, or you hang around here. Like T-Bird and Salty, both of you hang around here. You guys are both fine. But Beastie and Bisky are like definite PPG names that I've heard before. They're from TV. Oh, okay. Gotcha. It's really good. So the link didn't pop up because you don't have VIP. So, look, I'll tell you what. Just whisper it to me. Whisper it to me on Twitch, and maybe we'll get to it. I'm not stopping what I'm doing right now to possibly put on a copyrighted video, and then, you know, I've only been online for 45 minutes here, so. Yeah, what's up, Conrad?
Countries to the ground. Next time you're driving to work and you're enjoying your Marxist Batman comic, try not to get robbed or shot by your fellow brothers. To create an argument, you actually have to make some valid points. You can't just dance around throwing your arms up in the air, making weird noises like you did. It makes you look like a Neanderthal who hasn't picked up a comic except Watchmen in his entire life. Stay in your own lane and go back to anime, you low IQ.
I thought he was going to say go back to Africa for a second.
You mental retard. Anyways, I'm a bit late to the party on this.
What did you say anyways after that?
Dude, this guy is so hardcore, man. Holy shit. Redeems are broke? I don't know what's going on. Like, my Kick stuff wasn't working. Some of the Twitch stuff wasn't working. I didn't touch anything. Ugh. Fucking A, man. Now I'm just like stopping everything I'm doing with all this fucking admin. Thanks, guys. Thanks for throwing all this fucking admin shit my way. I'm just trying to play some fucking Call of Duty. Where is dashboard?
Так дайте пацанам посчитать потери. Суммы нули погибают на сцене. Снова один, прогуляюсь без тени. Заливаю лид, поцелуй на шее. Как там вам?
There you go. Now it's working. I don't know what happened there. Let's see. Watch it be some fucking PPG fucking weird shit. Watch it be that. Ren, 1.79 million subscribers. Will playing Ren be copyright on YouTube? Yes, playing copyrighted music on YouTube without permission can result in a blah, blah, blah. Does Ren copyright his music? So basically, Ren doesn't have to register songs and stuff anywhere. They just are automatically zoned intellectual property. It seems what you really want to know is what ways does Ren enforce his copyright? I would say he definitely allows reactions, obviously. So if you were doing something like that on Twitch, then it probably wouldn't be much different to doing it on YouTube. Lots of reactors for lots of things to stream their content live and then upload it to YouTube. Anyway, if it was for non-reactions and you were using his song for something like a soundtrack for a short film that you wanted to make money off of or something, then maybe that would be in an area Ren might enforce some copyright protection. I certainly would draw a line with soundtracks and things like that. He also doesn't exactly, this is from 3 months ago, he also doesn't exactly allow reactors to use the videos for free. He's got revenue sharing enabled automatically, so he gets a cut of the reactor revenue as well. Yes, he owns the copyright on his music. That means he can allow or not to copy it. He has the right to decide, blah, blah, blah. He mentioned on his recent vlog that he allows people to use his music for covers and reactions on social media and YouTube. How that actually works with automatic tools for copyright detection, I don't know. Alright, Beastie. I'm just going to do this for you, okay? I swear to fucking Christ, though, if I get some kind of copyright because you needed, like, some kind of validation about a music video, I'm going to be really fucking pissed, dude. Alright. Okay.
Hi there, Ran. It's been a little while. Did you miss me? You thought you buried me, didn't you? Risky. Cause I always come back.
Dude, this is a 9-minute music video? That's like a fucking Tool song, dude. I don't know. I thought this was gonna be like a 3-minute thing, man. I don't know if I'm gonna sit. I don't know if I'm gonna sit through all 9 minutes of this.
And you know that deep down, you know I'm always in periphery. Ran, on you're pleased to see me. It's been weeks since we spoke, bro. I know you need me. You're the sheep, I'm the shepherd. Not your place to lead me. Not your place to be biting off the hand that feeds me. Hi, Ran. I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself since my therapist told me I'm ill. And I've been making some progress lately. And I've learned some new coping skills. So I haven't really needed you much, man. I think we need to just step back and chill. Ren, you sound more insane than I do. You think that those doctors are really there to guide you? Been through this a million times. Your civilian mind is so perfect to always being lied to. Okay, take another pill, boy. Round.
It's been a minute since somebody activated Sigma mode. Sigma mode activated.
Yourself in the sound of white noise.
9 minutes though. This is fucking long, dude.
Follow this 10-step program, rejoice. All your problems will be gone. Fucking dumb boy. Nah, mate. This time is different, man. Trust me. I feel like things might be falling in place. And my music's been kinda doing bits too. Like I actually might do something great. And when I'm gone, maybe I'll be remembered for doing something special with myself. That's why I don't think that we should talk, man. Cause when you're with me, it never seems to help. You think that you can amputate me? I am you, you are me, you are I am we are one. Split in two, that makes one. So you see, you gotta kill you if you wanna kill me. I'm not leftover dinner, I'm not scraps on the side. Oh, your music is thriving, delusional guy. Where's your top 10 hit? Where's your interview with Oprah? Where are your Grammys, Ren? Nowhere. Yeah, but...
Is he a rapper? I mean, he's clearly a musician. He's playing instruments, but is he known to be a rapper or something, or...?
My music's not
Hey, what's up, laddie? Right now I'm looking at this freaking 9-minute music video that Beastie sent in. So Beastie wanted a reaction from it. I think Beastie needed to get some closure on it. But yeah, how you doing? What's going on?
Commercial like that. I never chase numbers, statistics, or stats. I never write hooks for the radio.
Oh, also, Platty, I got more Christmas decorations today. I got fucking like little stockings, and I'm gonna fucking put your guys' name on them, and I'm gonna fucking put them all around the winter wonderland here. It's gonna be amazing.
They never even play me, so why would I concern myself with that? But my music is really connecting, and the people who find it respect it. And for me that's enough, cause this life's been tough, so it gives me a purpose I can rest in. Man, you sound so pretentious. Ren, your music is so self-centered. No one wants to hear another song about how much you hate yourself. Trust me. You should be so lucky, having me inside you to guide you, remind you to manage expectations, provide you perspective. That thing you neglected, I get it. You wanna be a big deal, next Jimi Hendrix, forget it. Man, it's not like that. Man, it's just like that. I'm inside you, you twat. No, it's not, man, you're wrong. When I write, I belong. Let me break the fourth wall by acknowledging this song. Ren sits down, has a stroke of genius. He wants to write a song that was not done previous. A battle with the subconscious, Eminem did it. Played on guitar, Plan B did it. Man, you're not original, you criminal rip-off artist. The pinnacle of your success is stealing other people's material. Ren, mate, we've heard it all before. She sells seashells on the seashore. Fuck you, I don't need you, I don't need to hear this. Cause I'm fine by myself, I'm a genius. And I will be great, and I will make waves, and I'll shake up the whole world beneath us. That's right, speak your truth, your fucking God complex leaks out of you. It's refreshing to actually hear you say it instead of downplay it.
Music is all about the creative process, and if people can find something to relate to within that, then that's just a bonus.
Fuck you, I'ma fucking kill you, Ren. Well, fucking kill me then, let's fucking have you, Ren. I'ma do it, watch me prove it. Who are you to doubt my music? Cause I call the shots, I choose if you die. Yeah, I call the shots, and so I choose who survives. I'll tie you up in knots when I lock you inside. Newsflash, I was created at the dawn of creation. I am temptation. I am the snake in Eden. I am the reason for treason, beheading all kings. I am sin, with no rhyme or reason. Son of the morning, Lucifer, Antichrist, father of lies. Mephistopheles, truth in a blender, deceitful pretender, the banished avenger, the righteous surrender. When standing in front of my solar eclipse, my name is stitched to your lips. So you see, I won't bow to the will of a mortal, feeble and normal. You wanna kill me? I'm eternal immortal. I live in every decision that catalyzes chaos, that causes division. I live inside death, the beginning of end. I am you, you are me, I am you, Ren.
I really like that variation of chord progression there. It's like disturbing and jazzy, and it just breaks up the monotony from the the back and forth two chord situation I had going on there. But okay, so is this guy a rapper or something, or?
taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself, and I've spent half my life ill. But just as sure as the tide starts turning, just as sure as the night has dawned, just as sure as the rainfall soon runs dry when you stand in an eye of a storm. I was made to be tested and twisted. I was made to be broken and beat. I was made by his hand, it's all part of his plan that I stand on my own 2 feet. And you know me, my will is eternal. And you know me, you've met me before. Face to face with a beast, I will rise from the east and I'll settle on the ocean floor. And I go by many names also. Some people know me as hope. Some people know me as the voice that you hear when you loosen the noose on the rope. And you know how I know that I'll prosper? 'Cause I stand here beside you today. I have stood in the flames that cremated my brain, and I didn't once flinch or shake. So cower at the man I've become when I sing from the top of my lungs that I won't retire, I'll stand in your fire, inspire that me to be strong. And when I am gone I will rise in the music that I left behind. Ferocious, persistent, immortal like you, we're a climate different side. When I was 17 years old, I shouted out into an empty room, into a blank canvas that I would defeat the forces of evil. And for the next 10 years of my life, I suffered the consequences, with autoimmunity, illness, and psychosis. As I got older, I realized there were no real winners and there were no real losers in psychological warfare, but there were victims and there were students. It wasn't David versus Goliath. It was a pendulum, eternally swaying from the dark to the light. And the more intensely that the light shone, the darker the shadow it cast. It was never really a battle for me to win. It was an eternal dance. And like a dance, the more rigid I became, the harder it got. The more I cursed my clumsy footsteps, the more I struggled. So I got older, and I learned to relax, and I learned to soften, and that dance got easier. It is this eternal dance that separates human beings from angels, from demons, from gods. And I must not forget, we must not forget, that we are human beings.
I mean, I don't know what to make of it, man. You know, is it good? Yeah, this is definitely good. I mean, this guy's clearly talented. I wouldn't be surprised if his skills exceed beyond, you know, just beyond music. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like an actor and a painter and a poet and all kinds of other stuff. What are you up to? Just reacting to this this video that Beastie put in the old Twitch whisper. But it's good. The only question that I have is like, what is he known for? Is he known to be a rapper or something, or? Oh, that's from a while ago. This is from a year ago. I wanted to make this track one of the most honest and raw pieces I've made. I've lived all live, stripped back with just me and a guitar. It's probably my proudest work to date, and I can't wait for you guys to see it. Remember to turn on the notifications button and to be reminded, blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, you know, I'd probably have to watch it a few more times to have any kind of like, you know, deeper analysis. But I mean, it's good, you know. Hits my heart. Hey, there you go. There you go, bud. Yeah, I got, you know, like the music that hits my heart is like Tool, any band that Maynard James Keenan is in, like Tool, Pussifer, Perfect Circle. But I mean, Tool has like, you know, 17. Their average song is like 17 minutes long. So, you know, it's an acquired taste. All right, cool. Let's finish what we started here. Actually, let's check up on Non-Fawn real quick. Oh. What's Non-Fawn doing? I would not fucking sleep on stream. There's no way. I would like kick off my blanket by accident and then fucking like my underwear would be fucking like hanging off my ass. No way. Thanks again, bud. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Alright, looks like Non-Fawn's fucking chilling. Alright, let's finish this fucking the most racist man on the internet thing.
How do you just say anyways after? Yes! Dude, YouTube is back, all right? Throwing your arms up. Throwing your arms up. It's rare you actually see someone that's like this racist. It's rare you see someone that's like this hateful, that actually hates black people to this degree, that like they're pissed off at their very existence. Calls them Neanderthals. Why do people care when it comes to fictional characters? Obviously it would be different if they did an Abraham Lincoln movie where they make Abraham Lincoln black, but who cares if it's a fictional character? I mean, the thing is, I think a lot of people are just very attached to like their one interpretation of the character. I think that's it. Like the thing is, like, you know, people say like, why are you mad about this? It's so soy to even be mad about it. It's okay to like, you know, want to criticize a fictional property if it does something bad. But I feel like overall it's just not that big of a deal. You know, like I understand criticizing like the cringe shit that these companies do to an extent. I do get that. But like this guy's criticism is not even that. He might kind of.
I was actually thinking the other day of like shaving it off for. So I'm graduating on Tuesday, and I was thinking like maybe possibly shaving it off for the graduation pictures. Or like, you know, getting it way, way, way down. But I just don't feel like doing that. Then it's like I have to fucking grow this thing out all the like I like the way it is now. So to just shave it for a fucking picture, I'm like, fuck it. I'm just gonna keep it.
You know, coax it in that and cope about it. But his real anger is just that there is black people. Like his anger is literally just that black people are in media.
There and turn them black.
And just the way he said it, like
gay character designs. And if you can believe it, they managed to race swap another redhead from comic books. They managed to jump in there and turn them black.
I refuse to believe there's people out here that exist who act like this.
Who, in their right mind, greenlit Alfred's look. What is the haircut? What is the beard? Why is he an MI6 mercenary with like
Well, it's an alternate take. That's the point. Well, why is he different? That's the point. The point is that it's a different universe, right? Like, this is like getting mad. Like once again, this is like getting mad that in Flashpoint, Thomas Wayne is Batman instead. It's like it's an alternate universe take. That's the whole point. It's like taking a pre-existing character and reinterpreting it to have a new meaning. We've already done the same Batman story 100,000 different times. I like that Batman story. I think it's probably better and more entertaining than this, but like there's nothing wrong with having a different interpretation of that story. It makes it interesting. It's a fictional character. This guy's stupid if he thinks the origin change for Batman is crap. The absolute universe is created by Darkseid to favor himself. I mean, the thing is, I don't know about the whole lore, but I just think it's dumb to like shun, alternate interpretations in general. Like, that's what makes it interesting.
Grenade launchers and sniper rifles. This is straight up cringe.
For the billionth time, I don't know anything about comics, and all I know is Alfred being like 120 years old. But once again, this is another take. If you don't like it, go back to the classics, dude. Yeah, man, this is a different take on a character that's been around for 100 years. It's just for a different crowd, and you clearly don't belong there, and that's fine. You have all the other shit. And I thought that was as bad as it was gonna get, but brother just keeps talking, and the more he talks, the worse it gets.
What do you think when I say Bruce Wayne? You think the suave, charming rich guy, which in Batman Year One was originally based off of Gregory Peck. But now in this comic, they're going for something a little different. Let's just take a little glance at what they thought Bruce Wayne was. So this is the page where Bruce Wayne is first introduced. We see him hitting a bag. He looks exactly like Bruce Wayne has for the last like 100 years, saying some badass Batman stuff. No fear, no pain. And then out of nowhere, this big hulking transgender comes up behind him and is like, "Hey bro, I think it's my turn now," and just starts blowing the punching bag across the room with his big fat arms.
What?
Is he transgender? Am I missing something? This looks like a really jacked dude. What do you mean transgender? What do you mean? His face has soy jack potential. Bro's shutting out. He did. He's going full chud. It's very powerful when you go full chud. Bro's stupid though. Spawn is a badass comic series. Only bad take I've seen for him. The fans like this when they don't look like G1. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. Absolute Batman Bruce Wayne. I'm gonna look up what he looks like out of the costume. Does this look like a transgender person to you? This looks like more masculine than the typical Batman you see. He looks huge. He's like 6'5", jacked to the gill. I mean, this just looks like a giant dude. How is this trans? I don't really care about, like if they want to do a different interpretation where the character is female, like whatever. I just don't care. Like, is this what a woman looks like to him? I mean, I guess if this is what a guy looks like, I guess that makes sense, but...
What does that have to do with being transgender? Just because he looks a bit more feminine, but it's the hair? Like, what are we doing here? Like, yeah, I mean, this is clearly exaggerated, and that's not the Bruce Wayne Batman we all know. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's a whole different take. In my opinion, he doesn't look like a transgender.
Now, the character design going on here, he has the haircut of some fat, emo transgender kid, and that is Bruce Wayne. I'm not joking. That is Batman. Then we actually...
Look at what this guy looks like. This guy looks like way more of a woman than that Batman. Okay? That Batman is mogging him. Absolute Batman is destroying him. It's brutal. Like, I don't understand what the fuck is going on.
Start getting into the backstory of Bruce Wayne. His parents weren't killed coming down that alleyway and they got mugged. No, instead, he's at a zoo with his dad or something, and his dad gets shot. And the idea for Batman comes from the fact that he's in a zoo and he goes into some bat-like exhibit. I really don't know what's going on here. I don't know what was being smoked in the writer's room. But
I have no idea what was smoked.
Dude, what was being smoked in the writer's room? It's a story about a guy that dresses like a bat. It's a story about a guy whose parents die, and he is the one guy whose parents die who says, now I'm going to dress like a bat and beat up retards. It's a comic book about a guy that dresses like a bat. And you're asking, what were they smoking when they changed the story a little bit? I feel like the major appeal of the comics is to use the original source material but add a creative twist or medium to it. I mean, yeah, the thing is about the original Batman is it was inspired by, like, pulp comics of, detective stories or whatever, and they added a twist to that of a guy that dresses like a bat. We've had that story for literally 100 years now of, like, that version of Batman. Is it not okay to have some different interpretation? Irish Christian. He looks like someone from Triggered Feminist Comp. He actually does, which is very
Irish
weird
Christian.
This guy is, like, talking about masculinity.
Bro.
When you were filming this video, this guy is giving me Redditor
Irish
vibes.
Christian goes hard, bro.
Redditor. Like, this guy moderates the Batman subreddit and all the DC-related subreddits. And if there's even one change to Batman, this guy won't have it. He's gonna wiggle his finger and be like, technically, it's not like this, guys.
I was shocked reading it. He's walking around like an emo kid, brooding. I don't know what's going on with Batman these last few years.
Isn't that the whole point? Batman is kind of emo inherently, no? He dresses like a bat. You could basically put the Deftones soundtrack behind it. Was this guy mad at the new Robert Pattinson movie? Like, is he mad? I thought that movie was great. I honestly thought that movie was probably the best Batman movie so far, or it's up there.
No
with, like,
way.
The Dark Knight. It was
No
great.
way.
It felt.
It was.
Honestly,
I thought it was
like,
good, but it's not that.
The
good.
Gotham City from that movie felt like the best Gotham City we've gotten. I thought it was excellent. Does he think emo equals trans because he seems to use them interchangeably? I don't really know.
But people need to learn that his hair doesn't come down over his eyes. He doesn't listen
there
to
you go.
Nirvana, and he's not gay.
I don't know.
People need to learn that. Like, it's not up to you. You don't decide what Batman is. It's not up to you. It's literally not your decision. Like, what do you mean? It's a fictional character.
Oh, what's wrong with this guy? This is the kind of kid that I would be kind of scared to sit next to in class. I would be afraid of two things. Either A, he's gonna bite me for no reason and then bark, or B, he's going to sniff glue and then eat it, and I'm gonna be sitting next to him. This guy just gives me weird energy, weird vibes.
That's when we get the glimpse of the best part of the entire story. Barbara Gordon. She peeks her head in just one panel, I'm pretty sure. And she's black. She is black. They did it again. Another redhead character just changed.
She's black. She is black. They did it again. Was he mad at Commissioner Gordon being black in the latest Batman? Is he mad about like Harvey Dent being black and then being white in some of the comics? Leave him alone. He's grease maxing. I don't know what maxing he's doing, but he's chud maxing, I guess. Which I hate that that's like a derogatory term because I think it's so funny. But I mean, he looks like the Chud Wojak, right?
Chud maxing.
Hollywood is definitely overdoing it, and I don't know why it's going on. Well, they're replacing them as black, but it's definitely a trend. The more I go outside and I interact with people, it's like, sure, it's kind of annoying, but it's like, who cares? Like, it's not worth making an 8-minute video about it, crashing out. At least that's how I feel nowadays. This guy is the CEO of Being Based.
But the thing is, his problem isn't even with like the cringeness of, you know, companies pushing this shit for like
it's like they don't know that female and male trans people exist too. Yeah, I had that conversation with my mom and my stepdad over Thanksgiving. Not like at Thanksgiving dinner, like the next day when we like just the three of us went out to like they're part of like some country club in the neighborhood, and we just went and had a steak over there. And we talked politics for like an hour or two, but that you know that whole thing came up, and I told my mom, I was like, okay, well, I'm telling you right now, there are some situations where you will not be able to tell. And she's like, I don't know, and I'm like, okay. And I just literally just looked up a picture of Buck Angel, and I was like, which bathroom should this person go to? You tell me. And she was like, she knew what I was doing with that picture. She knew that picture of Buck Angel was like too good to be true, that was definitely not like a woman, you know. So she was like, the women's restroom? And I'm like, hey, look, I'm not even saying I have the answer. I just want to know what you say about seeing this picture and determining what bathroom that person uses, you know. Fancy pants. I'm super fancy. I'm bougie as fuck, unapologetically. That's the thing. I've been talking about this. I mean, you and I have talked about this a million times, but the past few streams, this has come up because, you know, like I think like Conrad and like a few other people have been asking me like questions like, you know, could you date a woman who's liberal or marry a woman who's liberal? And I'm like, yeah, I could. Yeah, I don't care about who you vote for. I care that we can sit down at a restaurant and we're on the same page. You know, if you're fucking over here snapping your fingers at the waiter, but you're beautiful and you vote for fucking Republicans, like that, I could care less. You know, I am automatically kicking you to the curb. You know, I don't care who you vote for. But anyways, like the whole restaurant stuff came up over the course of the past few streams I've been on. And I tell people that's my favorite thing to do. That's my number one hobby. My number one hobby is to go out and eat. That's my favorite thing to do, you know. There are creatures naturally. Humans need godlike operations. Computer's part of the stream. Yeah. But yeah, the past few streams, like the restaurant stuff's been coming up, and I have to stop myself from talking about it because I know if I start talking about restaurant stuff, I will never stop. I will fucking I could do whole streams. I could do 2 or 3 hour streams just talking about restaurant stuff. Or bars, you know, like bars, dive bars, cocktail joints, you know, barbecue joints. It doesn't matter. Like food and beverage, right? Food and beverage is my favorite thing. That is my favorite thing. It's not fucking anything else. It's not. You know, my favorite thing to do, the moment I walk through the door of an establishment, it's like a whole different person. It's like a whole different person takes over. It's like the Matrix. It's like I'm jacking into the Matrix, and I am like Neo in there. I'm just dodging bullets and fucking seeing the code fall everywhere, and fucking destroying Agent Smiths left and right. You know, that's my favorite thing to do. Ophthalmologist recently? I don't know. Is that because of the glasses? Is that a glasses doctor? No, this is somebody redeemed Sigma mode for 5 minutes 10 minutes ago. So I think we're we sat through a whole 9-minute music video and then plus an entire 10-minute Call of Duty round. So I think I have Sigma moded for the time being. But yeah, like when you redeem Sigma mode, that's the glasses. That's what's right there. Favorite pastimes when waiting in a restaurant, using context clues to assess the kind of management the place has. Yeah, that's part of it, for sure. My favorite thing to do is be around people who know that I'm this crazy about it, and watch them react to how I do what I do. Because when there's some people that when they go out with me and they don't know how I am in bars and restaurants, then like my reaction to them can be pretty assertive, and they're probably not ready for it because it's just not important to them, and it's not important to the people that they usually hang around with. But the people that I do hang around with who know it's really important to me, my favorite thing to do is watch them try to be themselves. I mean, like I don't go out with people that don't know what they're doing. So like the people that I do hang out with, like have a default very good system in place. It's not elite. It's not Michael Jordan level like me. But it's really good. I wouldn't go out with people that don't. But sometimes they'll bring a friend that just isn't used to my system or whatever. But either way, I just like to see them react to how I do things and how they react to themselves reacting to me. Because it can be so stupid sometimes. Like this is really simple. It's not complicated. It's just food. It's just food. It's just people. It's just having a good time. Just relax. Just relax. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. Clip that react for a YouTube video. What, for the Ren music video? I mean, either way, I don't do any YouTube video. I make videos, but I don't like put them on YouTube. I'm not saying I won't, like in the future, but for now, I'm just not like. Clip that react. No, for you. But are you talking about the music video though, or? I'd edit for it. Yeah, I know you would. I know you would.
Так дайте пацанам посчитать потери. Суммы нули погибают на сцене. Снова один прогуляюсь без тени. Заливаю лид, поцелуй на шее. Как там вам?
I'm sure he is, Conrad. Yeah. I'm leaving on. What was the song? Leaving on jet plane.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark.
I was born in it, molded by it.
I didn't see the light until I was already a man.
God, I wish my voice could do the kinds of things that fucking his voice could do. What's his name again? He's a fucking really good actor. He was really good in Peaky fucking Blinders, man. Bro, Bashar al-Assad's gonna be in a hole in the desert, and they're gonna find him just like they did fucking Saddam, dude. That's what's gonna happen. Can you even believe that they found Saddam Hussein in the middle of the desert under a fucking patch of fucking sand in a little fucking bunker? That is crazy to me, bro. Plenty of YouTube reaction videos on YouTube. I figured your reaction to the first time watching things could draw in more of an audience. No. I've been streaming for 3 years now. I'm not. My goal is not to like grow. You know, I mean, I'm not saying it's not a good idea. I do appreciate it, Beastie, but like my goal is not to grow. My goal, I only do this. I only sign on to just fucking hang out and chill. I don't care about growing. I haven't even hit 400 followers yet, and I've been streaming for almost 3 years. You know, I've obviously taken some breaks. You know, I've taken like a month off here and there and whatever. But I really only sign on to just kind of hang out and chill. And you know, if people want to follow and people want to hang out, that's absolutely cool. You know, I mean, I will say, you know, I am expanding a little bit. You know, I bought the 5 platform package for Restream, so I can do Twitch, Kick, YouTube, which I'm doing right now, all 3. But then I also want to do Rumble and Twitter. So I have to figure out how to get those going. I already know how to get those going. I have to buy subscriptions. To them. But also, I'm in the middle of a rebrand. It's not an intense rebrand. It's still going to be Legate, but it's going to be a little bit different because I just want to make sure I don't get smug bugged and get fucking, you know, intellectual propertized with the kind of branding and aesthetic that I use for my, you know, pictures and stuff. Sigma boat activated. Thank you, Exxon. I appreciate that. So you know, I'm maybe at some point I'll be. I mean, now I actually have time to do that kind of thing. Before, you got to keep in mind, up until this point, I've been a full-time employee and a full-time student. I've been such a full-time everything that I would work and do school on stream just because I need to like take a break from, you know, being in school and work environments and be like, but I still have to do this shit. So I would just stream and do that kind of stuff. But I literally am graduating on Tuesday. And I'm gonna have a lot more time. I'm at least taking. I mean, I want to go get my master's, but I'm at least taking the spring and the summer off. So I got like 8 months. 8 months to myself, basically. You know, I don't know if I'm gonna start school in the fall. I think I probably should, but either way, I'm gonna have 8 months to focus, kind of, you know, get the stream where I want it to be, do a little bit of rebrand. It'll still be like. Yeah, thank you, Platty. It'll still be Legate, but it's going to be a slight name change, slight aesthetic change. I have two options that I'm weighing, but I think I'm leaning towards one pretty heavily. But either way, you guys can, you know, it'll still be Legate something. It's just not going to be Legate Lanius, because Legate Lanius is intellectual property, and I you know, I've been lucky enough to go a few years without it, you know, with it still being under the radar. But I'm also a small streamer, so I didn't expect it to get picked up. That being said, I remember what happened to Smugbug, and he was like, his character was like this little blue snail guy, and apparently that was like a really copyrighted character, and then Twitch dropped the ban hammer on him instantly and said, "No, that's all intellectual property. We're not doing that." And he's back now, but he's streaming on YouTube. And is it just YouTube? Maybe just YouTube. But he took a year off after that. So, I mean, but anyways, you know, I just do this for fun. It's not like I'm trying to, like, you know, I'm not trying to become fucking Hassan or Destiny or anything like that, you know. We get a big promotion. In what? At work? If I get my master's? What are you talking about, promotion? I don't know how sunglasses indoors at night is doing you a favor, but okay. Hey, I don't know either, but it's, you know, that's a redeem I made like, I don't know, what, a year and a half ago, and I don't touch my redeems, you know. The only people that use the redeems is Conrad because he likes the sound effects. That's about it. Somebody do the fucking Peaky Blinders one. Which one's that one? Is that under new management? I forget which one that was. That's a good one. I actually made that GIF. I like fucking edited the video and then exported to a GIF and everything.
On a gathering storm comes a tall, handsome man in a dusty black coat with a red right hand. On a gathering storm comes a tall, handsome man in a dusty black coat with a red right hand.
Amazing. Conrad the Redeemer, yeah. Yeah, so whatever. I mean, you know, I made those like 2 years ago, and you know, they're fun. I like them. You know, they pop up from time to time. But you know, 2 years ago, I was streaming for about a year. 6 months of that was Halo streaming, and then the next 6 months was just figuring out, you know, a way to do some current events and politics stuff at the same time. I mean, I've definitely come a long way, but I've just not. I haven't had the time, and now I will have the time. You know, now I hit submit. I hit submit for my final this morning, and it was the last time I would ever hit submit for my school for this degree, and I was just like, oh my god, I'm about to hit this button, and it's gonna be over. Amazing. So yeah, so hitting submit this morning was like, oh, I was shocked to be able to hit that button and be like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm done. Years and years, 3 years of being in this school, I'm finally done. It would have only been 2.
You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
What was that, Beastie? Beastie getting the red pill? I have the red pill here somewhere. Where's the red pill at? Where's that red pill? Oh, there it is. There it is. Beastie took the red pill. All right, you asked for it. We're in red pill mode now. You did it. So there's the red pill. Bring it closer. Yeah, right. There you go. There it is. Take it. We'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes, okay? Chat era has begun. Yeah, exactly. You'll never submit to anyone again. The submissive and breedable days are over. Who's that? Who's that for a T-Bird? Is that for me? All right, let's get through this. I want to finish this video. It's only 1 minute left. All right.
Diversity quote is like he's crashing out because they are black in general.
Crashing out. At least that's how I feel nowadays. This guy is the CEO of Being Based.
But the thing is, his problem isn't even with like the cringeness of you know, companies pushing this shit for like diversity quotas. Like he's crashing out because they are black in general. He's crashing out about the existence of a black character.
And no one can tell me otherwise. I want this guy for president in 2058. Now, like I said, I don't really read comics, so I don't really give a fuck about the changes and shit. Bro, you're not doing yourself any favors here. But yeah, that's essentially it. I don't want to, you know.
This guy seems.
Oh yeah, T-Bird. I should have caught that. That was a good one. That was a good one. I like it. I should have caught that one.
This guy's like a content mine. This guy's awesome. The Penguin and fake comic book fans. The end of Alan Moore. How he hates him because he's a commie or something.
You think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man.
God, his voice is so good.
This guy's like...
What's his name? Ranting for Vengeance? Let me see. Ranting for Vengeance. Ranting for Vengeance. Death to all posers. Based Marvel Rivals has the woke mob triggered. Bro, titles like this, I'm all about it. Based Marvel Rivals has the woke mob triggered. Has anybody seen the HBO series of The Penguin? Holy fuck, is that good, man. Holy fuck, was that good. That is such a good... I disagree with Tom here in the sense that this new Batman is the best Batman. I don't think that. I think the Christian Bale Batmans are the best Batmans. But I thought it was okay. I thought it was good. I thought it was fun. But the Penguin series is really good. And it's a compliment to the new Batman era that we're in. But holy shit, if you have not seen the Penguin series on HBO, go fucking watch it. It is so good. So good. So many twists and turns. It's just good television, man. It's really good. Absolute Batman, it gets way worse. Woke shit from 1 month ago. Woke trash. Absolute Batman, the worst Batman ever.
So DC has decided to reinvent Batman in the brand new series, Absolute Batman. Many people are saying it's amazing, it's a breath of fresh air.
This shit is gas, man.
Wrong.
This shit is gas. Like, is this what DC meant when they said DC all in?
I'm kind of retarded.
I'm here to tell you if that's the truth. Spoiler alert, it's not at all. It's literally one of the worst takes on Batman ever. Quick disclaimer before I start. This isn't some rage bait video. I'm not lying to get your attention. I'm telling you my opinion, which I believe is the truth. That this, A, is not Batman, and B...
They were calling him the Ginger Chris Chan, this guy.
is an absolute dumpster fire. This comic is a disgrace to creators like Frank Miller, Jeff Loeb. This isn't the Batman they envisioned. I know it's a different take on the character, but what this does ruins the character entirely. So this comic strives to reinvent the world of Batman in every way possible.
Alright, maybe we'll check something out of his later, but I think I've seen enough of this guy. He's got like the Bubbles glasses. He looks like Bubbles. Speaking of Bubbles, the best scene. What was it? Yeah, Bubbles Bible.
You live around here?
I live right here in this van with my kitty.
I see.
Have you read the Bible?
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. What's it to you?
Can you read, my son?
Well, that depends. Can you go fuck yourself?
Man, the times when I was binging Trailer Park Boys, oh my god. I literally binged Trailer Park Boys. So this is probably like maybe 10 years ago. Binge Trailer Park Boys. This is before all the Netflix stuff came out, so it's just the Canadian stuff. Binge the fuck out of fucking a whole series, and then literally just go right back to the beginning and watch it over and over. I probably binged it in a row 3 or 4 times. No questions asked. Just fucking did it. It was so good and funny, man. Amazing. Crazy thing about this song is that this is a song from Donkey Kong Country. It's so beautiful, and it's from Donkey Kong. Actually, let me see if I can find the footage from the actual level that it's from. Amazing song. Okay, what else do we got? What else do we got here? I gotta get my guitars fucking. I like maybe a few months ago I bought an acoustic and electric. That's the acoustic. It's an Ibanez. It's like $300 or $400. And that's the electric. It's a Squire Jazzmaster with active pickups and all black hardware with a pink body. It's beautiful, but I want to do something with this. I want to turn this into like a project guitar. So there's a shop here in San Antonio that does like really super custom stuff. So once I have them where I want them to be in terms of customization, then maybe I'll do some more music. Do some more music on stream. Because I have my, I mean, you can't see it right now, but I have my MIDI controller. I have FL Studio. I have everything. I just haven't had any time to do any of it over the past, year and a half. See on the streets. I would, but the thing is that like painting a guitar is different because you have to remove layers of the finish that's already on. So not the paint, but the finish that protects the paint. You have to remove some of that very carefully in order to get the paint to stick. And somebody on the street wouldn't be able to do that. So, but I'm telling you, like the person that there's a shop here in San Antonio that's, I don't know if it's famous, but they are well known for doing like super weird custom stuff. So I do want to do like that though. I want to do like get some custom paint to it. I want to put new pickups in it, and it's gonna be like I don't know. It's just be fun. It'll be fun, but it needs work. It needs work. Like every time I tuned it into drop D, and I'm playing it, it's like you can hear this rattling, and I could tell it's because the fretboard, the inlay, where all the metal strips are that determine the frets, they're like too high. They need to be shaved down. It's like a lot of like technical stuff that I just don't know how to do. I need like somebody that knows how to do that kind of stuff. They need to shave down the fretboard. They probably need to like raise the bridge a little bit and like just create an equal space between the body of the guitar itself, between the fretboard and the actual guitar and the strings, and just like all kinds of leveling and shit that needs to happen. So I mean that's just the technical stuff to just make sure it doesn't sound rattly, but I also want to paint it too. So but there's a shop over here that does that kind of stuff, and I already contacted them. I sent them a DM on Instagram. I was like, hey man, I got this Jazzmaster I just bought. It's it's only like a $400 thing, but I just kind of want to turn it into like a little project guitar. And they're like, bring it over, dude. We love doing that kind of shit. so yeah, I'm gonna do that. But I will have more time to do. I remember wanting like I went out and bought this like $200-$300 MIDI controller. I had FL Studio. I bought FL Studio 20 years ago, and the license is still good. I logged in FL Studio like a year and a half, 2 years ago, and it said you still have an active license. I was like, okay, download, install. It works. Amazing. Okay, cool. Let's get it. Let's do it. So we'll get back into it, but I just haven't had time. Should have plenty of it now. Let's see here. Okay, so Xander Hall made a video about Nick Fuentes. Are we allowed to laugh when a CEO dies? I'm sure there's some people in here that think that yes, you are. Voosh, why is nobody on the left talking about Urban Decay? 10 minutes? That seems digestible. I think we'll do that. Little Voosh for everybody. When's the last time you saw a Voosh video? Probably on my stream. Nobody out there watches Voosh. I'll watch anything. Oh God, hold on 1 second. That should be good. I will watch anything. Except Two Girls, One Cup. Or the Destiny tapes. There's two things I won't watch: Two Girls, One Cup, and the Destiny tapes. Other than that, I'll watch anything out there. So let's see. I don't know. Vosh is talking about, hey, where's the left on this? Why is nobody on the left talking about urban decay? Unless he means that ironically. I don't know.
This guy's got such a shriveled up face.
Would do something so self-serving.
But how does it serve them to hurt you?
Just political gain. I mean, these are their policies that are, and I don't mean to get political. I don't really want to make any enemies, really. Although I guess I have already. But I mean, these are their policies that have clearly not worked. That the people, the general population, are not in support of yet. Their egos are too big just to admit that they're wrong.
I mean, unfortunately, he is wrong, he is correct. He's not wrong on the underlying sentiment here, which is that like liberal institutional attempts to address homelessness and that sort of thing have wretchedly failed. You know, like their methods are criminally ineffective. It's just obviously like the right wingers would be like, well, what we really need to do is we need to put them in a blender, and the real answer is we need housing first policies to so on and so forth. But you know, I mean that is true. Like I stand by my position that a core radicalizing factor in people between 2020 and 2024, like in a post-COVID America, is seeing all of these like urban decay conditions rapidly accelerate and liberals doing nothing to address it. And they won't even talk about it because it's their policies who are failing. Republicans at least have like a plan. Their plan's terrible, but at least they talk about it. They acknowledge the urban decay. Liberals don't acknowledge the urban decay. Like liberals will see videos of homeless people in the streets of Seattle, or like a homeless crazy guy on the New York Metro being crazy, and they'll be like, yeah, man, that's just how it is. And like, okay, that could be true. That is how it is, kind of tautological, not necessarily, you know, incorrect, but you're not addressing the issue. Is there evidence of people becoming substantially more radicalized in that time frame between 2020 and 2024? I mean, there's the election results, I guess. But yeah, if you want to look at like how much people are worried about things like urban decay, it's 100% gone up in the past 4 years. What a shocker that right after murdering a black homeless person, he's starting his big right-wing media tour. I mean, obviously he's going to go on the news network full of people who are more sympathetic to what he did, you know. I'm sure he's going to end up being a Fox News host or something, but I'm mostly just talking about the underlying forces here. He's not wrong on...
You know what he's going to do? He already got invited to the Army-Navy game. The Army-Navy game is today. And J.D. Vance sent him a message saying, hey, we want you there. We want you in the box with us. And Trump's going to be there. Oh, my God. People have been wondering, what's up with J.D. Vance? Where's he at? What's he doing? I haven't heard from that guy in a minute. Well, that's what he's doing. He's fucking recruiting. He's in the shadows. Oh, man.
On that part. You can't get over that. Isn't he also getting sued? Yeah, by the father of Jordan Neely. I'm trying to see if I can find that other. You see the clip of that guy like feigning punches on the subway. Here, I found it. Stuff like this. Okay, so I think this is indicative of the problem. I finally found it. I was looking. That's why I was talking slow. Okay, so somebody posted this video and they're basically saying, "Don't you wish Daniel Penny was around to stop it?" By which he means like, don't you wish somebody was here to murder the crazy homeless guy that I'm about to show you? Obviously, black crazy homeless guy. You know, of course, you know what the disposition is here, right? And obviously, that's the wrong take. That being said, I've noticed that like in the culture war that has propagated as a consequence of this video, most left-leaning people or most liberals are basically just saying, well, yeah, deal with it or you're a bitch. That's the New York City subway, you know? Or they're like, well, your conservatives are scared of everything. And watching the video, I'm not necessarily saying you should be so scared you should murder the guy. However,
Stop it. Stop it. Go.
saying, well, yeah, deal with it or you're a bitch. That's the New York City subway, you know? Or they're like, well, your conservatives are scared of everything. And watching the video, I'm not necessarily saying you should be so scared you should murder the guy. However,
Stop it. Stop it. Go.
I feel like I don't have to be a conservative to say that this is unacceptable behavior in a public transportation. Like, okay, let's roll it back just a second, okay? I don't think that, and I grew up in LA, I've seen people act like this. I don't think the response here should be to literally murder this man. That seems a bit overboard. That being said, if I was exposed to stuff like this pretty often, and the liberal attempts at addressing this kind of urban decay, and this is a component of urban decay, by the way, if liberal attempts to address it had just failed or gone nowhere, and liberals were even like, they wouldn't even like acknowledge it, and Republicans would, I could see people getting radicalized by that, you know? This literally happened to me a couple weeks ago on the bus. A rando came up and feigned sucker punching me. I chose not to react at all. Instead of fighting back, and bro didn't know what to do, went back to his seat. De-escalation's always the answer. Yeah, I agree. You should never engage unless they like draw a weapon or start actually attacking you or something, in which case you pull out the vaunted subway gun that you keep stored in your asshole at all times. But yeah, like obviously this shouldn't happen at all, right? I don't know. Yeah, Fortnite, it's not about like defending the Daniel Penny response to this, but can you all understand how experiencing stuff like this and seeing liberals not talk about it or downplaying it, and see conservatives say like this is up, can you see how that might pull a person rightward? This is literally not even like a conservatives are correct kind of deal. This is just at least they acknowledge that it's an issue. And it is an issue. Look at this, man. This guy's crazy, probably high out of his mind and homeless, and he's still dressed better than you guys. Proper fit, no conflict in the ruffling and the material in the long and short sleeve shirt, pants cropped at a tasteful length. You people look like shit compared to this guy.
Totally forgot I was on mute. Thank you, Salty. Long story short, what I was saying was I lived in New York for 7 years. I took the subway every single day. I lived in Chinatown, so I would take the train for every day from either Chinatown to NoHo or Chinatown to Gramercy or Chinatown to Times Square. For 6 months, I was taking the train from Times Square to Inwood, the complete opposite side of the city. On my days off, I would be on the train. I was on the train every day, and there was people like this all the time. All the time. All the fucking time. So yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would have done a 6-minute chokehold, but you know, if somebody came up to me like this guy was, I would definitely be reacting to it. Especially in New York, a place where you can't even have a fucking gun. Fucking ridiculous.
Well, what matters is that he's having fun. It takes actual education and understanding to look at that homeless man and say, I want to give him a home to solve this. Yeah, but I don't think the average random civilian in New York City should be concerned with that at all. I think the politicians in New York City should have fixed this. Like that, I don't think the solution to this is like everyone. I think it's normal to be like repulsed and disgusted by a guy acting like that in public transport. I think that's fine. I think that's normal. Like, yeah, that seems like a default response. Like, you've gone most of your life, people around you are obeying the social contract, and then you go on the subway and there's some guy who's just doing like right in front of your face, like the guy from the last episode of season 1 of Smiling Friends. And you're just supposed to like, oh, well, okay, this is because of like, this is because of sociology. This is because of sociology. And you just have to go like, yeah, okay, I understand. This is because of like numbers or like maybe like housing prices or something. Meanwhile, you're getting like gusts of wind to your face every time he stops.
I'm gonna have to put a limit on that.
Like, I understand why this freaks people out. I think that's normal. And you know, these cities are run by, you know, by liberals. Didn't Jordan Neely himself like assault an old lady and he wasn't even kept in prison after? Like, they tried to get him rehabilitation, but he just walked out. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to walk out of that. If you punch an old lady and they get you into like, I don't know, some kind of rehabilitation program, I feel like you shouldn't get to walk out. Bro's out of breath, Lamau. Yeah, I'm out of shape. What do you want to do? What are you going to do? Make fun of a guy with glasses? Look, my Peloton's coming in soon, okay? You're going to see. You're going to see. We'll work on those punches? Yeah. Yeah, I've been working out at the library.
Wept.
Thank you. You need to keep your chin tucked and have your hands closer to your cheeks. All right, everyone. Okay. I see that you were doing a funny bit there. However, have you considered that you've neglected your years of boxing training in it? No. It doesn't matter whether or not it was being done to illustrate a bit. Okay, everything should have been lined up. It'd be like if a guy used to do soccer and then I do like a little like runabout bit for a joke, and people are like, "What are you doing? That wasn't the proper hip rotation for a quick turnabout like that. Are you insane?" If you pulled that one out there in the field, you would have lost meters of distance. I use meters because we're talking about soccer. Make sure to keep your feet moving. Why? Yeah. Why you use the box? Why are you pretending to punch the camera? What's your footwork look like? Oh, you're telling me you kept your feet planted while you punched the camera? Are you insane? But Vosh, when someone doesn't wear knitted twill overcoats. Knitted twill? Somebody doesn't know what those words mean. Ooh. Sorry. I felt genuinely afraid when you punched the camera. That was all of my boxing instruction, like conveyed to when Saitama punched Genos, you know? We're just looking out for you, but in a real situation, the camera would have obviously won. Okay. All right.
My favorite thing about playing a Vosh video from time to time is watching you guys react to it. And it's never a mixed review. It's never like, ooh, a Vosh video. Okay, let's go. It's never like that. It's fucking Vosh. It's always like that. That's why I do it. I really don't care what Vosh has to say most of the time. It's mostly just because I know that it's going to make you guys react a certain way. But he did at least have one base take about, you know, I mean, like, I think it's okay to be concerned about the way cities are operating. And he does this from time to time. He did this with men too, which actually was another base take of his. He said that was like during his arc where he was friends with Anna Kasparian. It was at the height of the Andrew Tate bullshit, and Anna Kasparian jumped on to talk with Vosh, and they had a great conversation about, like, you know, why doesn't the left have any kind of this, you know, if we don't have anything that's a response to this kind of movement, really, And, you know, you're going to have people coming in there and just, you know, your Andrew Tates, your Jordan Petersons, they're just going to fucking sweep everybody up. And they were the only ones talking about it. The only fucking ones. Before Anna went right wing. Anna is so based now. She's my fucking queen, dude. Anna is a fucking goddess, bro. Shit, I love this arc she's on. What? That was some. What was it? It was like some. Oh no! What did I watch? I watched somebody react to Anna Kasparian talking to Glenn Beck. Maybe it was even Vosh. I'm not even sure who it was, but I remember watching somebody react to that conversation, and I was like, man, this is like up is down, left is right, you know, cold is hot. Everything is just fucking turning on its head now. I'll never forget. That was a conversation I had with fucking he who shall not be named, and other people too. And we were talking about them, and one of them was like, yeah, Anna's fucking right wing, and I had to pump the brakes there. I was like, what? Wait, whoa, hold on, wait. Anna who is right wing? Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian is right wing? Okay, now I fucking heard it all. You know. So let's put on a Mary Chu. I wanna get Mary Chu on the stream. I want to talk to Mary Chu at some point. Mary Chu talked to Chud a couple days ago, I think. I've caught more and more Mary Chu streams. They've been phenomenal. Like she's had some fucking super bass takes, and I'm like, wow, very impressed. So and you know, I'm just gonna DM her on fucking Twitter or whatever and be like, hey, caught some of your streams. You know, your content ended up in my algo, and you know, every time you're on, I've been watching your streams and I'm loving it. And fucking, I'd love to have you on. I'm a 5-year Andy, right? So you know, don't expect much movement from having spoken to me, but regardless, you know, if you're curious about just like having a conversation at some point, let's set something up. And if you have any questions about who I am at all, you can just ask Chud. Just ask Chud. He knows who I am. You know, just be like, hey, is this guy some fucking right-wing douchebag that's going to ask me about bathrooms for 30 minutes? And Chud will be like, no, he's not that guy. That's all you'll need. Just trust me. Just ask Chud who I am. He'll know. He'll tell you I'm cool. You know. So I want to get this person, Mary Chu, on the stream soon. So we'll see. But I found the title of this video amazing. So I was like, okay, we got to check this out. And the title is, I found the most, and this is all caps, most smug, and then leftist. I found the most smug leftist. So anytime I see a title like that, I'm like that's instantly popping in my algo. Instantly. Just drop it in there, you know. So I don't know who this person is. I mean, I know who Mary Chu is, but I don't know who this person is that they're going over here. Turing did not invent the computer, prove the architecture. Okay, whatever. Okay, so I don't know. This is a 45-minute video. I don't know. I think Mary's great, but I don't know if this is going to hold my attention the entire time, so we'll see. We shall see. Let's see.
You're anti-trans.
This guy I've actually seen before. I can't remember where. He seemed really annoying. But hey, I don't actually know anything about this guy. Duncan can't die. Let's go with all the turf arguments from a scientist's perspective. Now, I remain ever optimistic that maybe I just haven't heard any of the good pro-trans arguments But hey, maybe this guy will have it right. Who knows? Let's see. Let's be open-minded. Let's not poison the well, because I keep complaining about others doing it, and I probably do it sometimes. But yeah, debunking every transphobic argument, any percent speedrun. Duncan can't die. Let's go.
All right, let's do this.
Debated Destiny. Yeah, I think I remember him. Listen, I'm not. I'll watch the video. Let's not. Let's not poison the well, like I said.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Twitch live stream / YouTube video, guys.
Hello, Brit. Probably doesn't bode well, to be honest.
If you want to see this stuff live, where we discuss stuff in more detail, you can always do that over at twitch.tv/DuncanCan'tDie. Liking this video, leaving a positive comment on this video. All of that good stuff really helps in this battle against the transphobes in my comment section.
Battle against the transphobes. Listen, appeal to nebulous transphobes, but never defining anyone is always a bad sign to me.
We've been seeing a lot of transphobia recently. There's been a huge resurgence in the transphobic narrative on Fox News and in right-wing media in general.
Are we going to get any examples? I hate transphobia being used in this vague way. I really wish people wouldn't do it.
This is why I like Mary Chu. This is great. Like, the way that she breaks down things like this, where a source, she's actually source broing him, which normally is kind of annoying, but it's working well here. Like, I get it. I understand. The video just started and you're already making these claims. At least give one, or say something to the effect of, more on that in a minute, right? And then it's like, okay, then I'm anticipating that you have more substance to this argument, but let's see.
Yeah.
And there are lots of reasons for this, but what I want to address is all the dumb fuck transphobic arguments that I see all the time in my comment sections. Or
why is his beard ginger? Listen, I used to get like the odd ginger hair in my beard.
Or on Twitter. And I'm just going to break them all down one by one because they're not accurate. The thing about them is, look, if you're a transphobe or you're anti-trans, just say it with your chest, right? We get it. You're scared of different.
You know what this means? This means that he wants people who have opinions such as, I don't know, I don't want trans women to be in women's sports. And he wants you to be like, no, just say you hate trans people. This is hackery, but we remain optimistic.
I'm just going to break them all down one by one because they're not accurate. The thing about them is, look, if you're a transphobe or you're anti-trans, just say it with your chest, right? We get it. You're scared of different. You don't like things that are different.
I mean, this probably describes a few people, but like, really? I don't know about this, man.
You're very against them because they terrify you and you want to...
Like, how many times have I heard this exact fucking speech come out of anyone? Oh, hi, Elena. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're debunking every transphobic argument today. It's a big one.
Lash out and try and blame trans people for the fact that you are a sad, pathetic loser. Because hateful...
Okay, we got the Alec Gunt moment. Nice.
People, you never end up being happy, fulfilled people.
Mate, you just called a bunch of people losers and said that they don't think what they say they think. Who's the hateful one exactly?
People, right? I've never met a bigot who ends up actually turning out to be a happy, fulfilled person. It's always to mask some kind of unhappiness in your life. So just own it.
Pop psychology, nice. Listen, there's always going to be people telling me I hate myself. They're free to show in what way I hate myself. I've yet to be convinced of that. The irony being, I spent a lot of my life actually hating myself. I don't anymore. And now everyone tells me I do. It's great. It's great. It's great.
Just be like, I'm an unhappy, hateful person, and therefore I'm transphobic.
This is projection. See, I can do pop psychology too. Duncan can't die.
Like J.K. Rowling, she owns it, right? Although she does try and say that it's hurting women, the trans agenda.
Let's get an example of J.K. Rowling's transphobia that isn't from the times where it's become a vicious cycle.
Let's talk about this. The first and easiest to crush one is...
Yeah. Here's the thing. He's already starting on a very faulty, flimsy premise because he doesn't actually understand the people he's talking about, which is an extremely common thing in and of itself. So my guess is the whole of this video is going to be extremely flawed from like the ground up. Like the foundations aren't good. You know what I mean?
The people who go, what is woman? What's the definition of woman? That's my favorite one.
What is woman?
Here's the thing. These people seem to fail to understand a few things about language. One, words have multiple definitions.
Words have multiple definitions. That doesn't mean a trans woman is a woman, though.
I'm not going to argue that one of the definitions of woman is not an adult female human being. That is absolutely one of the definitions of woman. Another definition of woman, because it's from the word wifman, is a married female. You have to be married to be a...
No one uses it that way anymore.
Woman, by the oldest possible definition of woman.
Why would we use the oldest possible definition instead of the ones that are relevant now? That seems like it would invalidate your argument, if anything, because we've come up with new ways that we use the word woman, even if it doesn't make any sense.
So you saying if you're unmarried, you're not a woman now? Is that your argument? Because we're going back to the oldest...
This guy calls himself a scientist. This isn't science-based arguments. This is full retard arguments is what this is.
So you saying if you're unmarried, you're not a woman now? Is that...
You see what I mean? Like, take some preposterous different version of it and be like, oh, is that what you're saying? Oh, I hate it. I hate it. It's very Alec Gunter. It's very... Never mind.
That your argument? Because we're going back to the oldest, least evolved definition? Because current definitions are things like...
It's odd that he's talking about, or ironic, should I say, he's talking about linguistics, because he's just playing word games right now. He's just making up a position for someone and then knocking it down. Like, weak. Polysemous, what does that mean? Social sciences, probably. Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree, but I don't know for sure. But technically, I am not misinforming anyone.
A person's wife, girlfriend, or female lover. He wondered whether Billy had his woman with him. You've heard this before, okay? You've heard it before. Someone talking about someone's woman. Oh, that's his woman. Yeah, that's another meaning of the word woman. And a really interesting one is a person with the qualities.
Oh, thank you, Baldo. I don't actually think I did very well, but he is such a moron, it barely doesn't matter. It barely matters, should I say.
Traditionally associated with females. And specifically here, they're talking about social qualities. So if you're going to try and get me on a lexiconical argument, if you're going to try and get me on a definition of words, sorry, lexiconical is a word that you probably don't understand, a definition of words argument, transphobes, I'm sorry.
Oh, hi, Serena.
But included in one of the definitions of the word woman is people who are not biologically female. Specifically included, by the way, as an official definition of the word woman. Language evolves. Get used to it, all right?
So language evolves. Okay, so I guess if the word and suddenly takes on a completely different meaning, that's just language evolving. Why do people have to accept language evolving?
Get used to it. Things change.
And the thing is, language evolves. It doesn't evolve like that. It's not like, now this word means something else. Because to many people, it still doesn't mean that. It's a bit like the word literally. Like, people have decided now it means the opposite of itself, as well as what it means.
Is that who I think it is? Holy shit. Is that who I think it is? Man, we got a fucking special guest in the chat right now. Holy shit. Can you help feed kids in Gaza with this charity? Deleted the link, yeah. So do this with the link. So copy and paste the link, but then put like a space between like the dot and the com, or the, feed Gazan children space.com or whatever, and like just, put the link in there, but put some spaces in so people can like just copy and paste it and then delete the spaces. I don't allow links in my fucking chat unless I've known you for over a year, and then that's fine. That was close. That was close. Thought the clip was a streamer watching a YouTube video while having another gaming stream in the background. No, I'm playing the game. I just ended the game. I was gonna play something else, but Twitcher bait. Who's that? Twitcher bait. Created April 24, 2021. Sounds good. Okay. I was a bit confused. Yeah, so I was playing Call of Duty. I was watching the clip that's on the top right. Yeah. Something more donations. Partner. There you go. That's a better one. Hold on, but Tim, you didn't answer my question. Are you the Tim that I'm thinking of, or are you some other Tim? Okay, because I'm imagining you are the Tim of Tims, which is the Zen of Zens. Because if that's the case, I just want to impress upon the chat that we have an ultra VIP guest in the chat right now, and I encourage you all to say hello to Tim. Okay. Tim and I go way back. There you go. I've actually donated, so I've donated to Empty Pots. Help us save Gaza's children from starvation. I donated to, who was it? It was Kairos. Kairos was doing whatever charity Kairos was doing. It was like, medical aid for Gaza or whatever. And I think I dropped like 20 or 30 bucks in there one time. So I'm no stranger to it, but yeah, here it is. Zen wants to put this on the map for you guys. And Zen is a debate and internet all-star, so I figured, if he's putting a cause out there, it's probably worthy. Empty Pots help us save Gaza's children from starvation. So the link is in the chat if you want to donate. In the middle of the current crisis, Gaza is under a siege that has trapped thousands of children. With the increasing air raids and violence, the situation has worsened. Unfortunately, children are bearing the brunt of these dire circumstances. We have a clear and simple mission to deliver nutritious food and clean water to the people who are most in need of it, giving them not only nourishment but also a glimpse of optimism in their difficult times. I just want to check to see if there is anything that ends with "We love Hassan" or or anything weird like that. Doesn't seem like it. Seems legit. It seems legit. So if you got a couple bucks and you love Palestine, this sounds like it's right up your alley, and the link's in the chat. You might have to kind of glue it together. Yeah, the partners and the dot. You gotta get the space out of there and just clean it up a little bit. But pretending he's a philosopher kind of gives it away. Yeah. I know Tim the Sorcerer, Tim the Philosopher. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're in alignment with Tim/Zen. There's the link. Happy to show that. How you doing, bud? It's been a minute. What's going on? What's going on in Tim's world?
Means, which is preposterous for one thing, but it's just like colloquial use. You can change any word to mean anything that way.
Transphobes in the dictionary now. That's you. All right, transphobes? That's the people watching this video.
Yeah, that word is completely fucking meaningless, bro. You don't want to use that to hammer home your point, trust me.
Ready to comment how I'm wrong. Sorry, I'm not. It's a definition of woman. That one's done. Okay, so please do not ever bring up that argument again.
Well, one of the definitions of it is literally male who thinks he's a woman. Okay, amazing.
Now we're going to go with the people who love to argue biology. And I'm going to do a little bit of an appeal to authority here, logical fallacy and all that. I'm a geneticist, okay? I understand the biology of sex a lot better than you do. I'm sorry, random person on the internet who dropped out of high school because you couldn't make it through high school level chemistry.
I did not drop out of high school, but okay.
Chemistry. I know more about biology, and especially biology.
The evolution of language has been put on a bullet train thanks to the internet and the power of memes as described by Dawkins. Yeah, true. Hi, Caleb the Cynic. The other thing I'd add, honestly, is that it seems like different groups are using words very differently, and that's really not a good thing, in my opinion. Like, when you're from the same country and you're using like certain words. Maiden. Yeah. I don't know. I highly doubt this guy is a geneticist. Well, he can show his qualifications. I don't know that he isn't, but hey.
Biology of sex and the genetics behind it than you do, okay? That's just a fact. Deal with it. The genetics behind it than you do, okay? That's just a fact. Deal with it.
Listen, imagine having a drink with this person. Like, oh my God.
We're going to educate you now. I'm actually going to go through this very carefully, all right?
I love being educated by people. I wish more people would educate me. I wish more people...
Definitely, that's like a fucking thing that people need to just stop saying in general. I'm going to educate... Because it's so pick and choose. It's you know, when your audience is completely anonymous and you don't have to actually directly engage with somebody, then you're happy to say, let me educate you. But the moment that you're actually directly engaging with somebody and they're just not understanding what you're saying, or maybe they just completely disagree with you but you think that you might be able to educate them, then you say it's not my job to educate you, and then it's like, okay, well, so when someone's in front of you, it's not your job, but when no one's in front of you, then it's definitely your job, and you're not even getting paid for it.
Would think it's their job to lecture and educate me and listen to fuck all of what I have to say.
I'm good. I debate a lot of people on the debate server. Yeah, you know, Maida actually came by and said that you were hanging out in the politics server debating people. and then I was like, you know what? I can't believe I'm not even in the politics server. So then I looked up the link for it. I found it. I went in there, and then I was looking through all the VCs that were there, and there you were. There you were. You were fucking going at it. We are all uneducated and misinformed. This way, we are easier to control. There you go. Teacher, leave those kids alone. I'm not a Yank. Yeah, that is pretty obvious. Hold it on, you're just another brick in the wall.
I love it. I love it. Let's go.
Here, this is a video of an Israeli exposed and the shit he thinks in his head. I'm not doing Israel-Palestine, dude. I gave you the link. That's about it. You know, I gave you the link and I fucking showcased the website and said, hey, go support this thing if you like it. You know, but I'm not doing Israel-Palestine here. No way. Go to Gorp Stream or Casey Stream or something like that. Not here. Ain't happening here, bud.
Let's go, Mr. Whatever your name is.
Because there are a few potholes that you guys love to fall into. So the first and my favorite pothole that people with a basic understanding of biology like to fall into is they say that sex equals gametes.
This isn't really screaming about how he likes killing women and kids. I'm sure it is. But I just don't touch that topic on this channel, man. You know, there are a million other fucking channels that touch that. I want to be the one that doesn't touch that ever. Okay? That's my thing. That's my thing. If I get known for one thing, it's just that I'm the guy that never touches that subject. You could turn on Hassan at 3 in the afternoon. You could turn on Gorp at 8 at night. You could turn on Casey at fucking 3 in the morning. You can turn on anybody else anybody in the world, and they will be talking about that fucking subject, this is the place where people come to not talk about that. Now, if you want to talk about it in the chat, I don't fucking care. You can go ahead all the live long day. But I am not going like, oh, let's just start watching Israel-Palestine shit for fucking, 30 seconds, which turns into 30 hours. Ain't happening, man. Ain't happening. Sex, gender, same thing. They're all gay, man. Let's talk about transgenders. I'm not doing that again. Dude, we argued about pronouns for 3 hours, dude. Me and Tim argued about pronouns for like at least 2 or 3 hours. Me, you, and Boba. And Salty. Salty was there too. But if you actually, sat back for a second, popped some popcorn, and listened to what Mary Chu here was saying, I think you probably actually agree with a lot of the shit that she's saying. So.
Okay, this one is a fun one. So they argue that when you're talking about someone's sex, sorry, I can't get my tablet to work, so I'm writing with my mouse. It's a little bit...
You'd fall asleep. Like, my blood pressure would not allow me that. Fucking hell, I'm finding this guy quite annoying.
Messy, but it's going to be fine. They argue that sex equals gametes. Big gamete equals...
You need to sit down, shut up, and listen to trans allies. No, maybe you're right. Listen, every single trans ally I've come across they're just the bad ones, okay? I just haven't found a smart one like Duncan can't die yet. Maybe.
Equals female, small gamete equals male. This is true when we are talking about a species as a whole. So when we discover a new species and we see that they are dimorphic and, a two-sex species and that they're dimorphic, sexually dimorphic, we look at them and we say, we're going to class the ones that have big gametes as females and small gametes as males. Now, the reason we do this is because other things that we often accept, all right, things like the females give birth, isn't always true. Seahorses, it's the male with the smaller gametes that carry the children.
This is amazing, but humans are not seahorses, and sometimes animals are put into categorizations that don't potentially make sense because they kind of contradict the rest of the category, but that's just kind of how it is with some things.
And give birth, okay? So it's just a way of defining sex within a species as a whole. We cannot use this to determine sex on an individualistic level because there are individuals who don't fall into the binary, okay? So on a species-wide level, we talk about dimorphic. But on an individual level, it's a lot more than dimorphic. It's a lot more complicated than just you're a boy or you're a girl, which is what people who like to conflate sex and gender say, okay? Sex and gender are separate.
God, this would be so much like, just stop posturing and say the point. Like, get onto it. What makes someone not part of the binary? Like, why do we have to posture for like half a minute? Because we made the world's tiniest point.
And even within sex, there's more than two. There are lots of different sexual archetypes that people can fit into. And the way I can show that to you, the best...
I'm already being polite for calling you... I think that's... there's a term for what you just did there. I'm already being polite for calling it a woman. Yeah, I forget what the term is. Backhanded compliment. Maybe that's it. Calling it a woman. I think that's probably pretty backhanded. They're all gay men. Okay, so.
That's the way I can show that to you, in fact.
Oh, seahorses have the small gamete. Oof.
Is to talk about how we class sex in an individual. There are actually multiple ways we class sex. The one you...
Genetic, what was the other one? In terms of your gonads, and then the other one that means like all the different things. But I mean, there's different importances, right? It's not just every single sex feature is the same value in terms of like someone's sex, right?
You will have learned before you dropped out of high school is XX is girl or female and XY is male, okay? This is what we call karyotype. So XX is one karyotype because it's literally...
That's why they say the male seahorse carry the baby, because they have the sperm and the female deposits her egg. Okay, gotcha.
Just the chromosomes, and XY is another karyotype.
If you've been wearing glasses more than 5 years, stop scrolling. We're looking for people in the UK.
Oh, what's the martial arts thing?
However, you can have XX males and XY females. So you can have someone who is karyotypically female, XX, but phenotypically, so genotypically is the genes that are expressed. Phenotypically is what they look like when they're born. They look like...
Yeah, phenotype. I forgot the word.
Like a male, right? Genotypically and phenotypically male, XX, okay? Because there are lots of different levels. How does this work? Well, basically, sex is determined by a chain of proteins and a chain of genes, right, that produce proteins and all of that, that it all comes down to a gene called SOX9, okay? If SOX9 is active and it's a self-activating gene, once it happens, it goes in a sort of self-expressing pathway, you'll get a boy. It will develop into a phenotypic male. And so on the Y gene, okay, there's a gene called SRY1, all right? And what SRY does is it blocks the expression of beta-catenin. Sorry, I always say canatine. But beta-catenin, okay? And what beta-catenin does is blocks the expression of SOX9. So if you have SRY, you don't produce beta-catenin. If you don't produce beta-catenin, you do produce...
I love that you got blocked for saying that. Fucking... I love that you got blocked for saying that, Tim. Love it. Love it. I mean, you know, you never come into my chat, right? And you drop a word like that, which to you seems like inconsequential. And, you know, we've had this conversation. You know, Salty even said it's not a slur over there, right? We've had this conversation, okay? But you could just come into my chat and just drop whatever words you want. You know, I understand now why Boss feels the way he does about you, dude. I totally do. Like, it's one thing if we were in a Discord, right, and we were talking about this subject, and it's just something I have to absorb from time to time. But it's another thing, like, just in my chat, just dropping words like that, being like, oh, okay, it's probably fine. Yeah, I totally don't mean that as an insult. That's totally a technical term, you know. Are there people that consider that? Yes, there are. Yeah. And most importantly, Twitch does. So, you know, even if people didn't, the platform that gives me this moment that I'm able to share with you, and the chat, and the user interface and experience, and this online moment for myself, they considered it a slur. You know, that's why it got blocked. So, you know, and you couldn't even put asterisks where the vowels were, right? Most times when people want to say a word, or they want to type a word, and they want to get away with it, they'll put the fucking they'll cover the fucking vowels with asterisks, which would indicate that at least that person is not only smart but considerate. So, you know, I know you're not dumb, but you know, so but it's hard, you know. So. Well, I know, but the thing is, you don't stream. You don't stream, so you have nothing to lose. You just jump into people's chat and say whatever you want, and you could give a fuck about how that affects somebody else. I'm not even talking about the people in the chat that might read that and have that affect them. I'm talking about the person whose stream could be affected by it, period. You know, that's all I'm saying. I'm on fucking Kick and YouTube, where you could say whatever the fuck you want, you know? So, it's like... I also have to keep in mind that my Kick chat pops up on my stream, which also pops up on Twitch. So I'm just gonna make sure I'm in a good spot. Okay. Anyways. I just think it looks silly. Had fun with it. I know, T-Bird. I know. Blank all of you, especially the blank. When blank start, the blank, 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 and then blank, blank, blank. You know, the great part about it is that, you know, you don't stream, right? So you could care less. You could care less what happens. I could disappear tomorrow, and it'd be like, oh, where did Legate go? Oh, wait, hold on. I don't fucking care where Legate went. It doesn't matter, because I'm just going to go about my life, and I'm going to go about my day, and I'm going to live in Holland or the Netherlands and I'm going to have a coffee down the street, and I'm going to ride my bicycle, and I'm going to live my fucking amazing European life, and I'm going to fucking criticize everything, and I'm going to care less whether or not Legate wanted to be online or not, and how my chat possibly affected his stream or his platform at all. I could care less. I'm just going to ride around Holland, ride around the Netherlands, being like, yeah, my name's Tim, my name's Zen, and I could care less about anybody else. You know. I know, Salty, I know you would care. I know you would care. Tim would not care at all. Tim wouldn't give a fuck. But I know Salty would.
Socks 9, and you get a boy. So how do we get an XX person who is a boy? Well, what happens if your beta-catenin gene, the gene that produces this, is broken? Well,
He had a debate with Destiny about the...
Tulips and wooden shoes. Yeah, what's up, Shang? How you doing? We do. You think I wouldn't care? I do think you wouldn't fucking care. You would. I think you could care fucking less at all about anybody that exists on the internet. Period. It doesn't mean we don't have fun when we talk, right? You know, obviously, like when we have conversations, it's always fun. But at the end of the day, you don't lose any fucking sleep over whether or not any of us, you know, possibly lose our platform or anything, because you have nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose. You could just create a new account and change your name and say whatever you want and ruin somebody's fucking platform, and that's it. And you're just like, I guess that, what happened to that stream? Fuck it, I'll find a new one. Let me create a new name. My new name is Tim version 3.9. Okay, go into this person's chat, say whatever the fuck I want, blah blah blah. I could care less. You know. And here's the crazy thing about that. Here's what's crazy about that the most, though. The crazy thing about that is that there's one other person I know that does that exact same thing, and I have way more respect for you than I do for that person. Way more respect for you than I do for that person. I think we all know who I'm talking about in terms of who that person is. So all I'm saying is, you know, like, when I see that kind of thing happen where it's just complete disregard for the moment, right? The complete disregard for, you know, if I was just on Rumble and Kick, you know, go ahead, fucking do whatever you want, right? But I'm on Twitch, and that's just the way things happen on Twitch. And I know you're a provocative person and you want to do these things from time to time. I get it. But it's not like we're like completely off stream and we're all hanging out in a Discord and I just, you know, and then it comes up in conversation and we deal with it in the ways that we've dealt with it. But it's another thing for it to happen on stream, right? There's only one other person I know that would do that kind of thing on stream and off stream, but also particularly on stream. And we all know who that person is, and I have way more respect for you than I do for him, hands down. So, yes, T-Bird, that's exactly who I'm talking about. Who is that guy? Tim. I know you're a smart guy. You know who it is. All right.
R word? Or was he trying to tell someone not to use the R word?
And I'll get to Mr. Kairos for being gay and annoying. Okay, what else? You have your own, relationship with Kairos, and I legit don't know. Well, his name is 3 letters. Okay, that's all you need to know. Okay, his name is 3 letters. So, and it's not like Tim, right? It's 3 letters. 2 of the letters are the same. Okay.
You can be XX, but because you never produce beta-catenin, DOX9 activates, and you get an...
Okay, I think Mary's great, but I can't fucking stand this person. This is just like, I found the most smug leftist. Maybe we can get past this fucking diagramming that this person's doing. Did they go back to it? No, okay, good. Let's skip all that bullshit. Let's get back to the meat and potatoes.
He's thinking, fucking hell.
People love to go to is the sociological history of trans people. Well, trans people are a modern leftist phenomena.
No, they're going to cancel you forever.
We don't have trans people in history, so why are trans people here now? Well, other than the fact that there was a...
We don't have the concept of...
Yeah, Tim, listen to T-Bird. T-Bird just gave you the biggest hint of fucking...
trans really in history. What we're doing is applying...
It's this guy. Are you familiar with this person? I forget what their name is. This 34... What was their name? It was Duncan Can't Die. Duncan Can't Die. Do you know who this is, Shang? This was the guy who claimed he deadlifted like 450 pounds or something crazy for how he looks. I mean, yeah, I was in this guy's stream before and he banned me pretty quickly. I'm not surprised, Shang. I'm not surprised. Yeah, okay. I've never heard of this guy until today, so.
Go to is the sociological history of trans people. Well, trans people are a modern leftist phenomena.
No, they're going to cancel you forever.
We don't have trans people in history, so why are trans people here now? Well, other than the fact that there was a...
We don't have the concept of trans really in history. What we're doing is applying a belief that we have now to old times, which is an extremely risky thing to do. Like, there was gender nonconformity throughout history. You could probably prove that fairly easily, but this is insane. This is very much looking at a world that already exists and then putting your current theory onto it when it has existed a long time before you have.
I'm surprised because I thought Bimmy was a sensitive leftist R who wouldn't say these slurs. That person has dropped every slur you can imagine. Although I never heard him say anything. I don't think I've ever heard him say any Jewish slurs, but any slurs that weren't those, I've definitely heard him say. He did it on stream and off stream. He would go into other people's streams and say it, and I'm not even talking about in chat. I'm talking about like in Discord. He would know that somebody else is on stream, and he would jump into the Discord and just drop N's and F's and everything. Like he would just drop them on stream. He knew there was times where he knew that you were streaming, and he would just literally like join the Discord that you're in and say a bunch of slurs and then leave. That's the kind of person I'm talking about, bro.
Trans Roman emperor. Emperor I'm gonna kill this pronunciation. Elagabalus was an emperor of Rome who had people refer to them as lady, not lord, wore female clothing and wigs, and offered an immeasurable...
Wait, he just called this person them, but they wanted to be referred as lady? Haven't you just misgendered that person? Ouch.
...fortune to any physician who could somehow give them female genitalia.
Well, that sounds like a bit of a delusion they've got going on, right?
That sounds to me like a trans person, all right?
Yes, but it's a modern theory that you're applying to the past.
That to me, somebody who's like, hey, no, you are going to use the pronoun I want you to, which...
No. What is this accent? Where's he from? It reminds me a bit of like Philosophy Tube at some points.
Is lady, okay? I'm going to dress and live as a woman. And any physician who can give me female genitalia, I will give an empire to. That to me.
Well, he might have experienced gender dysphoria, sure. Are we arguing that it was never a thing? Like, I don't know. But calling them trans by today's standards is extremely risky. It's not something I do.
That's the trans emperor of Rome, okay? I'm just saying. And it's not just Romans, okay? Ancient Egypt had gods that changed genders, and even humans in their mythology who changed genders. Bata was a human in Egyptian mythology who cut off his penis and became a woman. Mut and Set.
Cutting your penis off doesn't make you a woman. What?
Changed genders. Bata was a human in Egyptian mythology who cut off his penis and became a woman. Mut and Sekhmet and Anat were all...
That makes it sound like if you lose your penis in an accident, you're a woman now, and that's not the case.
All gods that were portrayed as both Mut and Sekhmet, for example, being female goddesses, they were often represented with large erect penises. Almost like trans people were worshipped. East Africa, the place where everyone's like, oh, they don't...
Okay, here's another problem. The white Western theory we are now putting on to other cultures.
Don't have trans people in Africa. Well, they don't now because of, Christianity. We'll get there. They had the Mashoga in Swahili tribes, which were males who took on feminine names, would marry men and live like women. And then...
What does it even mean to live like women?
Basha, who were the opposite. They were women or females who would take on...
We're going to go back that he's not going to address the massive explosion of trans in young people we don't see in history. He'll just debunk this weaker version at this point. Yep, I would imagine so. These people just gloss over anything that actually matters and use their appeal to authorities and misrepresent the fuck out of people's arguments because they can just use these vague, appeals to transphobes. Like, oh, transphobes this, transphobes that. They're not actually talking about anyone. So they're not actually technically misrepresenting anyone. But the thing is, people aren't really making these arguments. But he wants them to make the arguments that they just hate trans people. Because I guess that's easier for his tiny fucking brain to comprehend. AKA he's a fucking liar.
Male names would marry women and would live as men. In Kenya, we had the Mugawe, who were male to female trans priests.
Is this guy serious? I think he might be, unfortunately. This is just trans allyship. Not even once. Not even once.
Circle is circle.
If you're not trans and you're watching me, you're not my ally.
We had various Bantu people who were a tradition of being boy wives, where they would live as women, marry men, all of that. Native Americans almost always had third.
Boy wives. Well, that sounds like something that maybe the Christians were right not to be keen on. You know what I mean? The issue isn't that trans people exist. True. It's the ethics of medical treatments in children and where trans people are in society. Yeah, I agree.
Gender roles in their history. We've got the Dine in the Navajo tribe, for example, or Two-Spirit people who've existed in basically every example of Native American culture. We've got one of the first ever European accounts of a Native American tribe by the missionary Joseph Francois Lafitau, who spent 6 years with the Iroquois people and observed women, he put women in quotations, with manly courage, who prided themselves upon the profession of warrior and seemed to become men alone. And he also...
But you don't. Paid by Putler. I was in Putin. I don't know. I've watched Bogosian a couple of times. I quite liked it.
Or described men cowardly enough to become and live as women, including marrying or becoming partners with.
See, that just sounds like they do the stuff that men do, but doing stuff that men do doesn't make you women. That was the whole, make you men, sorry. That was the whole point of one of the waves of feminism was women can do stuff too. Women can do stuff and they're still women and they can do those things. I don't fucking know.
People of the same sex by this, Christian missionary, which again, we'll get to the Christianity aspect of it. China and Japan as far back as the Edo.
We're not, when he gets to the Christianity part, I'm just gonna peace out. I don't need another fucking smug as fuck leftoid go on about fucking religion. I have had enough of that for a lifetime. Do you know how many of these trans allies, they're atheist channels? So it's they talk about trans stuff and then atheism. And they talk about atheism in the exact opposite way that they talk about gender identity or whatever. I.e., they seem to have super religious beliefs when it comes to gender.
Yeah.
But then when you talk about religion, they have the opposite beliefs. It's wild. It's bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
period.
I knew
Cambodia, Thailand,
Marriage
India,
was based.
all have
That's like
rich
such a good
histories
take.
of trans people in their culture, not only existing, but being viewed as holy. A really good example of this is the Hijras in India, who are male to female trans.
None of this is proving anything, by the way. Are they trans? Like, trans today is like a Western concept. How are you going to apply a Western concept to old times India?
And almost priestesses who are sought out even to this day for religious ceremonies, despite the fact that Christian British imperialists tried to kill off the entire culture of Hijras. They failed because it's so intrinsic in Indian culture. One of the most important Hindu gods, a fusion of Shiva and Shakti, is, oh God, I'm going to kill this one too. Ardhana Ishvara is an androgynous or transgender deity who switches gender. All right? And again, European culture, people are like, oh, well, you know, I'm a white supremacist, so I don't care about the Indian people and the Chinese people and the Japanese people. Well, okay, European cultures, let's talk about that. Ancient Greece and Rome had galley priests who were male to female priests who lived as women and often castrated themselves.
Yeah, you know what those kind of people call themselves? Skeptics. Do you know what it means? Being actually skeptic about religion and then being extremely unskeptical about gender.
And then wore female clothing and used female pronouns and lived as women. Saturnalia is one of the most famous Roman holidays, and it's all about cross-dressing, all right? Like, even the Norse people, the Vikings, the white supremacists seem to really like appropriating their culture. They had trans people too. Odin and Loki were often...
Oh, YNBAW. Just be careful with the language. I don't want to get, like, banned or something.
Assuming the forms of females. I mean, Loki gave birth, and Loki is one of the most important Norse gods. We've got Viking graves that have been dug up that have had female skeletons, which were buried as men
The eyes
with
of the mighty
male...
Kaiser are upon you. He appreciates your service and bestows upon you the exceptional gift of his mark.
Yo, Salty, thank you. Appreciate that. Such nasalism. Odin is trans. Okay. All right. I disagree with this guy. This is effing retarded. Okay. Which guy? Tim. You know. You know. Which guy are you talking about? Or which it are you talking about? Is it an it or a guy that you're talking about here?
Burial rites and mass...
I mean, I guess we have to go back to history to try and fucking make this shit make sense. Never had a leftoid fucking do the whole, well, in the 1800s, this. And I'm like... Just kill me. Just kill me. Just kill me rather than allowing me any further part of this conversation. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I just worry about getting like banned or something. That's all.
Masculine burial goods, okay? Balkan sworn virgins, known as the Stana Serovic, are people who were signed female at birth but lived their whole lives as men. They just live as men, all right? These are real people who existed throughout history who were, in fact, trans. Being trans...
A lot of the genetic studies he cites has its origins in genetic research projects, ironically one of the largest carried out by the Catholic Church. Fair enough.
Is not new. What is new is in Western post-Christian culture. Trans people feeling like they can be openly trans. Because what the Christian people did, all right?
Sam, if I don't say your name, just assume I'm not talking to you so that you're not causing confusion. Thank you.
Missionaries and Christian theocrats, they don't like any of this stuff because it was different, and different was difficult to control. This is why homosexuality was outlawed. All right, think about it. Some of the most amazing people in history have died because they were homosexual. All right, my favorite one to go to is Alan Turing, the guy who won World War II, beat the
IDGAF means I don't give a fuck.
Nazis. All right, without him, we probably would have lost World War II and invented the computer that you are now watching this on because smartphones are computers. All right, Turing invented computers. Without him, we probably wouldn't have computers. You are watching this on something.
Even warrior burial rights, not male burial rights. Hey, maybe. And I mean, hey, he can't use his appeal to authority anymore because he's not a historian. Whether he's a geneticist, you know, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And, you know, we hear all kinds of cooked as fuck things coming out of like therapists' mouths. Like, we might as well extend it to scientists and shit because plenty of them are probably crazy too.
That was invented by a gay...
Oh, sorry, crazy or captured, I'm not sure which. Both, maybe.
A dude who eventually committed suicide because he was chemically castrated by the government or being gay. He never even got to finish developing computers. We would be...
Okay, he's just soying out as fuck. This has got nothing to do with transphobic arguments. This video was terrible. Duncan can't die. There we go. Amazing. Did it. I did it. I watched the video, most of it.
Yo, Kick Chatter, what's going on Yosemite's? Yosemite's to attract work for Keffels. Yeah, that he did have a thing for Keffels. In fact, he made he crafted like logical arguments as to why it was okay to be attracted to Keffels or something. But it basically boiled down to, have you seen her tits, bro? Have you seen those tits? Oh, that was basically what he Pig Pegger Pog, yeah. What the fuck is a Keffel? Well, it's Google. Replace the O with the A and Google it, and you'll see exactly who that is. Here we go. This is only like 8 minutes, 7, 8 minutes long. I want to see this.
Yes, it's true that I too was once a Christian nationalist. I believe that since the time of Adam and Eve, sin had completely entered the world. America had a target on its back, and God wanted to restore the country back to the holy place that it once was.
Children were running and screaming everywhere. And a black man dragged behind a car. His head was being bashed in, the deputy said.
So holy. So holy. I thought that God's wrath on America was because people had chosen to live their lives how they wanted to, some apart from Christianity, and God was just angry about that whole situation. I believe that our president had to be a born-again Christian, or else America was going to burn to a complete crisp. Well, not really a crisp, because according to my mom, we're just going to keep burning and burning and burning. Schedule therapy appointment ASAP. It wasn't until I started deconstructing that I actually realized what the term meant, and the fact that it was such a threat, but disguised as Christ's will and his love and his desires for our country. Here's the thing. In our Constitution, the very first amendment talks about the freedom of religion, and what that means is that everyone has the ability, the right, and the freedom to express, worship whoever and whatever God, item, thing you want to worship or serve. It basically states that the government really doesn't want to interfere as it relates to religious freedom, religious beliefs, but all people should be able to worship however they please. So is this a violation of our constitutional rights? Now, let me say this. Over the course of my content creation journey, I've realized that I had a tendency to group all Christians into one box or category. So let me be clear when I say Christian nationalism. Usually this is a group of people. They label themselves as apostolics, Pentecostals, some denominational, but there is a stark difference between Christians and Christian nationalism.
Let justice be done.
Jesus Christ, we invoke your name.
I put a hedge of protection around him.
You ain't seen an insurrection yet. You keep on pushing.
These are all the people that we see on Right Wing Watch. I love that channel, Right Wing Watch. It's so funny.
Our buttons, you low down sorry compromisers. You God-hating communist America. You'll find out what an insurrection is.
I'm not talking about Christians who believe what they believe and respect the beliefs of other people. Now that I've gotten that out of the way, let's continue. So why is Christian nationalism a threat to our democracy? Reason number one is it takes away the peace of other people who may believe differently or who may not believe at all. It believes that God governs politics, and everything that happens in politics should be a direct result of whatever the Bible says we should do. But think about it. What if your family is non-religious? What if your family practices Buddhism, Hinduism? How is the government supposed to run a country with this one universal religion when this literally goes against everything America supposedly stands for? Now, let's flip this real quick. I want Christians to think about this. What if people who practice Hinduism started yelling out that the government should be run by other people who practice Hinduism only, or that the entire government should be ran by the beliefs of Hinduism. Christians would have a complete fit.
In the name of Jesus.
So my point is, having the freedom to worship as you please is not solely for Christians. It is literally for everyone. So how do we stop this? I say we have to start showing up authentically. Authenticity says, this is who I am, and I don't care what anybody else has to think or say about it. We can no longer shy away from the faces of evangelicals and Christian nationalists. They lead with fear, so we're going to have to lead with boldness. When they interrupt you eating your ice cream because they want to tell you about the good news, but you don't want to hear it, you have to be bold enough to say, no, you can't interrupt me to tell me about no good news. The good news is that this ice cream is delicious. The good news is not you telling me that I'm going to spend my life in hell if I don't accept the love of Christ. But his love is available to me if I choose to get saved and accept his love.
What the hell you say? What the hell you say?
You can no longer be afraid to say, I'm an atheist, or I'm an unbeliever, or I practice Buddhism, or I'm Muslim, or whatever the case is. Whatever it is you believe, you're going to have to stand 10 toes down and not be afraid and not allow any of these people or these types of people to make you feel less than or make you feel fearful of the hell or whatever it is that they're trying to punish you with. Now, I'll be honest, being in the minority is not the easiest thing in the world, but I do believe that Christian nationalists have this tendency to put this false idea of isolation and outcasting and like, oh, you're the only person that thinks like this, or the large majority is Christian, or whatever the case may be. It is a tendency to just place fear and doubt in your heart that what you believe or who you choose to be is wrong. The opposite of this might actually be true though. I feel like if enough people began to use their voices and began to publicly express what it is that they believed boldly, loudly, then we would start realizing that we're not as alone as we think, and that there are large communities of other people who may believe the things that we believe, or similarly to how we believe them. It won't feel as frightening to say, I don't believe this, or actually I'm deconstructing, or actually I don't know if I believe this anymore. The last way I'll say that we can stop Christian nationalism is to educate yourself. Begin to educate yourself, become informed on the policies, your constitutional rights, your freedoms to be an American citizen of this country. Start writing informed letters to Congress, your state representatives. After all, they do represent you, the people. Let them know about the significance of the separation of church and state and how you feel this may impact you. Make phone calls if you're not someone who likes to write letters. A lot of these representatives have phone numbers right on their websites. Give them a call, talk to someone, express your concern. Some of you may be content creators. Begin to speak boldly and loudly. Use your platform to get your voice heard. Create petitions, do whatever you need to do, but whatever you do, do not shrink back, because I truly believe that Christian nationalism is truly a threat to our democracy. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Don't forget to subscribe and like and share with someone who may benefit from this video. Until next time.
As a Muslim, I can tell you that I'm not concerned about the Christians. I'd rather live under Christian law than, well, okay, see, exactly, exactly. That's why I have that. You know what? That's why, somebody was asking like why I have like all the variations of the chosen people kind of, asterisked out in the chat for moderation, and that's exactly why. Here we go. Let's get some right-wing watch. Actually, oh no, wait, here. No, here's one that's relevant for the old Timster. Muslim calls in twice for heated debate on Sharia law. This is Rob Noor, a couple days ago.
So what we do is we instate a federal level kind of law. It's called the Sharia law. Well, I guess just to start, would you say, because I'm not really that deep into how you are right now, are you leaning more liberal or conservative?
Oh, definitely more conservative. I consider myself, 3 markers I use to consider my politics. The first is populist, and by what I mean by populist, I think the central issue in our government is that it is corrupt or inept and does not care about the will of the people. It doesn't care about your will if you're a conservative, if you're liberal, if you're white, if you're black, if you're Christian, Muslim, atheist. It doesn't care. All it cares about is entrenching its own power for the elites. And until we end that, then all other disagreements we have are sort of irrelevant.
I haven't seen this yet.
Second, I consider myself libertarian adjacent, which by that I mean I certainly believe the government should exist, but I think the values of personal freedom and liberty is where I come from a standpoint of most of the issues I look at. And third, I consider myself conservative, which is to say that I believe conservative values, I believe in small government, conservative values such as the nuclear family, a relationship with your wife, your kids, etc., being the most important thing. That we could build the country from the unit up.
When you say you're libertarian, is that an adjacent for religion? So you're not religious?
No, that's not an adjacent. So I separate. I do think that what our government functions under is different than just a pure system of morality. So I wouldn't consider myself, for example, a Christian nationalist. A Christian nationalist, someone like Andrew Wilson might say, you would have to ask him on the specifics, but he might say, for example, that he wants our government to legislate his religious preferences in all instances. So, for example, if he feels that homosexuality is a sin, he may say, therefore, it should be illegal to engage in homosexual activity. I wouldn't say that. I don't know that he does say that. I know he's against gay marriage, but I wouldn't say that. Go ahead.
So you wouldn't say, for example, the church would be a better arbiter of my politics and of my policies in my neighborhood than the government, central government?
What do you mean by arbiter?
Central federal government. Like the arbiter, yeah, you wouldn't prefer, for example, you call yourself a conservative, but you wouldn't prefer, for example, more of like a church boundary set by the church over your state of the laws that should be followed instead of maybe random politicians forcing these laws upon you?
No, I would not be more for that.
Why? How can you kind of reconcile that with your position of being a conservative and maybe religious?
Okay. Many ways I could reconcile that, because for me, being a Christian,
it's interesting because I'm not agreeing with Manar or whoever that person is. I don't know who it is, but it's come up multiple times when someone is like introducing me to someone, particularly here in this space in the internet, not in my real life, but if somebody is introducing me, sometimes it comes up where they'll say like, he's a conservative, and I just let that go. I mean, like I don't see myself as a conservative at all. I reserve that term for people who are religious. It's not to say that every conservative is religious, but every religious person is a conservative. So, whether it's Christian or Muslim or whatever. I mean, like it just tends to be the case that if you are religious, you are conservative. So I don't like that at all. I don't like that label for myself. I don't identify as a conservative. I don't identify as a conservative. But I can see why this guy's bringing this up now. Because for the same reason that I don't subscribe to that label, it's because I know that sometimes it will come up like this, in my opinion, the right context. This guy's bringing it up, saying, "How do you reconcile that? Saying that you're conservative, but you wouldn't want the government and your religion to kind of operate hand in hand, so to speak." That's essentially the kind of argument he's making right here. That Rob is going to have to defend against. You're conservative for America, but for the rest of the world, you're an extreme liberal wokist. I'm just a Republican. Republicans do what they want, man. That's what we do. That's what I am. I'm a Republican, right? We do what the fuck we want. Rad lib. There you go. There you go.
Values have to go against certain traditional moral values. You agree?
Let me explain. You asked the question, right? So for me, being a Christian, my morality has nothing to do with what is legal. For example, it may be legal to cheat on my wife, but that is immoral. I don't know that it should be a crime.
That's what I'm asking you. How do you reconcile that?
Well,
how do you reconcile that libertarian values, for example, allow weed when you don't want it? And why do you actually prefer that? Why do you prefer the politician to make your laws for you over the church?
I'll answer, but if you interrupt me every 15 seconds, you won't get the answer, and it'll just be 5 minutes of you saying, but why, but why, but why? So we good? Okay. So what I'm saying is, I think that I don't think that my morality should be the arbiter of everything that's legal, nor do I think that what is legal should be the arbiter of my morality. I think that I understand that we have a country that will not just be for specifically those with my specific religious denomination. And therefore, I have to understand because of that the best we could do is come up with a system that prioritizes my freedom to practice my religion and my beliefs as I see fit. The question I would ask you in return is, what is your religious denomination, and what if some of the practices that you feel are moral that another religious denomination comes into power and they're the ones in your particular neighborhood that now set the laws, and maybe they do it all throughout the country?
Yeah, for
then
example,
what do you do?
I have traditional morality. For example, this trans values. You guys libertarians, you might value trans values and gay rights. Maybe me as a traditional moral guy, it's against me, so I'd prefer the church to come in here. And then I guess my question would be for you is, why is it actually better? Why is it better?
What is your religious
Why is it better to have a system that all these values are, I guess, respected, and there's a politician there that adheres to these values over the church and their traditional morality? I still don't understand why, if the politician is better than my church, which I respect and I follow 100%. There's a reason I follow the church.
Okay, what is your religion?
Oh, I'm let's say it's a Muslim, yeah.
You're Muslim. I don't want your beliefs to tell me what the law should be in me. For example, if you are a particular denomination, please let me. I'm trying to be reciprocating. Let you finish your thoughts. So let me finish my thoughts. Right. For example, there are some that practice Islam that think that women should not be allowed to leave the house with their face uncovered, should not be allowed to leave the home without a man. I do not want that to be the law. I think that's disgusting. In fact, I'll go a step further. There are countries where that is the law. Why don't you go there if you would prefer them?
Here we go.
My question is, why not? As a conservative, why won't you want your traditional values to be the law? Why do you want to be more open to potential secular values and other tradition and other morality?
So just to be clear, my church, the particular denomination I come to, thinks that Islam is blasphemy and thinks we should execute everyone who's Muslim. You would be in favor of that becoming the law? Why not? Why not? Why would you be against that? That's a conservative value. You would be for that, right?
It would be everyone has the respect to their own laws.
Well, no, that's no. Not every. No. That's not.
This is why Rob is really good. He's good at finding these little spots. He's good at finding these little spots to kind of drive a fucking wedge in there and be like, "Hey, how do you like it, huh? How do you like it, guy?" And depending on his foe or enemy at the moment, he knows how deep to drive the wedge, and he knows like this conversation just started. I don't need to dive it that deep, but this is a perfect spot to pick for this kind of thing. It's like, well, I have different conservative values than you. I mean, you're saying like, if you want to live in this country where we all have to fucking coexist, then what about my conservative values? My church doesn't like you guys. And the Christians don't want us to execute us either. I know that. Well, some of them do. Tim, have you ever been to Right Wing Watch? Go to Right Wing Watch, and you'll see some shit there, dude.
True at all. Not every religion believes that. Now you're adding things in.
Hey, what's up, Tiggs? How you doing?
What you said was, why shouldn't everyone want their particular church to be the complete arbiter of law? So I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of a particular church that thinks you should be put to death
the eyes
for
of the mighty
practicing.
Kaiser are upon you. He appreciates your service and bestows upon you the exceptional gift of his mark.
Yo, thank you, Salty. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Tiggs. How you doing? This is funny though. According to Sharia, we don't kill the Christians. Are you saying that there's only one version of Sharia? Is there only one version of Sharia, or do some people have like different versions?
Your religion,
Obviously,
you would
they wouldn't be
respect.
allowed.
What? Why wouldn't that be allowed?
Let me
Says who?
explain- let me
My
explain
church
why.
has the total
Let me
authority
explain
now.
what- Rob Noir, by the way, you're the one that won't allow a person to speak now. Let me explain why it wouldn't be allowed to operate. Because what would happen is, let's say like what's happening in United Arab Emirates. There's multiple countries, they're even selling pork, but it would be in a very confined community, in a very confined area, only in a certain area of town. They don't sell pork anywhere else. And basically the laws are applicable. If they want to go to church, they do. They have their own laws. As long as they don't break what we call, and I'll give you an example like what you have here in liberal laws, federal law. So what we do is we instate a federal level kind of law. It's called the Sharia law, where if you cannot break it. So you cannot sit there murdering your babies for sacrifice rituals, but you could do your own rituals as long as you're not murdering your own babies. For example, that's an example. It would be, there's a threshold, which is a federal level, and you see that everywhere. You see that in United Arab Emirates.
So what you're saying is you're okay with federal laws that usurp the law of your church. Why would you do that? As a conservative valued Muslim, why would you do
the
that?
federal law would be your church, and then other, as long as other religion. I'm trying to address a certain question you questioned.
No, you're not. No, what you're not.
sacrifice
What you're
in a
doing is
religious
hedging.
net-
What you're doing is hedging. Your criticism to me was as follows. Well, if your religion and if you have beliefs that come from sort of a religion, then you should be totally in favor of your church having total control over the laws. I say, okay, but the problem is that that may not coincide with other people that live around here that should have the right to live around here. For example, what if a church says that your religion is blasphemous and therefore shouldn't be allowed to be practiced?
But
And then
you
you
have to-
completely turn on what your initial criticism was, and you
My
say,
only question
"Oh
was,
no,
why is that
please let
better?"
me finish." And so then what you say is, but no, we would have laws that exist outside the scope of just the church being in control, and say that there would be specific areas
you
where your
asked
church would be in
me
control.
if there's a
No,
church-
what-
Yeah, that's shady, dude. That's fucking shady. That's shady. It's like, yeah. We'll have like this super set structure. You get what it says on the tin. Okay, that's what it is. But then also we'll have this other little thing on the side here. It's like our CIA. You know.
It is it's a fundamental contradiction, because now you're saying the church isn't the final say.
There's one Sharia. According to the Sharia, non-Muslim living in a Muslim country needs to pay jizya, which is actually less than the mandatory charity that Muslims need to give. Other than that, they can build their churches and practice their religion. Right. Okay. I think. Okay. So okay. Let me ask a question a different way. Do some people have a different idea or their own version of what they think Sharia is? Do some people have that?
So there would be a body that either the
And I don't mean, the way Christians see fucking Sharia or the way atheists see Sharia. I'm saying, are there some Muslims who go by what is generally accepted as Sharia, and then are there other people who have a different version of Sharia within Islam?
church would willfully accept, or that would exist above the church that would say, no, there's still certain things you can't do. If your religion says that you're allowed to execute a woman, if your religion says that you're allowed to
church's value.
Have you ever talked to MERP, by the way, Tim? Have you ever talked to MERP before? Some people, there's no country that does this. No one in power has that. Maybe some random guy in his mom's basement wants to change Sharia. That's what. Oh, okay. Well, that's not exactly what I'm saying, but have you ever talked to MERP before?
Yes, against your church's values.
Okay, my church's values. My
question here, Rob Noor, is very suspect.
It is not suspect. It is very what you're doing. No, first off, I don't have to let you talk at all. It's my show, so I can talk. Second, you've had a large portion of time to talk, and you've interrupted me more than I've interrupted you. So I don't have to capitulate to your demands, which is another example. I think the way you're behaving here slightly might show why we wouldn't want people like you having total control over power without any sort of
dominant federal
So I'm explaining your question. What we could see is that your original statement of the problem you have with my system, one that prioritizes religious freedom, giving people a choice, and not having the government instill authoritarian laws based on whatever particular dominant religion
the eyes
is.
of the mighty Kaiser are upon you. He appreciates your service and bestows upon you the exceptional gift of his mark.
Yo, what's up, Nader? Thank you, Salty. I appreciate that. What's up, Nader? How you doing? Rob's acting like he didn't answer the question. Why do you want your religion enforced? Why do you not want your religion enforced? I think he did. I think you just didn't like the way he answered it. I think. Anyone know the military is amping up on trying to fuck with people's heads using drones? What is the deal with the drones, bro? I can't. Yeah. XN is usually hitting on some good stuff. Like, what's the fucking deal with the drones, man? All of a sudden, New Jersey is covered in drones, and we're hearing about some kind of mothership off the eastern fucking seaboard or whatever. Not fucking cool. Yeah. Yes. XN's fucking hit the nail on the head on that one, yeah.
Your criticism of that seems to be, but you should prefer it as long as it's your religion. Why wouldn't you want them to have the ultimate say? And then when I point out the first criticism I point out, you're like, yeah, but the church wouldn't have ultimate say. Actually, the way it would work is there'd be a body outside of that scope that would say no. For example, if what happens if two religions completely contradict each other? If your religion says we stone women for adultery, and my religion says we execute people that murder people for things that aren't capital crimes like adultery.
Okay.
How do we
Rob.
decide that difference? Which religion
Rob.
wins in your government?
No worries. Hey, I just want to bring it down a little bit. I have a lot of respect for you, Rob.
That's
Let's
cool.
bring it down a little bit. But yeah, what I want to, yeah, sure. I'll reconcile and I'll answer that question. But you have to understand that
I can't believe that was a great question. And I think it highlighted something that this guy was uncomfortable addressing. Because in his worldview, there is no other religion, I'm pretty sure. because if there was a worldview where he could exist and your religion could exist, I understand, you talked about Sharia and the jizya. I'm very familiar with that concept, but let me hear it again. Let me just make sure I'm not crazy.
Example, if what happens if so I'm explaining your question. What we could see is that your original statement of the problem you have with my system, one that prioritizes religious freedom, giving people a choice, and not having the government instill authoritarian laws based on whatever particular dominant religion is. Your criticism of that seems to be, but you should prefer it as long as it's your religion. Why wouldn't you want them to have the ultimate say? And then when I point out the first criticism I point out, you're like, yeah, but the church wouldn't have ultimate say. Actually, the way it would work is there'd be a body outside of that scope that would say no. For example, if what happens if two religions completely contradict each other? If your religion says we stone women for adultery, and my religion says we execute people that murder people for things that aren't capital crimes like adultery. How do we decide that difference? Which religion wins in your government?
No worries. Hey, I just want to bring it down a little bit. I have a lot of respect for you, Rob.
That's
Let's
cool.
bring it down a little bit. But yeah, what I want to, yeah, sure. I'll reconcile and I'll answer that question. But you have to understand that you shouldn't have a problem with my proposition.
I am really curious if he's going to answer that question. I'm really curious if he's going to say, oh, and to your question, and then provide an answer. I'm really curious about that.
Because if we follow your proposition, which is have respect to the minority or the majority of the people consensus, then you're opening yourself to exactly my description of what's going to happen. All I have to do is become the majority Muslim in America, bring a politician and force him to enforce Sharia law upon your country, and you're going to be forced to now accept the Sharia law. So my question is, again, bringing it back.
That's your system.
Why is it for you? No, but why do you prefer a system like that, a libertarian system where it allows you to lose control over your own country and your own values, why won't you, for example, push for a Christian ethics system, a Christian morality form of law, where it follows your church, and it becomes basically you follow your church as for federal law, and then everything else you give it down to the state level. As long as it doesn't break federal law, you allow it, and that's what freedom of religion would be expressed as. So why would you not? Why is your system better if it's abusable? Like I explained, I could just make a majority Muslims and take over your whole country. Why is your system better than mine?
You literally,
United Arab Emirates. Let me 10 more seconds. United Arab.
That was a fucking interesting fucking semi-Freudian thing to say there. You know, why don't we just make a majority Muslim country? Why don't we just become Muslim majority and take over your country? I mean, why even mention that?
Morality form of law, where it follows your church, and it becomes basically you follow your church as for federal law, and then everything else you give it down to the state level. As long as it doesn't break federal law, you allow it, and that's what freedom of religion would be expressed as. So why would you not? Why is your system better if it's abusable? Like I explained, I could just make a majority Muslims and take over your whole country. Why is your system better than mine?
You literally,
United Arab Emirates. Let me 10 more seconds.
Okay, all right. I was attributing malintent to what he was saying, but I think he was actually making a logical argument there, and maybe but maybe he was making it out of fear because the Christians could do the same thing. He said very plainly there. He said, why would you set up a system that can become abusable? And then he said, for example, we could become Muslim majority and then take over the country. He wasn't that was me that was actually me being Freudian. I have to own things when I have to own things. So he made a good point there.
United Arab Emirates, they're a minority. They know they're going to attract a lot of tourism. What they do is they make a Sharia law federal level, and then they allow other communities to coexist. Taiwanese, whatever religion you want to be, Taoism, as long as you're not breaking their Sharia law and you're not drinking in public, for example, or not fornicating in public. Go ahead.
You gave a criticism that exactly meets your system more than the system I'm advocating for. For example, in your system of whatever the dominant religion is makes the law, then you say, but what if Muslims became the dominant religion? Yes, if we've already prioritized whatever the dominant religion and makes the law, then in the United States, if Islam became the dominant religion, it would in fact then make the law. We'd have the precedent set that they would be able to please. They would have the system already set up and the principles that would already set up and say that would be perfectly fine. We adopt a system that says whatever the majority religion is, they completely set the laws and the rights of the minority don't apply. For example, if the majority religion would say that women should be stoned for adultery, right? So again, what I'm pointing out is the very criticism that you outlined as the main criticism with the system that I'm embracing is that it would allow a majority Muslims to immigrate to this country and then take control of the system. Of course, the truth is that in any system, a powerful group could use violence or threats of violence to technically usurp violence, whether it be a system bulwarked by the Constitution, bulwarked by religious theocracy, etc. But your criticism that you're making certainly not unique to my system, and in fact becomes more likely in your system. So you've yet to give a compelling argument. Every time that you criticize,
my argument is compelling.
Every time you criticize my system or what you think my system is, you end up giving explanations that is a more critical statement of your system. So again, I'll tell you why I'm against. I'll make it as easy as possible. I despise Sharia law. I do not want someone like you. Do you believe in Sharia law, by the way?
My brother, my system, all it does is it allows you to have freedom of expression as long as you don't break the church's federal boundaries.
I asked a question.
Or like the religious
I asked
boundaries.
a specific question to you. It was weird you couldn't answer. Do you believe in Sharia law?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I believe
I don't want your people. I don't want
yes.
people like. I do not want our country to be adherent to Sharia.
All it is, it means federal law. Literally, think about it. Like literally,
it is not. I don't want Sharia law to be the end all be all, and then rely on them to say, "But trust us, Sharia law is just the federal law." But at the individual state level, we'll decide whether. No, I think that's terrible. I'll give you the final word. Then I got other guests to get to.
Let me give you the argument here. Is that you have
30 seconds. You have 30 seconds, then I gotta get to the next caller. So go ahead.
Thank you. So what the argument here is, if you adhere to religious law and you allow it to become a federal, and then you allow freedom of religious, as long as it doesn't break those limits and boundaries, you set thresholds, and you allow the church to set the boundaries of the law for the states and for the federal level. The argument is you ensure your site is going to become successful forever. You ensure.
I mean, I think to me, it's like just incredibly clear that you don't even need to talk about Sharia law to highlight the differences between Rob's position and Mammar, whoever this guy is. The difference is Rob is adhering to a very strict separation between church and state, and Mammar is not. Mammar is saying, no, I want the opposite. I want integration between church and state, not separation. I want fucking integration. That is like that's the main difference in their arguments. I mean, there's a million other differences, but that's the main one.
No matter what kind of majority comes in, or if you become a minority, you're not going to lose your your religious upholding of your own values and morality and laws, and therefore you ensure your society becomes successful. What is your argument why I should hire a politician and his whims and desires of the majority should be accepted? What is the argument? That's ridiculous. All it is it's better for the community because I guess the gays need more voices, the 1,500 of them.
It's nice of you to downplay what I'm talking about to that, but it's not surprising, seeing as how you have no idea how to articulate your own system, that you would misrepresent what I believe as well. Your system would not operate as you're saying. For example, if Sharia law became the dominant federal law in this country, you say, but you would still have the right to practice with every religion that you wanted. Well, who gets to define what is an acceptable religion? For example, if a religion springs up and says homosexual sex and marriage is part of our religion, you're telling me Sharia law would say perfectly acceptable.
No,
You had your last word on this. So
this is why Rob's good. He's quick. He's very quick. Don't think Rob's being our Menar's argument. Oh, Menar's argument is that insulting the Sharia is better for society. And Rob thinks that if you make the Sharia, then now suddenly the majority religion will be in power. Now the Sharia is in power, even if there's 0 Muslims in the country. I think that Rob is one of these guys, and I'm one of these people too. I think that Rob is one of these guys where he's American first, right? If you talk to a lot of Christians, a lot of them will say, I'm Christian first, and then I'm American, and then I'm, a father or whatever. That a lot of Christians will say, I'm Christian first. But I think Rob is of a mindset where he is more, I'm American first. And I am definitely I am 100% that. So no, I don't think he's being R-worded there. I think we're talking about people who are on different planets. Manar, if you ask Manar here if he is from whatever country he is first, or if he is Muslim first, what would you think he would say? I think we all know what we would think he would say, and that is the major difference. I think Rob's like an America first kind of person, but without the whole, Nick Fuentes, Groyper connotation bullshit that usually gets associated with America first discourse. I'm not talking about that, but I'm American first before I'm atheist / agnostic first. I'm somewhere in between that. Don't ask me what my religion is, because I'm just going to tell you my religion is space. Okay, my religion is space. But I think Rob is more like an America first kind of person. I'm getting that sense. I'd be curious to ask him that. Actually, Anoka's going to talk to him soon at some point. So when he does, I'm going to either ask if I can ask Rob that when he does talk to him, or if he can just ask him for me. I think that's a good question, though. And I think that's a fair observation, Tim.
So you could see how nonsensical this would be. The idea that you're saying, oh, the gays, if you have voting, if you have a system that's not dominated by a theocracy, then the gays will have a say. And we'll eliminate that through my system. But don't worry when we talk about all the problems that come through my system of Sharia law, because you would have freedom to do whatever you wanted anyways, as long as it was somehow within your own religion. It's nonsensical. It really is. Everyone can see through this. We don't want Sharia law. I think that you're a good advocate as to why I don't want a theocracy, because the problem is you wouldn't get to control who is in charge of that theocracy. And once you capitulate to allowing an authoritarian church to run things, then you are beholden to whatever they say. And if they say that I wouldn't be allowed to practice my particular religion, then I wouldn't have a say in that. So thank you so much for the call. I look forward to you, with your debate with Des and everything. Appreciate the call.
3 days later.
Benar.
Hey, what up, Rob? How are you?
Doing good. What's happening?
We spoke before on the Christian thing. How are you? Do you remember me?
I do. I was hoping to talk to you. You wanted to debate me on how great Alan Lichtman is, correct?
No, not really.
That's something you...
Is that the keys guy? The keys to the election, Alan Lichtman.
You wanted to talk about, right?
No, not at all.
You never mentioned Alan Lichtman to me.
No. The keys? Are you talking about the guy with the keys?
Yeah, okay.
The guy with the keys.
I'm Manar. I'm the guy that told you that your politicians are going to make Sharia law.
Never mind. There was another person. There was another person that talked about religion, and he was an atheist. You're the person who believes in Sharia law.
No, see, you're strawmanning me again. I believe in a federal law that your Catholic church or whatever church, your authority, your moral authority, should create that federal law so it doesn't allow for Sharia law to ever be instated.
So just to be clear, you would be against a federal law. Your argument was as follows. You tell me if I'm strawmanning you, right? You said that I'm bad, I'm a bad Christian, I'm immoral because I want limited government, because actually we should have our religious leaders deciding what laws are.
Yeah, I said...
That's your belief, right?
No, I said you're a bad Christian because you want secularists to create your moral value compass. That's what...
And unleashes me.
Yo, Vampire Hunter, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Legion. Did you follow me the other day? Did you unfollow me and then follow me again? I thought that name seems familiar. Let me see here. Vampire... Pregnant dude, trucker Collarson, Antifa general. Okay, maybe not. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't. Okay, well, thank you, Vampire. I appreciate it.
Where did I say that? Show me once ever saying I want secularists to create my moral value compass. Can you show me one time? Now, I've streamed thousands upon thousands of hours. Can you find me? Can you find me that quote anywhere?
So do you agree with politicians creating your laws for you?
Yes.
And do you agree that politicians look at a majority of the votes when they do come and conduct those laws? They come and attach and assign those laws. Not always, of course, but they look at basically what the American people want and the majority of the American people want when assigning these laws?
No, I would say that's exactly the opposite of what our current system does, which is why it's such a problem. Our current system is more akin to what you want. They have self-fulfilling motivations, and so they don't give a shit about the will of the American people.
Yeah, but weren't you the one arguing for liberal values?
When did I argue for that?
You argue for a liberal moral system. Basically, what you were saying is, why would I actually want to live in a place that doesn't accommodate for everyone that lives in it? That's literally what your argument was.
That's not my argument. For example, I don't like people that sexually assault children. I don't think we should accommodate them.
Yeah, but the argument wasn't about that. It was about the LGBTQ.
Right. So for someone who accuses me of not adequately representing your views, you consistently misrepresent what my views are. So you just said I want a system where everyone is accommodated.
LGBTQ.
I give one easy example of why that's not the case, and you're like, well, I'm not talking about that. So am I going to have to go through every single example of things that I don't want accommodated? And you'll assume that I agree that everyone should be accommodated unless I specifically say that this individual shouldn't be accommodated?
Because you never mentioned that example before. The example we were talking about earlier, when you came up to that, when I came up to this conclusion, and because of what you said, was that we were talking about the LGBTQ, and I said you're a conservative guy and you're a Christian in the moral compass. So what is your thoughts on the LGBTQ gaining rights in your society? You actually agreed with it totally, correct or no?
But I agreed with the statement totally that LGBTQ should achieve rights in our society. That's what I agreed with. You
agreed that your whole society should basically change their laws to accommodate the LGBTQ.
Show me where I said that.
Because they're a majority.
Show me where I said that.
So you don't believe in that anymore. You don't
show me. No, it's not.
The majority of the people.
Last chance you talk over to me, you're out. I found you insufferable, annoying, and incredibly stupid. In addition to your bullshit, garbage Sharia law beliefs.
Well, you strawman me now.
Second.
Wait. So do you guys know this Manar guy? Have you heard him make like arguments before and seen him debate people? Is this person known, or is this person just like a random Discord person? You've seen him? Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Secondly, I'm not going to leave you talk over me. You shouldn't be on this channel again because you're so insufferable and fucking boring to listen to. So you keep saying now I've changed my views. I want you to show me ever once me saying we need to change society to have the views to achieve rights for LGBTQ. Go ahead. Show me, give me a timestamp, give me a video where I said that.
I'll bring it to you, but let me just ask you a question and I'll prove it to you guys. So, by the way, this guy keeps strawmanning me. I never once debated for Sharia law. I debated for him.
That's not true. Okay, great. No, you can't finish. It's my show. Start your own show. You sound very intelligent. I'm sure people know.
Get fucked, people that don't have their own show. Get fucked. If you don't have your own show, go get your own show. Okay? I 100% agree with that. Okay? If you come on my show, okay, it's my time. It's my rules. This is my space. All right. Go get your own show and invite me and I'll come. And then you can tell me to go fuck myself the way that I'm telling you to go fuck yourself on my show. He streams, does he? Okay. Fair enough. I don't know. Let me see. Is he stream on Twitch? I doubt. Does he stream on Twitch? Ringo. I have a Manar Ringo. I don't think this is it. No, this is somebody. It's a Japanese person. Menar's debated non-fawn. Oh, and he used to hang around Boss's community before Boss deported him. Interesting. I did not know that. Manar reports. Yeah, reports. Is YouTube? Okay. Fair enough. Let me see. Manar reports 1.11 subscribers. Manar reports dispel lies with truth. Look at that. Dispel lies with truth. Interesting. Destiny unhinged tirade continues while debating conservative influencers. He's got a lot of stuff there. Okay, this is a substantial channel. I thought this guy was just like a Discord warrior or something, but no, this is legitimate. Okay. Interesting. So is this guy like a Muslim version of Skade? You guys know Skade? I'm seeing a lot of videos that I think like Skade would be like really interested in. Maybe not Dr. Disrespect, but I'm seeing some that are like obviously Russia, Ukraine, things like that. Boss wasn't that bad. Hey, what's up, hon? How you doing? Boss. No, I like Boss. No, he's not Skade. I know he's not Skade. I'm just saying like, is he like the Muslim version of Skade, basically? He's not like Skade. Okay, I believe Salty. If Salty tells me something, then I believe it. Okay. Skade has room. Skade is great. You guys are crazy. All right, I like Skade. I'll be the first to admit I did not like Skade at first, but Skade grew on me after a while. Skade's all right. Yeah, Skade's yeah, I like Skade. I do not like Skade. Why? Why don't you like Skade? What's wrong with him? And don't give me this, oh, he's a retard. Don't give me that shit, okay? Why don't you like Skade, dude? Skade, I like Skade. Skade brings the heat, bro. Skade is content. First and foremost, Skade gets it. Skade gets that he's not there to be fucking boring. I am a very boring person. I'm not showing up to be the fucking, you know, I'm not showing up to be fucking Mr. fucking content. That's not me. I show up to just have a good time. I show up to just kind of like, you know, absorb some conversations, find my spots where I can pick where I can pick maybe possible, you know, little entry points here and there, and like, you know, just you know, swim in the kiddie pool. But Skade is a fucking deep ocean free diver. Okay, Skade doesn't give a fuck. He has his moments when it was Skade paper. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's more delusional than Turbo. Han's not a Skade fan. Okay, gotcha. I don't agree with Skade on just about anything, but I don't dislike the guy either. Now that I've gotten to know him a little, I used to hate his ass. Yeah. When I first met him, I did not like him at all. Did not like Skade at all when I first met him. And then I had a few conversations with him. And I realized that I was viewing him through a much different lens than I should have been viewing him. You know, like if I'm so used to talking to people that are thinking anywhere between 50 to 100 years ahead, you know, like when you talk to Skade is thinking like 1,000 years ahead. Skade in Skade's future, it's basically Star Trek essentially. Like we're gonna have spaceships, we're gonna be a spacefaring civilization, and then once we become that spacefaring civilization, that's gonna change our mentality and our mindset completely to the point where we won't need jails, we won't need sports, we won't need fucking, you know, all the creature comforts that we are used to as Earthlings in the 2020s, you know, in the 2000s here. He's thinking like, you know, his mind is like in the year 4792 or some shit, you know. It's getting late, gotta snooze. Yeah. I'll see you, Beastie. Have a good one. Once you realize the mouse, it gets clear. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's a whole nother lens. That's not even a lens I was thinking about, but yeah. that's another lens you definitely should consider when thinking about Skade. All right, I'll drop Minar subscribe here. We'll subscribe and we'll catch some Minar content at some point.
Strawmanning me.
I'm not strawmanning. I'll prove it. Watch, everyone, audience, I'll prove that I'm not strawmanning. Ready? Do you think that our laws should be made by religious leaders?
Sure.
He's similar to the Rob guy. He's arrogant and refuses to reply to any of your arguments and just repetitively repeats the same argument. He is more delusional than Turbo, angrier than Boss, and dumber than... That's a bold statement, Tim. That's a bold statement. That is a bold statement. I you know what? I don't know that I agree with any of that, but I will say that was very well said. You know, that was a. I think you made a compelling argument there. That was fun to read. That was very fun to read. So
okay, that's Sharia law.
How?
If, for example, if your particular religion is Islam, and your leaders of that religion, of the mosque you go to, want Sharia law, and you think that we should listen to that person create laws, then you would be in favor of Sharia law.
So if a church instates a federal law that says you cannot commit murder and puts limitations on that, that's Sharia law?
No.
Skade's entire stick is hating America and American government, which is semi-based, but he was pulling magical numbers out of his ass over American gun deaths. Then for proof, he linked an American government study as proof. So I am like you, hate America and its government and don't trust them. But you link a government. You know what? I think I was there for that. I remember that. That might have even been like, I mean, you know, obviously you can get like DOJ and ATF kind of stats for and FBI stats for stuff like that. But I want to say he was referencing like State Department stuff for some reason. I don't know. I remember him. Maybe that wasn't the same argument. But I remember him. There was an argument where somebody was making the same case where they were saying, so it could have been, you know, Israel Palestine. It could have been, you know, Russia Ukraine. I don't know what it was, but there was something where he was referencing the State Department, and the person was saying, okay, so you hate America, but you're going to reference the State Department's statistics, and he was saying, this comes from your own government. And the person was like, yeah, but you're telling me I shouldn't trust the government. So which is it? You're giving me stats from the government I shouldn't trust. I don't know what to do. I think I remember that. Don't remember to completely ignore this. I gotcha. Okay. Too late. This is done. He's arguing that he's better than religious law. He isn't trying to. But this Rob guy keeps twisting it and wants to argue about Sharia. Okay.
Then that literally is what you argued.
Like I said, I think the one thing that did not come up here is that I think, you know, if Manar had asked him, are you an American first or are you a Christian first? That I think that would have really cleared up a lot of this. Yo, what's up, 60? How you doing? Welcome in. Only if they should hold power. Well, okay. I don't disagree with you, Nader. That's all I'll say about that. But what was I saying? Yeah. So if Manar had asked him, "Are you a Christian first or American first?" I think that would really clear a lot of this up. Hey, what's up, Trash Penny? How you doing?
Not it. That is not what I'm arguing. What you did was gave one example of a potential law and say, is that law specifically Sharia? No. What if the church says we don't think women should be allowed to walk unaccompanied by men with their face showing down the street? Be Sharia? Yes, that would be part of Sharia law.
What if that was part of the church's original doctrines? Is that still Sharia law?
Yes.
Or is that a Christian federal law?
That would still be Sharia law. Or
so
let me rephrase it. It would be the parts. It would be the parts of Sharia law that would be the parts of Sharia law that I would find disgusting, whatever you want to label it. I don't want to be beholden to a religious theocracy of heathens like you that think that women shouldn't be allowed to walk down the street.
Okay, this is the last Sigma mode I'm going into. Okay. Sigma mode activated. Done. Thank you, 60. Thank you for that.
I'm steel manning your argument. Okay.
Steal it.
You ready? If you go to a church that says that women should be stoned to death if they commit adultery, then the church should be the ones making the law and they should make that into law. And if instead of the church making that law, you have politicians that make that law that aren't from the church that say, wait a minute, we don't favor that law, then that is secularism and liberalism and must be rejected. That's your argument.
Completely false. Completely false.
Okay.
This is proof that he doesn't know what he's arguing and he's strawmanning you guys.
Real quick.
My argument was that if you're... Let me finish, Rob.
No, I'm not going to let you finish. Last chance. I'll boot you. Step one. You tell me if this is true or not. We should only have our religious leaders be crafting law.
Your Christian religious leaders, yes.
What about your religious leaders if you're not Christian?
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about America. I don't want
okay.
Muslim
so if the majority
of
American, if 51% of the country becomes Muslim, then it should be Muslim leaders creating the law.
That's today's system.
That is not today's system.
Literally what would happen.
That is not
if
today's system. That is not
finish.
Today's system. We'll see you later, Manar. I'm not going to leave you talk over me. You're not even making sense in your worldview. You're currently saying that today's system. So is more than 51% of the country Christian right now?
Rob, let me explain. Yes,
it's more,
100%.
okay.
Yes,
so then
100%.
you'll admit that we have Christian theocracy now.
No, you don't
Thanks
have
so much for calling in, Manar. Really appreciate it.
No,
we'll
man.
You. Remind everyone next time Manar calls in, remind me to tell him I'm not fucking dealing with this guy anymore.
See you.
See it. I love that, you know, it was a racist conspiracy theory. Talk about great replacement theory. And then it...
Oh, man. Rob's got some banger videos out there. I heard one the other day where he talked to somebody who thought they were the most important person. Yeah, this one.
So you're for stoning the gays?
Yes, Rob, I'm a very proud racist. I'm very infamous on the internet. I'm the only guy was able to ever debunk evolution, and that's the reason they...
Imagine ever saying something like that. What's this guy debating about? They're debating about. Well, they were debating. Those people were debating the contrast and comparison between having a government that is fully integrated with a religion versus not. Meaning living in a country with multiple religions and dealing with all the difficulties and struggles that might entail, or having a government that does not allow for the abuse of power by majority religious groups. There was a lot of tension there and different arguments, but I think that basically sums up what they were talking about. But imagine, listen to this again. Listen to what this guy just said.
So you're for stoning the gays?
Yes.
Not this part, what he's about to say.
Rob, I'm a very proud racist. I'm very infamous on the internet. I'm the only guy was able to ever debunk evolution, and that's the reason they want to get rid.
I'm the only guy who has ever been able to debunk evolution. Amazing.
So you're for stoning the gays?
Yes, Rob, I'm a very proud racist. I'm very infamous on the internet. I'm the only guy was able to ever debunk evolution, and that's the reason they want to get rid of me. Rob, do you think being...
Imagine saying that. Imagine ever uttering the words, "I'm the only guy who has ever been able to debunk evolution." Imagine ever saying that. That is crazy, bro.
Which is good.
Has Sunflower told anyone about this information?
He's too dumb to grasp the implications of the information I've given him. What causes people...
I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
...to be midgets?
Just say, yes, you're right, but let me explain why. Go ahead.
Yes, you're right, but let me explain why.
Say that one more time for the audience here. What's up, Bubblegum Gun? Can you hear me?
So what the guy was discussing earlier, I think what he's trying to get at, it's a question of worldview. So how does one justify their worldview? For example, you can be for democracy, and that's all fine and good, but you have to have a way to provide a justification as to why we ought to have a democracy. For example, Andrew Wilson justifies his worldview of being a Christian nationalist, even though it's an oxymoron. He justifies that through God because, he's a Christian. So that's the way he justifies his worldview. So how do you justify your worldview there, Rob, of whatever government you want to choose?
I justify it by saying we should prioritize personal freedom and liberty, and that our government should be as limited as possible. Now, I'll grant you this, that the problem will be if you don't say that our laws should be crafted by a higher power, that you'll always get to a point where it's like, yes, but isn't it partially subjective? Yes. So, for example, you could say, well, if you want laws against murder, wouldn't that mean that you're infringing on someone's right to murder someone else? That you're using government authoritarianism to prevent that? Yes. I'm saying it's a starting point, though, that we start from the assumption that people should basically be allowed to do what they want until they start to physically harm other people. And then we go from there and we talk about the things that are disagreements on what exactly that means. But that's where we should start and where my worldview comes from.
Well, that's where we should start? No, yes. Not exactly. That's not where we should start. That's where your preference, you think we should start.
Yes, that's my preference is where we should start. Your preference may be different, but that is my preference where we should start.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just a preference. You're not justifying your preference.
I am justifying my preference.
How are you justifying your preference?
I'm justifying my preference because I think that there are people that we could deem are reasonable people or good people, and there are people that we could deem bad people or immoral. Okay, let's use the word morality. There are people that we
wait.
Go ahead. Let's go with the sophistry. Go ahead. Justify your morality. Where's your morality come from?
Wait.
Where's Rob, Where's your morality come from? Go ahead.
Rob, I'm
ahead.
not making
Wait,
moral claims.
Where's
here.
your morality come from? Go ahead.
Rob, I'm not making moral claims.
Okay, you're not making moral claims, but I'm asking you. I've outlined my framework. I've outlined my framework. We'll go quid pro quo. We'll go quid pro quo. You've asked me to outline mine. I've answered your position. Now I'm asking yours. Then you could ask me a question. That's how we'll do it. Quid pro quo.
Sure.
Okay. So your moral claims. How would you start with a system of government? Where are the moral underpinnings for what you believe we should do?
Yeah, for my underpinnings, I'm a theist, so I'm a theocrat.
Okay.
So you're gonna say you're a theocrat too, right?
No.
Oh, so you don't believe in God?
No, I
So
do
you
believe in
haven't-
God,
so-
but theocrat would
No.
assume theocrat, if I'm understanding the term correctly, would mean I believe that
Ruled by God.
laws of the country should come from God.
No, it means do you follow the law of God? Not that you follow
Well, I can follow the law of God, but the question is
No,
when
no,
it comes.
it doesn't mean what you're saying. It doesn't mean that you
then
follow.
I believe that I should follow the laws of God as I interpret what the laws of God are. It is a separate question
Yeah,
as
can you
to
tell me
whether
those?
or not that should be the laws of our country.
Well, yeah. So if you're gonna follow the laws of God, that means we stone the gays. So you okay with stoning the gays? Or
No,
you
I'm
agree
not
with
okay.
Andrew Wilson?
I'm not okay with stoning the gays. I'm okay
So
with
God? So which God are you following there, Rob?
Okay, which God are you following? I've answered your questions. Which God are you following?
I'm following the ultimate.
Okay, and who's the ultimate? Are they okay with stoning the gays? Can you show
Yes.
me? Yeah, so you're for stoning the gays?
Yes.
Okay, well, I disagree with you and think you're discussing monster.
Rob, well, that's a great feeling of yours, but you're not telling me why we not ought stone the gays when you yourself.
Because
are
murdering someone for consensual acts that adults are taking
you're a
is
Christian.
grotesque. I am a Christian, that's correct.
Yeah, your God says stone the gays.
I don't believe so.
It does.
I don't care. Then leave God stone them. I'm not going to.
So it's whatever you feel then, Rob.
That is
huh?
absolutely correct. Yes.
Well, I win the debate then.
No, you don't win the debate because you want to stone people. You want to stone people for consensual sexual acts.
Based on what, Rob? Based on the God, right?
That's fine. It could be
that's
based
my
on what. It could be
justification.
based on whatever you want. I don't give a shit. You may have a good justification.
I have
for
justification.
Doing so.
You don't.
I do have justification. My
No, you don't. You
justification is that I think that our government should be limited. Our laws should be limited to allow people to do what they want until they physically harm other people.
That's your preference.
That
That's
is
not your
my preference. That is absolutely my
Provide a-
preference. That is
provide a
absolutely my.
justification.
That is. I am providing the justification. The justification for that is I believe that you should be allowed to have as much autonomy over yourself as possible until you harm other people physically.
That's your preference. You're
That's
telling me
my
your
justification. Yeah, that is not. That is my justification. My justification is that you should be allowed to do what you want until you harm other people.
Okay, Rob. Okay, you're telling me that your preference is that you ought to do whatever you want to you harm other people, and then I'm asking you, what's your justification for that?
My
preference?
justification is that
It's
the
your
world
preference.
is the world is a better place, and that you have more autonomy over yourself when you're allowed to take actions that aren't limited by the government until you harm other people.
Yeah,
Now let's talk. So can you give us your real name as someone who wants to stone gay people? Go ahead.
No, I would, but
Go ahead. No, please give us your real name. Because you don't know. You're so. No, listen, please. Hear me out. You're so clear in your conviction. It is clearly the morally virtuous.
Sorry, I know. While I was gone, my screen must have spazzed out. So I have 3 screens, and sometimes when you update the fucking video driver, they just spaz out out of nowhere. And I updated it like 2 days ago. And when it spazzes out, it starts minimizing everything, so that's why it disappeared. So, anyways, I gotta refix everything here. But I'm curious to see what Rob was talking about here, because I have seen this before. I have pre-watched this. I did find it curious that this person was like, "Oh, I'll put my face on, but I won't say my name." Okay.
Now let's give us your real autonomy.
Whatever you want to you harm other people, and then I'm asking you, what's your justification for that?
My
preference?
justification is that
It's
the
your
world
preference.
is a better place, and that you have more autonomy over yourself when you're allowed to take actions that aren't limited by the government until you harm other people.
Yeah,
Now let's talk. So can you give us your real name as someone who wants to stone gay people? Go ahead.
No, I would. But,
Go ahead. No.
You know what? This is why I like Rob. This is why I like Rob. Normally, I would say, I don't agree with Rob on everything, but I like this about him. I actually probably agree with Rob on a lot of things. But I really like this about him. I like that his personality defaults in this manner. Hold on, let me fix everything here. Fucking shit show. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. Okay. Do you agree with me? Maybe on some things. Probably on some things. I mean, you know, like we had a massive, you know, you and I argued about pronouns for 3 hours, you know, a couple weeks ago, right? So we disagree on the pronoun thing. And actually, you know, we actually watched we dove into some discourse involving the same way that you were saying that it's, you know, that me arbitrarily deciding when to draw the pronoun line is inconsistent with certain things. You know, like I understand that, but we dove into some discourse recently. Actually, I'll just show you the clip. Let me give you some context first. Hey, what's up, Krail? How you doing? I disagree with both of them. We need to stop humoring religious people. They are following a fiction novel. Okay, well that's a hell of an entrance. Welcome, Krail. How you doing? What's going on? So there's this guy, Tim. I'm just gonna say this. Long story short, there was a guy who sprung up in the Twitch poll sphere about a year ago, and he started talking about veganism. And he made the argument that if you are willing to eat animals, then you should be willing to fuck them, basically. That's basically the argument he made. And it made like a whole, you know, he really, like, you know, he went from panel to panel, from debate to debate, talking to everybody, talking about this stuff. And it brought up this idea about having to be 100% morally consistent all the fucking time about everything. You know, like as if life is so simple that you could just have this fucking It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia conspiracy map where everything is a fucking a line of red yarn that can easily connect to these other things, so that you can just point to everything, all the time, at your leisure, Let me see. What was it? Veganism, not to know those fucking animals is immoral. Okay, well then you're you're in the right neighborhood for this one, bud. So I'm just going to play a short for you. You react to it. You tell me what you think. Where's it at? Ah, here it is. Okay. I did. Hold on. I don't know if that's an argument. Fucking animals is immoral not because of their consent, but because it is immoral for us, not for the animal. This is why I made the argument for the gorilla. He is right. This is why consent isn't an answer. Yeah, I know. I believe me. I fully remember your gorilla arguments there. All right. But I think you and I both understand. I did. But I think you and I both understand what we're talking about right now, so I'm just going to play the clip and you tell me what you think. Didn't know there was a politics category. Yeah, Front Burner. Welcome in. Feel free to drop a follow. I'm also on Twitch and YouTube, so if you find those other venues preferable, they are there as well. But in the meantime, here we go, Tim. This one's for you, Tim. All right.
The underlying question is, do we have the same autonomy concerns for animals as we do for humans that would make their consent even necessary?
I would rather have a society where people fuck animals and are all vegan than a society where, well, this one.
Oh, guys, you need to be 100% morally consistent if you want to criticize fucking dogs. And let's talk about veganism, actually. It's a backdoor debate to veganism.
I would rather take somebody who's inconsistent and eating a burger but not fucking a dog than someone who's being completely morally fucking consistent and they fuck dogs on the side.
Let me ask a question. Has anyone here fucked an animal, yes or no?
I'm curious too.
Have you had sex with any animals?
I tasted a dog's penis once.
Amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna play it again for you guys so you get the full picture. Have I been banned? No, I haven't been banned. Didn't know there was a politics counter. Yeah, exactly. How many times have you been banned and repealed? Zero. But Tim showed up tonight to change that. Tim wants me to get banned, so that's why he showed up, bro. But anybody who was not jumping in and out of Twitch poll about a year to year and a half ago missed out on basically like an entire week of dog fucking discourse, and it was because of this one guy whose name was Smugbug, and Smugbug is an extreme vegan and very philosophically adept. So what he did when he jumped onto the scene was propose something called the dog brothel conjecture. And I'm not going to pretend that I know everything about the dog brothel conjecture, but summarily, what the dog brothel conjecture is, if you can make arguments that justify eating animals, then you should also be able to make arguments in favor of fucking animals. That's what the dog brothel conjecture was. And he took a tour of all of Twitch poll, including having conversations with Chud Logic, jumping on a WIC panel, talking to Chris Speaks, I think was also another person he talked to. He made the rounds to put this out there. And it was actually, it was great publicity because he did get a following after that, So, you got to give credit where credit's due in terms of just, making content and, being an entertainer. I'm more than happy to award him that. However, during that week, everybody was talking about dog fucking, and it was just this fucking shit show of yeah, dog words, exactly. What's up, Malkaz? How you doing? Malkaz was there. I'm sure Malkaz remembers all that. Hey, what's up, Malibu? How you doing? So yeah, I'm gonna play this again. This is from the meat and potatoes of the dog fucking Twitch poll era. Okay.
The underlying question is, do we have the same autonomy concerns for animals as we do for humans that would make their consent even necessary?
I would rather have a society where people fuck animals and are all vegan than a society where, well, this one.
Oh, guys, you need to be 100% morally consistent if you want to criticize fucking dogs. And let's talk about veganism, actually. It's a backdoor debate to veganism.
I would rather take somebody who's inconsistent and eating a burger but not fucking a dog than someone who's being completely morally fucking consistent and they fuck dogs on the side.
Let me ask a question. Has anyone here fucked an animal, yes or no?
I'm curious too.
Have you had sex with any animals?
I tasted a dog's penis once.
Amazing. Humans are animals. Oh, fucking Beastie found the fucking loophole. Beastie found the loophole. That, I'm telling you right now, though, as disgusting as this discourse was, it was a great time. That was a great time. Because this is like post Destiny being banned and people trying to still find their Twitch poll identity. So everybody was kind of vying for this space that was very much in contention. And everybody's talking about, whatever, Trump or whatever. People are talking about the same shit they always talk about. And then Smugbug comes out of nowhere and starts talking about dog fucking, bro. It was amazing. Amazing. Like the discourse itself, horrible. But it was like this really interesting monkey wrench into everybody's week. I'm not saying everybody was talking about it all week long, but people were covering it for the entire week, and it was a thing. It was a thing. Now now obviously that guy at the end there, that guy is not Smugbug. That I don't know who the fuck that person was, but Smugbug Smugbug does not make arguments about fucking animals. His argument is he's an extreme vegan, so he will do whatever he has to do to convince you that being morally consistent is the most important thing. And if you are willing to fucking eat animals, then you should also be willing to fuck them. But he knows that because you know that you're not willing to fuck them, that maybe that might open up some kind of back door to this world of veganism that you don't know about, that maybe you're curious about. Maybe you want to know more about it. If Smugbug could have created more vegans, that's what the goal was. That's what he wanted to do. And I don't know that he did that, but he certainly fucking put himself on the map there. Modern Sonic. Okay, yeah, well, I don't fucking care about Israel-Palestine. I don't care about Israel. I don't care about Palestine. You guys, if you want to talk about Israel and Palestine, there are a million fucking channels out there to go talk about that, okay? We talk about fucking streamer fucking bullshit, pop politics, current events, all right? Dog fucking, apparently, okay? There are a million channels to talk about Israel. And you guys feel more than free to talk to each other about Israel, but do not talk to me about Israel. I don't know enough to talk about it, and I don't care enough to talk about it. So there you go. There you go. Here's my take. I hope it works out. I hope it works out. I know that's insensitive. I know there's fucking thousands of people dead. I know. But what do you want me to do? I'm just a fucking random American guy living in Texas. What the fuck do you want me to do about it? You want me to care? Oh, great. Okay, even if I did care, then what? What, you want me to be on your side? Okay, I'm on your side. What side are you on? Okay, I'm on that side. I don't fucking care, dude. I don't care. I'm looking forward to the day that it's over and that we stop talking about it the same way we always do every couple years. Every couple years, some bullshit happens in Israel, and it lasts for a long time. This just happens to be the longest time in a long time that it's lasted. So we're talking about it every day. But at some point, it will be over, and we won't be talking about it again. So I'm just looking forward to that day. I will never forget. Like in the mid to late 2000s, I lived next to a guy who worked for Univision. And when he was like a producer / camera guy for Univision, and Univision sent him all over the world. And at the time, this is like 2008, and I'm pretty sure things were like popping off 2008 in Israel, right? I was talking to him about it, and I was like, man, there's got to be some hope over there. There's got to be some hope. You know, we're talking like 20 years ago, basically. So imagine like a fucking bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, late 20s legate, right? There's got to be some hope over there. And I'm talking to this guy who's been over there before. He's been over there multiple times. He's been over that entire region multiple times. And he just looked me dead in the face and was like, bro, look, I understand. I get that you have all this hope and fucking shit about that area, but I'm telling you right now, those people ain't ever gonna get along. It ain't ever gonna happen, man. So just fucking roll with it. And that stuck with me. Like it was a blow to my fucking soul. I was just like, okay, I guess. And sure enough, he was fucking right. Every couple years, things pop off over there, and then after a couple months or a year, then it cools off. This just happens to be the longest time. This is a very intense situation right now, especially with fucking Lebanon and Iran and like everything that's going on. At some point, it's gonna cool down, and we're all gonna go back to a fucking fighting the culture war. So ready the troops, all right? Israel expanded into Syria. It's not going to be like before. Role has changed. Better to realize that it will not go back to like it was sooner rather than later. Okay, well, you let me know when that happens, T-Bird. Tell me when I should care, and then I will, okay? But it can't be right now, because I don't fucking care. Not right now. Maybe tomorrow, maybe a week from now, maybe a month from now. But right now, in this moment, when I'm here to just fucking hang out with you guys and talk about anything but Israel, this is the only time when you can't fucking tell me that I can care. Okay? Anyways, so how did we get into the dog fucking stuff? Oh, yeah, this guy. So fucking Rob was talking to this guy about he was saying, so why don't you tell us your name with all these strong beliefs you have? Just tell us your name. And the guy's like,
Please, is someone help when you're
upset with the people? And then I'm asking you, what's your justification for that?
My justification is that the world is a better place, and that you have more autonomy over yourself when you're allowed to take actions that aren't limited by the government until you harm other people.
Yeah.
Now let's talk.
Islamic doctrine and culture desires Semites as well as secular culture. It's just a ideology. Well, I know some Muslims that doesn't apply to. So I'm we just met, so I'm welcome to the stream. But I would say I definitely know some Muslims that doesn't apply to. And it's not just people who I've met here in this little space, but also I lived in New York for 7 years, and I knew all kinds of people there. I lived in Chinatown, so I knew a lot of Chinese people, but I also worked with Muslims and Sikhs and all kinds of people. And New York's a very diverse place, so I know you're making a general statement there.
So can you give us your real name as someone who wants to stone gay people? Go ahead.
No, I would, but
go ahead. No, please give us your real name, because you don't know. You're so listen, please hear me out. You're so clear in your conviction. It is clearly the morally virtuous thing to do. You don't want to hide behind a cloak of anonymity with your strong Christian beliefs, correct? So tell us, what's your real name? Where's your place of work?
Look, I'll come on stream. I'll show my face.
Yeah, that sounds great. And give us your real name, your place of work, etc. Unless you're hiding something. Why would you hide?
Rob.
Wait. Where's your moral fortitude? Where's your moral fortitude?
Yeah, I get that from
God. You're
shameful.
You get it from God, and yet you're ashamed. You're ashamed to speak His name, to speak what His law should be. You're ashamed.
Rob.
You have to hide behind anonymity. Why?
Rob, I'm a very proud racist.
You're racist. That's great. You're racist. You want to stone gay people. Great. What's your name?
Rob, it's that other people are after me. It's not that you're not the only one who's
God will protect you. Why do you care if other people are after you? The law of God's all that matters.
Rob, it's not as simple as you think. There are other forces beyond just human forces.
No. That sounds like your preference. But the only law that matters is that of the ultimate, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Rob,
then why are you concerned? Why are you concerned about human forces?
Rob, I have a target on my back. I'm very aware.
God will protect you, or He won't, and you'll end up with God. You're clearly doing the will of God.
Rob,
why are you?
Totally unrelated. Did you check out Candace Owens' interview with that USS Liberty survivor gripping stuff? No, I have not. I know USS Liberty is a very hot topic, and I'm sure that Candace Owens was a part of that conversation. But no, I have not seen that.
You're worried about having a target on your back.
Rob, you're not the only person. I'm very infamous on the internet.
I don't give a shit that you're infamous. Is God proud of you?
But why?
Is God proud of you?
Rob,
is God proud of you?
Rob, you gotta know why.
Wait. Why are you hiding from this question? Is God proud of you?
Yes, He is.
Then why do you care what humans think of you?
Rob,
it sounds like this is the same criticism that you would offer people that you think are bad Christians. It sounds like moral cowardice on your part. That's what it sounds like.
Rob, you lost the argument.
I did not lose the argument.
This is just
I might be a self-identified bad Christian, but I'm not someone touting that I'm really like a soldier of God that's too much of a moral coward to tell us who you really are.
It's this ad hominem attacks.
It's not an ad. How is that ad hominem?
You're calling me a coward, dude.
I'm saying just you've lost the argument because you've engaged in
I didn't. I won.
You did not win. You've lost the argument because you are a moral coward in the face of God. You are unwilling to proudly share the word of God without hiding behind a cloak of anonymity.
I just did.
What's your name?
Rob.
Oh, so you are doing it from a cloak of anonymity?
No, Rob.
Oh, then what's your name? You can't say no.
I'm trying to get there, man.
Okay, well then give us your name, your address, your place of employment, and then you can expound on it. No problem.
Okay, the reason I'm infamous on the internet, let me start there, please.
No. Why don't you start with your name?
You know, like again, Tim, you know, you I know you're not dumb. You could have said that. You know, you could have said that in a very, internet savvy kind of way. Right? You could have said it unaliving. Right? You could have said it unaliving. You could. I know you're not dumb. I know this is not your first day on the fucking internet. Right? You could take your words and adjust them a little bit so that it doesn't fucking get modded. I didn't even mod you. You got auto modded by fucking Twitch. Okay? So, you know, I understand that you're a provocative person. You want to be provocative. I get it. But this thing that you said here at the end, you know, you could have said that in a much more internet savvy way, and you just chose not to. You just actively chose not to. Thank you. At least that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know, it's not hard. You know. No, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know, but thank you at least for adjusting the language a little bit. Okay, I genuinely, I really do appreciate that. So.
Your location, your place of work.
Yeah, let me give you my social security.
I don't need that. I don't need that.
Look, I'll show my face.
That's not so. You're unwilling. So what you're going to do is you're going to you're not going to answer the question. What you're going to do is explain why you won't answer the question. That's what you're going to do. You're going to say, Rob, I'm very infamous, and there are people out to get me, and blah blah blah. So you're claiming that yes, you will answer. You'll stop being anonymous, but you won't. You're not going to.
I'm trying to show my face, man.
Showing your face isn't the same as showing your name, your location, your place of work.
Oh, Rob, look, I'm infamous for a reason.
What does that have to do? You're only willing to speak the truth of God behind a cloak of anonymity.
Rob,
just admit that. Just admit, yes, I will only say this stuff on the condition that my real name remain anonymous. Just admit it. Admit it. Just admit. Just say, yes, you're right, but let me explain why. Go ahead.
Yes, you're right, but let me explain why.
Say that one more time for the audience to hear. Yes, I'm right. That you are too much. You will only speak the word of God while being anonymous.
No, I'm willing to show my face.
Showing your face, it doesn't mean that you're not being anonymous. Showing your face. Why are you so? If you're so willing, if you're claiming that you don't need to be anonymous, then why not just give your name? I'm showing my face, but if I didn't give my name, you still wouldn't know who I was. But I'm telling you, my name's Rob Noor. So you're just lying.
I can't be anonymous
you're lying.
And show my face.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
You're lying when you're saying that you don't need anonymity, and your reason is, but I'll show my face. That's still, you still are. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. You're still anonymous in the sense that you're not giving your real name. That's the criticism.
I'm not anonymous, but my name is anonymous.
Right. So you're only willing to speak the word of God through the cloak of anonymity.
No, I'm not, Rob.
Then why won't you give your real name?
Rob.
Why won't you give your real name? Why won't you?
I'm trying to give you that why. It's the reason I am the reason I'm anonymous is the same reason I'm infamous. You have to know the reason why I'm infamous on the internet. It's because I'm the only guy in the whole freaking wide world was able to ever debunk evolution. And that's the reason they want to get rid of me.
You're the only one, man.
I'm the only one. Yes. Rob, you don't understand how important this is.
Yeah,
Rob, you don't understand.
No, I remember. Hey, man, I remember when I was in college and I had to take all these woke courses. All of my biology courses had the name Bubblegum Gun. He's the only one. We can't beat him.
Rob.
Damn, we need to find his real name.
Yes, Rob, they're trying to get rid of me. I know the way
They're trying to get rid of you. And yet
Yes, they
you're
are.
afraid. You're afraid. That's funny. I know a lot of people that spoke the word of God, but they're willing to put their real name out there.
Rob, do you know
They
that
don't have to hide behind anonymity.
Rob, do you know evolution has its origins in Christianity?
Okay.
This is why.
What does that have to do with why you will only say this from a cloak of anonymity?
Okay, if you understand that evolution has its origins in Christianity, this means Christianity can never debunk evolution, right?
Okay, so what's that have anything to do with the discussion I'm having right now? Why are you only willing to say these great truths under the cloak of anonymity?
I'm not anonymous. People have seen my face.
What's your name?
Rob. It's John. How about you can have my first name there, John?
Why won't you give your last name? It's because you want to have some amount of anonymity, correct?
No, it's because they're trying to kill me, man.
Who's trying to kill you?
Rob.
Who's trying to kill you?
Rob, let me lay down.
Who's trying to kill you?
Rob, let me down. Yeah, I'm going to tell you.
Just, okay, tell me, and then you could go on your rant about evolution. Who is it that's trying to kill you?
No. Let me go on the rant, and then I'll tell you why it's important, because you're not going to listen.
Why don't you tell me who's trying to kill you first?
I'll tell you who's trying to kill me, but you have to listen, because I know you're not going to win.
Why don't you start by telling me who's trying to kill you?
Rob.
I'm just going to boot you off the stream if you're unwilling to answer even the most obvious questions.
I already won the debate.
I don't care if you thought you won the debate. Your opinion is irrelevant to me. I'm asking you a question. Who is it that's trying to kill you? Who is it that's trying to kill you?
Your preferences justify
Who is it that's trying to kill you?
What a great argument there.
Who is it that's trying to kill you?
Rob, the same people who are trying to keep evolution alive.
So who are those people?
You know them.
Who?
Well, okay, Rob. If evolution is... Rob, let me get that.
You just said I know them. Who? Answer the question.
Okay, Rob, who puts evolution in the books that go to schools?
There's probably people There's probably people from this like horrible peer review bullshit.
Government, right?
It's not just government, but certainly government has part of it. Yeah.
Okay. Does government kill people?
So the government's trying to kill you.
Rob, yes, because I'm a threat to them.
So the government's trying to kill you.
Why?
But
Yes,
they don't know your real name.
I'm sure they're after me.
Okay, well, if they already know your real name, what's the harm of saying it here?
Rob, it's that I'm a threat to them. As long as
the government, can you tell me what specific branch of government? Is it people like in our intel agencies? Is it people through our law enforcement agencies? Who is it in the government that's trying to kill you?
Rob, who puts evolution in the books?
I would say that it's a conflagration of people, right? It's
the government
people,
included, right?
The government would be included through the Department of Education. So it's the Department of Education that's trying to kill you?
So if the government has an interest to keep evolution in the books, do they not have an interest to keep people unalive, those who wish to remove evolution from the books?
I don't think that the government's specifically trying to kill some anonymous shit poster online like you, no. And I think if you have risen to the, I think if you have risen, I think if you have risen to that level of threat from the government, then they're probably already know your name anyways. And so then there would be no need to hide that from a discussion with someone like me.
It's the potential threat that I am.
The potential threat to you. So does the government know your name or not?
Maybe they do.
Okay, then what's the harm in saying it?
Rob, that's the problem. I'm not trying to get killed. I'm not suicidal.
So then you're saying there's a solid chance that the government specific. I just want to get this clear. Your argument is you're the only person in the world that could debunk evolution, and the government is out to kill you because you are that unique person in the world that's capable to do this. But this evil government that wants to kill you, they're somehow not powerful enough to know what your real name is.
It's because I'm not a threat yet.
But wait a minute, you just said that you're literally the only person in the world that could debunk, so they don't know that yet.
They know. I'm sure.
So they do know, then you would be a threat. Don't you think you just gave the rationale for why? If the government's putting this stuff in our books, wouldn't it be a threat if there's one person in the world that could debunk it all?
Rob, so if the government's putting the evolution in the books, right? It has an interest to keep evolution in the books.
That's true. Then why aren't you a threat right now? You just said you're not a threat.
I'm a potential threat.
Okay, but you're not a current threat. But they know you, and they know you're the only person in the world.
I don't know if they know me. I don't know if they know me.
You said you're infamous.
I'm infamous on the internet.
So people on the internet that would have the ability to, that clearly are interested in protecting the concept of evolution. You're infamous, so much so that you have to remain, you have to remain anonymous, but they haven't informed the government that's in charge of putting evolution in the books that you exist, and are out there just shaming single-handedly the only person in the world that could debunk evolution.
Rob, if I'm able to get evolution off the books, they have to kill me.
Okay, so then they would know that you're a threat.
Look, if I become a threat to the point that I'm able to get evolution off the books, the government has to come and kill me. They have to
so then here's where we're at. The government knows, and people know, that you're the only guy in the world that has the potential to beat their arguments on evolution. But they're not targeting you right now because you haven't got the headwinds to get your message out there. Maybe, let me give you some advice. Perhaps instead of shitposting online, if you would put a name to your face and go out there and put on a suit and tie and actually go out and talk as a reasonable person, not talking about stoning the gays, and instead make these great arguments, about debunking evolution. Maybe then, instead of becoming a potential threat to evolution, you would actually become the thing that brings it down, instead of shitposting online.
Rob, your God is for stoning the gays, so I don't see the problem.
That's fine. You can say my God's for stoning the gays. I don't give a shit. We're talking about you right now. Why are you only willing to say that under the cloak of anonymity?
I'm not.
Be ye hot or cold, but if you're lukewarm, I'll spat you from my mouth. Why are you only willing to say these truths under the cloak of anonymity?
Rob, I'm not.
It seems what happens is that you're either fearful or wanting to participate in secular society to get the benefits from them that are waged in sin. Because because you either want to participate.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to nuke.
Tim, you can talk about whatever you want. I'm just asking you to be savvy. You know, I understand you want to fucking provoke people. I understand you're an edgy guy that lives on the other side of the planet, so you really don't have to suffer any consequences. I'm just asking you to please be observant of the moment, right? All I'm asking is for you to just, I know that you're gonna form some kind of paragraph that has a couple reasonable sentences, and then at the end of that fucking last reasonable sentence, you're gonna say something incredibly fucking Tim-like and Zen-like. And I'm just saying, scratch that last part and just replace it with something that is internet savvy. Otherwise, you can talk about whatever you want, dude. I'm not here to silence you. I just want you to use your words in a, if I was just streaming on Rumble right now, go ahead, say whatever the fuck you want, because there's no rules on Rumble, okay? But I'm not. I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitch, and I'm on Kick. Okay, so that's all I'm asking. It's not fucking hard, dude.
The Muslims. Yeah, I'm totally trying to kill the Muslims. No, I'm not trying to kill the Muslims.
What the fuck does that have anything to do with what I said? You're currently interested in keeping your position in a secular society, much so that you're unwilling to say the truth. You're unwilling to say the truths of God using your real name. Andrew Wilson uses his real name. Right?
Andrew Wilson is a cultural Christian. He just wants power.
Okay.
He just wants to rule over
But at least he attaches his real name to his opinions.
At least he sticks to his values. At least he's willing to stone the gays, unlike you.
That might be true. I don't think that is true, actually. I've asked him, he doesn't even think homosexuality should be illegal. So I doubt that he would advocate for stoning them.
That's pretty weak of him, then.
Well, Mr. Anonymous.
That's pretty weak of him.
You could call into him.
Exactly, Mr. Anonymous tough guy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Give us your name. Give us your name, guy. Rob Norn's giving you his name. Give us your name.
His show and tell him he's weak. But at least Andrew Wilson's willing to be public about what he believes. He doesn't have to hide behind the cloak of anonymity. So for someone who's so strong in the Word of God, one of God's strongest soldiers, literally the only person in the...
If you believe in God and He says we should, then you should do that. I mean, yeah, like I said before, I really think that a lot of this could get cleared up if you asked Rob if he was an American first or a Christian first, right? Because if he said he was a Christian first, then I think, yes, Tim, you would be technically right. Because he would probably be more in the Andrew Wilson camp, right? In the Christian nationalist camp. I don't. I mean, it's hard because he says he's a, Rob says he's a Christian, he's a conservative, and a libertarian, all in the same bucket. So he can score all the good guy points that he wants to, and if you can back that up, then that's fine. But I think a lot of this could get cleared up if somebody just asked him, hey, look, if somebody said, are you American or are you Christian? What was your first thing? And he'd probably say, well, I'm an American Christian. The opposite would be, I'm a Christian American. I think he would answer, I'm an American Christian, which would imply a lot more things about the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and generally accepted principles regarding freedom that Americans hold, that kind of thing.
World that could beat back the demonic forces that are pushing evolution, yet you'll only do so as a shitposter online. You won't do so with your real name. Why is that?
Rob, that's because Andrew Wilson is not a threat to the theory of evolution.
What does that have anything to do with the criticism I just made to you?
Yes,
it doesn't matter if you're a threat or not.
Yes,
you're saying that you are unwilling to advocate openly for the word of God if it comes to possible self-harm to yourself. That sounds like cowardice to me.
Cowardice? I'm not dumb.
That sounds like cowardice.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. You have all the balls in the world to fucking say everything except your real name. At least Rob Noor is on here with his real fucking name. You have to give him that at least.
No, it's not. I'm not stupid.
So you're willing to deny Christ. You're willing to deny God for your own personal safety.
Rob, it's not that I'm denying God. It's that I know how to play the game.
So explain to me how playing the secular game is godlike. Explain to me how that's Christian.
It's not that I'm playing the circular game, Rob.
I didn't say circular. I said secular.
Secular, my bad. It's not that I'm playing the secular game. It's that I have to get this information out before I die. That's well understood, right?
So wouldn't the best way to do that not be to put your name out there and not be an internet shit poster?
Exactly. It's by not being dead.
So your argument is if you gave your name right now, the government would kill you.
No, it's that I could become a potential threat. And
first of all, he was saying that earlier. He was saying exactly that the government would come and kill him,
If they see me as a potential threat, they will kill me.
If they see you as a potential threat, they're going to find your name anyways. Are you unaware of the surveillance tools that they have?
Yes.
You're literally right now. They could probably just through voice analysis
it's literally just cowardice.
Find out who you are.
Maybe, Rob, but
Okay.
I'm not trying to go to an early grave.
Okay, so then let me get this straight. You have this mission from God that's so important that the only that you have
Rob,
to deny.
what else would be
you
important?
have to deny in your real life with your real
What
name.
else would be more
Listen,
important,
Let me
Rob?
finish. In your real life, with your real name in your real job or whatever you do, you can't discuss this very important mission from God that you have been given the task of being the only person in the world that can
common
debunk
sense, Rob.
evolution. Let me
it's not a
finish.
mission,
Let
it's
me
common
finish.
sense.
The only person in the world that could debunk evolution.
I mean, T-Bird, I don't disagree with you on that, but I don't think he's wrong here. I don't think he's wrong.
You've been given this important mission, and yet so therefore you can't say your name. You can't do any of that because it's so important to get that mission out. Yet you risk coming onto a show like mine with only 150 people watching and putting material out there that could identify you, thereby destroying your mission from God. And for what? To come on and tell me that you think I'm a bad Christian because I don't want to stone gays?
Rob, first of all, what's more important than God? Nothing, right?
Right,
Nothing
so then why are you so fearful of the secular world?
Yeah, great, Rob.
Why are you so fearful? Yeah, got it. Why are you so fearful of the secular world?
Look, maybe he does enjoy the sound of his voice. I'm not gonna argue against that. But he's fucking spitting right now, dude. He's cooking, dude.
Won't your soul go to heaven?
Imagine talking to somebody. Imagine just meeting somebody and they say, I'm on a mission from God. Okay, well, what's their mission? Well, I have to debunk evolution. And it's really important that I do that because the information is critical and the government is going to kill me if I try to do it publicly. Imagine meeting somebody. What would you say to that person? What would you say to that person? Oh, okay. I would think they're batshit crazy. No, I'm not religious, but I do have respect for people who are religious. But if somebody comes up to me and says, yeah, like, oh, I'm on this mission, but I can't, well, first of all, you're already anonymous. Nobody knows who you are. So why don't you just tell us what that fucking information about evolution is anyway, if it's so fucking important? I mean, you have a huge platform right now. I mean, it's only like a couple hundred people, maybe at most, between his various platforms that he's on. But either way, this is going to get on YouTube at some point, and then thousands of people are going to watch it. So what's the fucking answer, dude? Why is it debunked? Actually, well, I'm curious, for the people who are religious in the chat, do any of you have a debunking of evolution? Like, just, in the back pocket? Could you just be like, hey, look, you don't have to give me your real name or anything, but can any of you who are religious in the chat just instantly debunk evolution right now?
Anyways, if they do murder you for speaking the truth, can you show me in the Bible?
Can you give me the video? No, I want your argument. I don't want a video. Yeah, you can give me. Yeah, oh, here's a video. Here's a fucking article. No, I'm asking if, for those who are religious in the chat, can you debunk evolution right now?
Where it says, be unwilling to speak the truth if you are worried about secular concerns. Can you show me that?
Look, Rob,
and if your answer involves God is great, well, I mean, that I'm just going to let you know right now, if you tell me that evolution is debunked because God is great, I'm just going to be like, well, I don't know if that's an argument.
You want to live in this secular world.
Point to the passage.
Want to live with a
is that New Testament or Old Testament? What book is?
That's true. Yeah, Salty. That's true. That is true. I would say that. Yeah. I still. I don't know if asking for his docs is the correct character. This guy. I think this guy put out enough. That information. Oh. This guy revealed enough about his worldview. That I think it warranted, at the very least, Rob asking for his name ironically. Now, whether or not that guy chose to interpret it as ironically, that's different.
Where's that from?
Well, I'm an Old Testament person myself.
Okay, so can you show me in the Old
Oh, imagine my shock.
Testament where it says, be unwilling to speak the word of God if you are fearful.
Rob,
can you show me where it says that? You just said
Rob.
that.
We're going to have all the parts up there, so it can gradually evolve. So it can't gradually evolve. True beneficial reproduction. Second, all we have problem of consciousness and how cells can make you conscious. Then we have the issue of the missing fossil records, and that these archaeologists literally edited pelvises to align with their theory of different monkey skeletons. Oh, man. Holy shit. That sounds amazing. That sounds amazing, Zen. Holy shit. All right, so can anybody else read what Tim's justification was there and let me know what they think about that? This whole pelvis realignment kind of thing, I've never heard of that. That's something I never heard of. I've heard of the eye thing. I think I've heard of the consciousness thing, but I've definitely never heard of the pelvis thing. Tell you what's guess. I'm just sure I have to try to survive. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think I'm probably in the same boat, Beastie. Gluttony's a sin. And Rob looks like a bit of a glutton. That's true. Well, he could have a glandular situation. You don't know that, T-Bird. Maybe he's got some kind of fucking situation going on, It was all BS, Krail. Bro, Tim, Krail just fucking destroyed you. Krail just destroyed you, dude. It was all BS. Krail literally just said, crumple, 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 throw. To Tim's argument. Skeletons developed crushed and resembled because they made up it was crushed by the floor and let the monkey walk on 2 feet. They didn't like. Also, it turned out to be a male. Willing to let my efforts get the best of me. He is a glutton. Okay, that fair enough. Fair enough, T-Bird. Glandular overeating disorder. Yeah, it could be glandular. You never know. All I know is Krail destroyed fucking Zen, dude. Krail destroyed Zen. It was all BS, dude. That's all Krail had to say. Krail was just like, nah, I'm not having it. Oh man, we gotta give I gotta give Krail some sigmas for that. Yeah, I gotta give Krail some sigmas for that. That was massively sigma. He just said, fuck it. Krail didn't destroy shit. Krail's a retard. Look, I don't even... look, I just liked the way I thought it was hilarious the way he approached that.
The secular world doesn't matter. All that matters is God. So then why be fearful?
Will
He protect
what am I doing? What am I doing right now? If
You're through cowardice and anonymity, you're willing
Rob,
to spread
I'm
the
the
message
one
of God,
who's
but you're
willing to get canceled.
No, you're
I'm
not.
willing to say,
What's your
stone
name?
the gates.
What's your name?
Rob, I'm willing to show my face.
You're showing your face is nothing. Wouldn't that be another tool that the government could use to identify you?
Yes, Rob.
So you're
But
willing
you're
to you're willing to jeopardize your mission from God, where you're the only person in the world that could debunk evolution, and you're willing to come on my show, and you're even willing to show your face, knowing that that would all be but a dead giveaway. That once the government realizes you are on this mission from God, that you're the only person capable of destroying their demonic evolution narrative. You're willing to risk all of that, but you won't give your name. It
Rob,
sounds.
yeah.
If I may, can I tell you what's really going on with you? Can I? Would you like to listen?
Well, Rob, I'm
having fun toying with you, but
Rob,
exactly. I'll see your long-winded argument raise you a nah, bruh. Amazing. Krail said Satan is the good guy. If this person says something, you should assume the opposite of what he says. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So what is Krail? Are you saying that Krail's a Satanist, or I'm not watching any fucking? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not. First of all, I'm not even gonna be that much longer because I have to. I have my parents coming in a couple hours, so I have to fucking get ready. I have to like clean my apartment a little bit, and then I have to go to bed and like take a nap. So I'm not sitting here fucking. Oh, okay, let's go through evolution step by step. That ain't happening. Yeah. Maybe next time. Not even Turbo versus Turbo could make a single point last this long. That's true. Maybe next time, Tim. Maybe next time. I'm not derailing everything here to start fucking diving into evolution. I'm not doing it. Scott Human. I don't know. For that one, I would just say, what is God? What is God? I don't know. Krail literally just dropped the mic and said, fuck it. Krail just dropped the mic. But is Krail like a Satanist or something? Or I did see Krail talking about Satan a little bit, but I wasn't sure of the context. And I'm not scrolling all the way up there to find out the context. So evolution is a Western religion. Oh, interesting. Evolution is okay. So all of those things are related, huh? I am sure you have a sound theory as to why they all tie together. Pretty sure. Well, I'm just gonna add that. That, I don't know, Tim, if you are not aware about Twitch's new policy regarding the Z word, but in case you aren't, it's a no-no word now, so I'm just going to ban it, and there you go, that's all she wrote. That's all she wrote, but that is a new fucking Twitch policy, apparently. So I was pointing out all of the horrible, how Michael Satan stood up to God. Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
Rob, I've been doing nothing but listening and just hearing you get triggered.
It's not that I'm triggered. It's that I'm dealing with the narcissist. I'm dealing with the narcissist. Is what I'm dealing with. That's what I'm dealing. I'm dealing with someone who thinks they're the most important person in the world.
When did I say I was important, Rob?
You said you're the only. Is your mission from God? Is your mission from God to end evolution important? Didn't you say? Let me finish. Just yes or no will suffice. Didn't you say that the most important thing is getting your mission from God out there to debunk evolution?
Let me explain. Can I explain why?
Is that important or not?
Let me explain.
Is that important or not?
I'm going to give you a yes or no.
Okay, then give it, and then you can explain.
Fuck.
Yes.
Okay.
Now let me
Sure,
explain.
go ahead and explain.
Okay. Here, I need you to understand the fundamentals of evolution.
It happened again. Hold on. Where is it? Oh my god. It's like the same thing that happened when I was in the bathroom. This fucking computer has a mind of its own. That. Come on. What is up with this? There we go. Oh.
Fundamentals of evolution. Evolution is.
I have no interest in you discussing the fundamentals of evolution.
It's important.
I don't need to listen to you ramble.
Oh, you don't.
I don't.
You're not gonna ramble.
I don't need it. That's irrelevant to the discussion we're having.
You don't
right
want to
now.
listen.
It's irrelevant to the discussion. Okay, you got 20 seconds. You got 20 seconds to explain why evolution is bullshit. Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna. The reason it's important is because when we're taught in evolution is mutation plus time. It's generation. But what is mutations, Rob? They're errors in the DNA code. Now, if we all have DNA mutations over generations, including you, Rob, including your children, what's going to happen to all the population of the world? They're going to go kaput, genius. They're all going to go fucking dead. So what I'm trying to do, it's not for fucking me, dude. I'm trying to save the fucking civilization by stopping a mutational catastrophe. These mutations are gonna steamroll. They're gonna accumulate in the populations of all generations. You can see this in India already. The mutations in India, they're killing their whole civilization. They're throwing people retarded. Autism is just a low-level mutation that are popping up. Autism,
okay,
the 1980s.
cool.
I'm not.
Okay.
No,
so
Rob,
that,
you don't
okay.
want to
So
listen.
you've explained. So the question I had. So
Rob,
you can see,
this
you
is
can't
important.
Even,
as
so
important as it gets. This is world-ending.
So let's see how we got there. I said, isn't what you're doing very important? You're like, I never
It's
said
the
I was
most important.
Right. So you just said before that the reason we got onto this line of question, you said, I never said I'm important. And I said, but didn't you say...
It's not about me, Rob.
Okay, it's not about you, but you're the only... You just outlined why ending the concept of evolution is so important to save the human race. Yes or no? Didn't you just say that?
It's a fact, isn't it, Rob?
Okay, then you said yes, that is important to save the human race. And
is it not,
didn't you
is
say...
It not, Rob?
Didn't
is
you
it not,
just say...
Is it not important to save the human...
I disagree.
The human race is not important. The human race is not important.
I disagree.
Oh, you disagree to say the human race is not important.
I'll just mute you. That's not what I'm disagreeing. I disagree with your concept of evolution and what you're saying about it. But I am admitting that you, if you were right about it, then yes, saving... saving the human race would be important, and you're the only person that could do it.
Mutations are detrimental. They kill the human race.
You're changing the subject. What I
It's
said
not-
was,
that's the
I'm
main
just going to
crux
start
of the
muting you.
subject.
I'm just going to start muting you, right?
That is not the Bible. Well, I mean, so what you would, well, yeah, you're not Christian, but I mean, like, could you cite or find another example that would be the same for what you quoted from the Surah to the Bible? Like, is there something equivalent?
What the conversation, the direction it was going was, I said, why are you willing, if you're so important to the human race and to God, why are you willing to jeopardize it by putting your face out there and something like me? You said, where did I ever say I'm important? I said, okay, let's break it down into the following steps. I said, let's break it down in the following steps. 1, is the mission important? And you said, oh, blah, 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 and you hemmed and hawed until finally you basically said, yes, it's the most important thing. Then step 2 is, aren't you the only person that could succeed in that mission? Which you've already admitted. Yes. So you are saying that it is your mission to completely save the human race, and only you could do it. Which means when you denied, when you said, I never said I'm important, you're full of shit. That was you lying, which, by the way, is very sinful as well, to get out of the topic that I had, because you don't have an answer to that. So seeing as how you're the only person in the world that could save the human race, and the government's trying to kill you, or they will try to kill you once they find out that you're the only person that could save the human race, why are you willing to jeopardize that by coming on and shitposting and putting your face out there?
I'm not the only person who saved the human race. It's about the information that I bring.
You're the only person that could save the human race on this particular topic? That's what you said. You said you're, do you want to go back? You said you're, quote, the only person that could debunk evolution. You said you're the only one. That's what you said.
No, Rob, hear me out. I'm the only person who has debunked evolution so far.
Okay, so there are others potential out there, but the only one that
That's even crazier. He already did it. He already debunked evolution. We still haven't heard how he did it. I mean, he talked about mutations, but I don't see how that debunks the entire fucking theory. And I'm pretty sure he would back some of this up with some scripture at some point, though.
Successfully done it is you.
Yes.
And the government, and so does the government know that or not? Does the government know that or not? Because that clearly makes you one of the most important people in the world.
Rob, the government knows evolution is bullshit.
It doesn't matter. Do they know that you're the only person that is bugged?
It's very important.
It doesn't matter. Well, for the sake of argument, okay, for the sake of argument, I'll say, yeah, the government knows. And you're the only person that's been able to debunk it, correct?
If government is pro increasing the amount and mutations in the populations, this means they're against humanity.
Cool. It sounds like you're saying that makes you a very important person.
No.
So you're not important. So the government has this agenda.
That I bring
this government has this agenda to increase mutations that will destroy the human race. And the only person who has successfully argued against it is you. But you're not important.
Rob, is it a fact that mutations will destroy the human race?
No, I don't believe it is.
Oh, you don't think so? You
what
think
does it matter? What does it matter?
Rob,
my answer to that question. What does that matter? My answer to that question is I could say I don't know. For the sake of argument, let's say yes. I agree with everything you're saying. That would make you a very important person. You're the only person in the world that has given the information that could save the human race.
So great. If you agree that information I'm saying,
I don't agree. I'm saying for the sake of argument, I could agree.
Well, for the sake of argument,
now what you're doing here is, and this is something that narcissists would quite frequently do. You can't argue the point. I'm making a point. I'm like, wow, you're this very important person that the government's going to try to kill, and you're like, no, I'm not important. And I'm like, but you're the only person that's debunked this. You said, and it's very important information that would save the human race. And you're like, but isn't it? Isn't it very important? Wouldn't it save the human race? Yeah, that's what you're saying. My argument is, yeah, great, you're right. You're the only person who has given this information that could save the human race. So why are you showing your face again on a stream with 150 people knowing the government's trying to kill you?
Rob, I'm only important because I bring the information.
You are important.
Rob,
you are important, which was what my argument was.
Rob, let me finish my sentence. If you were to bring the same information that I'm bringing, you would have the same, importance. You are only important because we bring that information, and the information that I'm bringing is correct.
So you've given this information before, correct?
The whole crux of this information.
You've given this information before, correct? That's why you're infamous online, correct?
Yes, the problem
Okay,
is...
then why haven't other people also given this information?
Because we went over it. Andrew Wilson is an evolutionist. He's not going against...
Okay, that's one person. How many people have you...
I really doubt that Andrew Wilson is an evolutionist. Look, I know there's some religious people out there, and they're probably not gonna like what I'm about to say, or maybe they won't care. But either way, I think you guys just compete with how fucking puritanical you can be sometimes. I mean, first of all, the balls to fucking say that fucking Andrew Wilson is an evolutionist. He's an Orthodox Christian. Okay, he might dabble in evolution in order to understand the kinds of arguments he needs to make when he goes on fucking podcasts and shit like that. But he is not an evolutionist, okay? He's an Orthodox Christian. He's a Christian nationalist, okay? He's not an evolutionist. So all this guy is really saying by calling Andrew Wilson an evolutionist is really what he's saying is, I am really pure. I am really religiously pure, okay? I am not tainted by the internet or evolution in the same way that people like Orthodox Christians and Christian nationalists like Andrew Wilson are. Give me a fucking break, bro. The crazy thing is like the left does this same thing too. Like if you go into the comment section of any fucking political fucking group and watch leftists tear each other apart, it's the same fucking thing. So you're right when you say, like, you know, leftism can be this kind of, you know, it can take on the same kind of characteristics that religion can. You're 100% right in that aspect. But by the same token, it's like you're not even any different than them. You know?
You given this information
All
to?
Christians are evolutionists.
Okay, so you've given this information.
And then they says something like that. All Christians are evolutionists. All Christians are evolutionists. Imagine saying that. Imagine saying that. Does anybody here think that all Christians are evolutionists?
I haven't other people also given this information?
Because we went over it. Andrew Wilson is an evolutionist. He's not going against...
Okay, that's one person. How many people have you given this information
All
to?
Christians are evolutionists.
He said that so emphatically. That wasn't a slip of the tongue, dude. That wasn't an accident. All Christians are evolutionists. Imagine saying that. Imagine saying that. Imagine saying that. I don't care what religion this guy is. I mean, I think I have a pretty good idea of what religion this guy is, but either way, imagine saying something like that. Imagine ever saying that all Christians are evolutionists. Have you ever been to Right Wing Watch? Have you ever been to Right Wing Watch? Imagine ever uttering the words, all Christians are evolutionists. Imagine. Sam Sorbo says that to teach about evolution is to teach bullying. Mike Pence criticizes theory of evolution. Believing in evolution is dumb. Evolution is a communist lie. Evolution is ridiculous and impossible. Evolution of Christian nationalist lies. No, that's different. That's a different context. Anti-evolution event blasts Cosmos and Obama. Claims the theory of evolution disproves itself. Here we go.
Even though these biology books are full of unsubstantiated dogmatic statements supporting evolution, there are still two major reasons why you should adopt these books. First, by so doing, you will strike the final blow to the teaching of evolution. There are some hidden jewels in these texts just waiting to be mined by inquisitive students.
Imagine saying, just for 1 second, just sit back and think to yourself, are all Christians evolutionists? If my Christian brother believes in evolution, then they are hypocrites. No, what I'm saying is that this guy just said that all Christians are evolutionists. That's what I'm contending right now. I'm not contending if a Christian believes in evolution. I'm contending whether or not all Christians are evolutionists. That's what I'm contending. Now, you either think this guy is right or wrong. Evolution is false. You could, yeah, but that's not contending with what I'm talking about. This guy is saying that all Christians are evolutionists.
That can destroy evolution. In 2009, when the board...
This guy's literally talking about destroying evolution.
...of evolution. There's still two major reasons. Even though these biology books are full of unsubstantiated dogmatic statements supporting evolution, there's still two major reasons why you should adopt these books. First, by so doing, you will strike the final blow to the teaching of evolution. There are some hidden jewels in these texts just waiting to be mined by inquisitive students that can destroy evolution. In 2009, when the board adopted these new science standards, the evolutionists were painted into a corner. The authors were required to provide scientific evidence for explanations of the sudden appearance and stasis of groups in the fossil record and the complexity of the cell, and most importantly, to identify the specific pages where they were to do so. These sections are the hidden jewels. In the following week, American Association for the Advancement of Science reported new science standards for Texas schools strike a major blow to the teaching of evolution. The adoption of these books represents the final blow because despite their boastful assertions of robust evidence for evolution, when you actually read those identified sections, the hidden jewels, you will find the evidence incredibly weak to non-existent. And if there's no evidence, there's no evolution. How much?
I mean, look, I don't even need to go through it. There's plenty of examples here. If you go to Right Wing Watch and you literally go to the page and hit this little fucking magnifying glass and just type in evolution, you'll get a shit ton of videos, dude. There's a shit ton of them here. From Darwin to Hitler. From Darwin to Hitler.
It seems to me that you can draw pretty much of a straight line from Darwinian evolution to social Darwinianism. I mean, if it's survival of the fittest and let's get rid of the weakest members of our society, makes absolutely logical sense if you believe in Darwinianism. This is how all of life develops. This is how we get increasingly complex life forms. So it seems like you can draw almost a straight line between Charles Darwin, Margaret Sanger, eugenics movement, and Adolf Hitler. In other words, you've got pretty much a broken line from the theory of evolution to Hitler's Germany. Is that
The number one reason for racism is belief in evolution. The second law of thermodynamics disproves evolution. All of the shit. It's just so here's the one thing that is obvious about this mystery guest that we don't know anything about. We know he's not a Christian. Okay? So that means he's some other religion. Now, you could say, oh, maybe he's a Jainist, maybe he's a Buddhist, maybe he's Sikh, maybe he's, I very much doubt he's atheist or agnostic. You could say he is pagan or Viking. You could say a million things. You could also say this guy might be a Muslim, okay? Now, I'm not saying that Muslims think that all Christians are evolutionists. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that we know this guy is not a Christian because he just called all Christians evolutionists. So he has to be some other religion. Some other religion. Now, do we know, actually, let's try this. Which religion hates evolution the most? Let's see. This is the AI. Based on our understanding, the religious group most often associated with strong opposition to the theory of evolution is the Southern Baptist Convention and other evangelical Christian denominations. So that's true. That's a very, very strong argument. do Muslims reject evolution? Some Muslims around the world believe, quote, humans are and other living things have evolved over time, yet some others believe they have always existed in present form. Oh, this is Wikipedia. Holy shit. You guys might want to get over here. Okay. Here we go. Islamic views on evolution. Islamic views on evolution are diverse, ranging from theistic evolution to old earth creationism. Some Muslims around the world believe, quote, humans and other living things have evolved over time, yet others believe they have, quote, always existed in present form. Some Muslims believe that the processes of life on earth started from one single point of species with a mixture of water and a viscous clay-like substance. Muslim thinkers have proposed and accepted elements of the theory of evolution, some holding the belief of the supremacy of God in the process. Some scholars suggested that both narratives of creation and of evolution, as understood by modern science, may be believed by modern Muslims as addressing two different kinds of truth, the revealed and the empirical. Others argue that faith and science can be integrated and complement each other. Statistics, teaching of evolution. Let's go to that. According to Rana Dajani, adopting new ways of thinking to pursue the knowledge is a core tenet of Islam. Dajani says interpretation of Quran being a fluid and ongoing process of human exercise can always be revisited to clear contradictions if any arise during pursuits of scientific knowledge. According to Dajani, interaction with modernization and globalization has imported some problematical, hostile attitudes towards science, like rejection of the theory of evolution into Muslim societies. Dajani says the negative attitudes among Muslims toward evolution came post-20th century, associating Darwin with Western colonialism, with Western colonialism materialism, and racism. But actually, rudimentary theories of evolution were proposed by Muslim scholars right from the 9th century, even up to the 1880s. Dajani says, while some Muslim students think accepting the theory of evolution means denying the existence of God, but that need not be so. Rather, after initiation of God, the universe can evolve according to principles of science and logic. Dajani says, usually a detailed explanation of natural evolution of plants, artificial breeding, antibiotic resistance, development of modern medicines and vaccines help Muslim students accept evolution. Still, some reservations remain in accepting human evolution. Dajani says discussion of controversial topic of evolution helps Muslim students avoid blind acceptance of status quo and question even other aspects of their lives. What do you think of a lot of Western people converting to Islam, like Andrew Tate and Sneeko? Hey, good on you. If that's what you want to do. If inshallah, if God wills it. I don't care what they do. I don't care what anybody does. I mean, I'm not going to celebrate it, but if people want to become Muslim, if people want to revert to Islam, then I say inshallah. Okay. We believe they have changed over time, like that dog breeds have changed, but not what we came from monkeys or that all animals came from bacteria. Okay. So dogs can change, but everything else can't. Okay. Like you can have, so what you're saying is you can have subtle variations, but you can't have drastic variations. Like humans didn't come from fish or monkeys, but if a wolf turned into a pug dog, that's acceptable. That's okay. Right? Is that basically your argument there? We could change too. Okay. Why? Oh my God. Why is my fucking computer doing this right now? Why are you asking me about Andrew Tate? What's the purpose of asking me about that? Or Andrew Tate and Sneeko? Why are you asking me about that? You think I would have a hot take about that? These guys. Brian Fisher on evolution and secular government.
Now, no matter what you think of the mythical separation between church and state, it is not possible for there ever in the United States of America to be a separation between God and government. Because God is the source of every single right which government has a sacred duty to protect. Now, I submit to you that not a single one of our unalienable rights will be safe in the hands of a president who believes that we evolved from slime and we are the descendants of apes and baboons. Now, if you doubt me, look at the nation states in the 20th century which rejected the creator God of the Judeo-Christian tradition: Nazi Germany, Stalinist Russia, Communist China. The one thing all of these secular states share in common is dead bodies.
I mean, this channel is chock full of Christians who are not evolutionists, bro. So for this guy...
Okay, so you've given...
Bringing is correct.
So you've given this art. So why are you showing your face again on a stream with 150 people knowing the government's trying to kill you?
Rob, I'm only important because I bring the information.
But yet you are important.
Rob,
yet you are important, which was what my argument was.
Rob, let me finish my sentence. If you were to bring the same information...
I'm not watching any videos about fish and monkeys. I already told you. Stop linking me that shit.
...that I'm bringing, you would have the same,
Or pelvic bones or whatever the fuck. I'm not watching that shit.
Importance. You are only important because we bring that information. And the information that I'm bringing is correct.
So you've given this information before, correct?
The whole crux of this information...
You've given this information before, correct? That's why you're infamous online, correct?
Yes, the problem is...
Okay, then why haven't other people also given this information?
Because we went over it. Andrew Wilson is an evolutionist. He's not going against...
Okay, that's one person. How many people have you given this information
all
to?
Christians are evolutionists.
Okay, so you've given this information to all Christians.
I'm just saying, I don't know how many religions out there are bold enough to make a claim like all Christians are evolutionists. Okay. I'm just wondering... I'm just wondering if we already know which religion this guy is. I don't think he's mentioned it up to this point, and I don't know if he is going to. I did pre-watch this, but I watched it like a few days ago, so I don't remember every part of it. So,
but they're all evolutionists, and
it's about Sneeko. That's fine. I've seen the whole Sneeko journey. I know. Believe me.
They want humanity to die.
Where do you think the origins of evolution came from?
I don't give a shit. That's irrelevant to the point.
You know what I'm doing when I'm not watching videos about fucking Israel, Palestine, or Russia, Ukraine? I'm watching videos about Sneeko. Okay, so believe me, I already know the Sneeko journey. I've seen Sneeko in every context. I've seen him at his house by himself. I've seen him praying. I've seen him reversion. I've seen him on Red Pill podcasts. I've seen him IRL. I've seen the whole Sneeko thing. Yes. There's no video that you're going to show me about Sneeko that's going to be like, whoa, oh my God.
We're talking about you keep going with red herrings. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is you're saying you're not an important person. All that's important is the information you have. But you're also admitting
the information that I carry.
Right. I understand the need to interrupt because you know that you're not making a sensible point. So you're saying this information is important. You're also saying I'm not strawmanning you. We'll go one by one. You're only allowed to answer with yes, no, or I'll boot you. Ready?
Go ahead.
That's not yes or no. Let's try again. Ready?
Yeah. Yes or no? Yes.
Okay. One, is the information you're giving...
I might have saw a clip of it, but it doesn't like... I'm not. Oh, I'm not going through my mind and be like, yes, I definitely saw that, but I mean, I probably did. But even if I hadn't seen that clip, I can imagine it.
You've already given the information that could save humanity.
Yes.
You're the only person that's given that information.
Come again?
You're the only.
Either way, the point that I was talking about this entire time is that this guy has the balls to say that all Christians are evolutionists. That's what I'm focused on right now. I'm focused on A, he's not said what his religion is, and B, he just said that all Christians are evolutionists. So we know he's not a Christian because we know that he's anti-evolution. So what I want to know is, what is his religion? Or what do you think his religion is? Now, I'm willing to take a leap of faith and say this guy. It's probable. It's minimally possible, maximally probable that this man is Muslim. Okay. Now he could be a Jainist. He could be a Viking or a pagan or whatever. There's a million other religions out there, right? but what is most likely? What is this person's religion? We don't know. Is anybody else out there willing to take a leap of faith as to what this person's religion may or may not be? Do you like LGBT? Do I like them? I like Americans. That's what I like. Okay, like I said, I'm American first. That's where I'm at. So if LGTV, if they're American, yeah, I like them. They're fine. Maybe he's an atheist. No, he's not an atheist. Because atheists are inherently evolutionists. They are actually evolutionists. This guy's making claims that all Christians are evolutionists. No atheist on the planet would make the claim that all Christians are evolutionists. So he's not maybe an atheist. That's a I can't even believe. Again, this is like the 9th time I said this. Tim, I know you're not dumb. Maybe he's an atheist is the dumbest thing you've said tonight. No atheist would say that all Christians are evolutionists. No atheist would ever say that. So he's got to be something else. Atheists aren't inherently evolutionists? Maybe not. But no atheist in their right mind would say that all Christians are evolutionists. That's batshit crazy. You're doing mental gymnastics right now. No Muslim would say that either? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. You said that so matter-of-factly, the same way that you said that fucking atheists aren't inherently evolutionists, or maybe, excuse me, not that. Maybe he's an atheist. Yeah. Yeah. I've met a shit ton of atheists in my life, and I've at least met one that said that all Christians are evolutionists. Atheists, even if you think that atheists are dumb and stupid and crazy, they're at least not that dumb, stupid, and crazy. Okay? I'll even grant you that atheists might be dumb, stupid, and crazy, but no atheist ever has said the words or thought the thoughts, all Christians are evolutionists. Do I have to fucking go back? I will,
Only person, you're also, but they're all evolutionists and they.
Rob, let me finish my sentence. If you were to bring the same information that I'm bringing, you would have the same, importance. You are only important because we bring that information. And the information that I bring.
That's fine to know an atheist that doesn't believe in evolution. That's fine. But no atheist in the history of atheism has ever said anything as batshit crazy as all Christians are evolutionists. Not one, dude. I don't need any peer-reviewed studies or data or graphs or any bullshit to know that any atheist has ever fucking said that, dude. This guy is not an atheist.
bringing is correct.
And I know he's not an atheist. I know you're not that dumb. I think you're just doing mental gymnastics stuff right now, dude.
So you've given this information before, correct?
The whole crux of this information.
You've given this information before, correct? That's why you're infamous online, correct?
Yes, the problem is...
Okay, then why haven't other people also given this information?
Because we went over it. Andrew Wilson is an evolutionist. He's not...
All right, that right there is already batshit crazy. Speaking for all atheists, I'm happy to speak for, at least in this respect, Salty, I'm happy to speak for all atheists on this one thing. No atheist has ever said all Christians are evolutionists. Not one atheist has ever said that. I don't need a fucking peer-reviewed study to tell me that any atheist has ever fucking said. This guy is not an atheist. He's about to fucking say it again right now.
Not going against...
Okay, that's one person. How many people have you given this information to?
All Christians are evolutionists.
Okay.
That person is not an atheist. I don't care how much of a ledge I'm stepping off by saying that this guy's not an atheist. I don't fucking care. This guy's not an atheist. No atheist in the right mind would ever say that all Christians are evolutionists. They wouldn't. He's either atheist or spiritual. You're just doing fucking pretzel fucking mind-bending bullshit then, dude. That's what you're doing. I don't think anyone has ever said this except this guy. Yeah. Kufar. The Kufar. Yeah. It's all the same. All Satanists. I knew it. Look, I'm I'll step off another ledge. If I had to go to Las Vegas right now and put money on what religion I think this guy is, I would probably put my money on this guy is Muslim. Period. The end. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being Muslim. I'm just saying, we know he's not a Christian, and I know he's not an atheist. So if I had to put my money on it, if I had to bet 10 grand right now, that's where I put my money. I put my money on that, bro. Yes. No. Yes.
Hey, so you've given this information to all Christians, but they're all evolutionists and they want humanity to die. How many people?
Andrew Wilson is an evolutionist. He's not going against...
Okay, that's one person. How many people have you given this information
all
to?
Christians are evolutionists.
It's pretty fucking definitive. He's making a very definitive fucking statement there, dude. I would bet he's an atheist. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take that bet all day long. When we find out who this guy is, Mr. John Doe fucking evolution debunker guy, I guarantee you he's going to be Muslim. I guarantee you. We know he's not Christian, and I know that he's not atheist. So if I'm going to put my money somewhere, I'm going to say that he's Muslim.
Okay, so you've given this information to all Christians, but they're all evolutionists and they want humanity to die.
Where do you think the origins of evolution came from?
No, I don't give a shit. That's irrelevant to the point we're talking about. You keep going with red herrings. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, you're saying you're not an important person. All that's important is the information you have. But you're also admitting
the information that I carry.
Right. I understand the need to interrupt because you know that you're not making a sensible point. So you're saying this information is important. You're also saying I'm not strawmanning you. We'll go one by one. You're only allowed to answer with yes, no, or I'll boot you. Ready?
Go ahead.
That's not yes or no. Let's try again. Ready?
Yeah. Yes or no? Yes.
Okay. One. Is the information you've already given the information that could save humanity?
Yes.
You're the only person that's given that information.
Salty, I'm happy to grant you that. Yeah. I agree with you. But not on this one thing. All those guys, including fucking Sam Harris, who I'm a big fan of. Yeah, even him. The four horsemen of atheism are happy to say all Christians X. Yes, for sure. But I guarantee you, none of them would say all Christians are evolutionists. I guarantee it. Let alone all the other fucking atheists on the planet. This is the one thing that they can't fucking, that they would not say they will not say, and they have never said, all Christians are evolutionists. Think X. Happy to agree with that. Happy to agree with that, but not on this. Not on this one thing.
Can come again?
You're the only person that has given that information.
No, actually, ask the first question again.
I'm just gonna fucking Google it. I'm just gonna Google it. Do all Christians? Oh, no, sorry. Are all Christians evolutionists? No. Who would think that all Christians are evolutionists? No, well, I mean, Google did not understand my question, but they said no, not all Christians are evolutionists, and there are a variety of views of evolution among Christians. Famous Christians who believed in evolution. Is it possible to be a Christian and an evolutionist? Acceptance of evolution by religious groups. Can you be a Christian? Yeah, so this didn't. Google did not understand my question. The question was, who would think that all Christians are evolutionists? Yeah. I'll repeat. Long before Darwin was a twinkle in his father's eye, Augustine and Aquinas said, God creating everything did not necessitate that it existed immediately. Yeah, that's fine. But those are two people. Those are two people. That's not, this person definitively said all Christians are evolutionists. And then the contention was this person is atheist, according to Mr. Zen here. Yeah, I'm not doubting that. Evolution was pondered upon by fathers of Christianity. I am not doubting that. I agree with you. And also based, I think that's based. All that. They were the fathers of the religion we know today. Yeah, but okay. Well, let me just throw the statement back to you. Do you think that all Christians are evolutionists, Salty?
Here.
The information that you're given is important to save humanity.
Yes.
You're the only person who's given that information.
Given?
That has given... You're the person who's discovered that information.
Okay, now, you say nope. Why do you say nope?
Yes.
You have given this information to other people online.
Yes, but they rejected it.
So no one has accepted it.
No, because they all have an interest in evolution.
So then that would make you a very important person then, right? Because despite the fact that you speak the truth to everyone, there is no one whatsoever that has accepted the information you're giving. Is there one person in the world that has accepted the information you're giving?
Whether they accept my information or not doesn't change the information is correct.
I would agree in theory. That's absolutely true. That's not the question, though. The question is, has anyone accepted it?
Fuck.
I would say some. Sunflower, for example.
Sunflower's accepted it. Has Sunflower told anyone about this information?
He's too dumb to grasp the implications of the information I've given him.
So you could only come up with one person that accepts the information that you've given.
Look, it doesn't matter if random people on the internet get it. Right?
Okay, you've only come up with one person that's accepted the information, but you're admitting that they're too dumb to be able to impart this information to other people, correct?
No, they're too dumb to grasp the implications.
Okay, so they understand it, but they don't grasp the implications of it, which leads to them not sharing this information with other people.
Okay, the information is that the information that I'm bringing is that mutations are increasing in the population. These
Okay.
mutations.
This is irrelevant. You could give this information some other time. It's irrelevant. We're talking
it's
about.
relevant. It's
no,
relevant.
what this is a red
It
herring.
is relevant.
What this is a red
It's
herring.
not a red
We're on
herring.
the part of the conversation when we're talking about your perceived importance, and instead
It's
of just saying
irrelevant.
you've given the rationale why you're one of the most important people in the history of the world. We're giving you've given the rationales why you're one of the most important people in the history of the world, which raises the obvious question then, as one of these people that's most
Why are you
important in
trying
the
to
history of the
strawman me?
world. I'm not trying to strawman you. Isn't that
Yes,
what
you
you're
are.
saying?
I'm
Are you
saying-
the only person that has successfully given information that could literally save the human race?
The only reason I am important in this is because I'm the one who discovered this information.
So what? That would be like saying anything.
The
Any
information is
important
clearly-
historical figure. We could say the only reason Jesus
Rob,
was important was because
this
he was born the
information-
Son of God. Yes, that's true. That's why he is important, but he's clearly
Rob,
important. The why
Rob.
is irrelevant. This would make you as the sole person who discovered and the only person who has imparted and understands the importance of imparting this information. This would make you one of the most important people in the world. You are the only person who was able to discover the information that could save the human race, and you are the only person actively going out and telling people this information.
Rob, what's more important than the human race being alive?
Okay, that's an irrelevant response
It's
to what I just said.
absolutely relevant,
It is
Rob.
not
Absolutely
irrelevant.
relevant.
If I say yes, no,
But
and you
you're
say,
only
but
trying to
isn't
say
it
it's
important?
irrelevant because
That's
it
not,
debunks
no,
your whole
it's-
position.
it doesn't debunk anything in my position. I could say,
Yes, it
you're
does.
right. Watch, I'll agree with everything you say. Go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, Rob, if everything I'm saying is true and my information is relevant, it's the most absolute relevance, yes?
Most important thing in the history of the world. Totally agree.
Oh, great. If you agree it's the most important information the information I bring is the most important thing in the history of humanity.
Yep.
Then I'm correct.
Absolutely, you're 100% correct. Oh, by the way, that
Great.
makes you great. That means I'm correct that you're one of the most important people in the history of the world, right?
Only because what? Because of why?
Why does the only matter? Why does
Why-
it matter?
why am I-
yes
why
or
am I-
no?
why am I-
Yes or no? Are you one of the most
Why am I-
important people? Is Jesus
Why am I
Christ is Jesus Christ the most important person in the history of the world?
Why am I? Why
I'm
am I
asking a different question now.
In
Is
this-
Jesus Christ the most important?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's fucking go.
Person in the history. It's the only matter.
Here we
Why does
go.
it matter?
Let's fucking go. Let's see what happens here.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you one of the most important people? Is Jesus
Why am I
Christ Is Jesus Christ the most important person in the history of the world?
Why am I?
I'm asking a different question
yeah,
now.
in
Is
this-
Jesus
mhm.
Christ the most important person in the history of the world?
Jesus Christ?
Yes.
Yes, in the
But
biblical
only because
text.
he's God's son, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Does that change the fact that he's the most important person?
But why is he important?
Because
Rob?
he's God's
Why?
son. Does that
No,
change the
Rob.
fact? Does that
No,
change
Rob.
the fact? That is why he's important, because he is the
No,
way,
he's
the light,
important
the
because-
truth. That he
yes,
died on the
because of the
cross for our sins, so
salvation.
we could. But he's only that because he's the Son of God.
He's only important because he brings salvation. He's the Son
Yes.
of God, right?
Okay. Does that change
So
the
why
fact?
am I
Does
important?
that change the fact that he is the most important person?
If he wasn't that, he wouldn't be important, right?
Correct.
So the only
But
reason
yet he is that, and he is important. So if someone were to ask you, is Jesus the most important person in the history of the world? And they said, well, only because blah, blah, blah. You would, or if someone asked me that, I would say, yes, but he's still the most important. We could discuss why all day. It doesn't change the fact that, yes, he's the most important. It's the same thing I'm talking to you. So if we, for example, were having a conversation, if we are alive at the time of Jesus, we said, we must protect this man at all costs. And someone said, why? And I said, because he's the most important person in the history of the world. And someone said, well, that's only because he's the Son of God and brings salvation. Right. How does that change my argument that he must be protected?
Yeah, what's up, Khmer? How you doing? It's good to see some familiar faces. What's up, Khmer? He's a Christian and he thinks he is special, and all other Christians believe we came from some monkeys. I don't think we have to revisit it, because I don't think that he answered. This is just my opinion, right? I could be wrong. I don't think he answered that question in the way that Rob asked it. I think that Rob asked, is Jesus Christ the most important person in the world or to have ever existed. The way I think our guest here answered the question is Jesus Christ one of the most important people? So I'm still unconvinced that this guy's a Christian. This guy hasn't said any. This guy has not. Christians usually, like, at least, like, at some point, like, they've been talking for what? How long? Fucking 40 minutes now. This guy hasn't quoted scripture once at all. He hasn't talked about Jesus Christ until now. This guy's not a fucking Christian, dude.
It doesn't. That's the discussion I'm having with you. You're clearly one of the most important people in the history of the world. So why are you doing things like willing to put your face out there and willing to shitpost and do things like that? Willing to say things that you know will hamper your very important message on evolution, like we should stone gay people. Why are you willing to do that to hamper your... And instead of being able to engage in that discussion, you just constantly deflect. So I say, aren't you one of the most important people? Ironic. And you say, only because. Well, saying only because, yeah, you're giving us the reason, but you're admitting, yes, you are one of the most important people in the history of the world. Yes or no?
Great. Rob,
yes or no?
Also, this guy, I mean, I don't even know how much, if this whole most important person in the world situation is like a red herring, but it's intensely distracting. Krail's still fucking trolling Tim. I love it. Bro, have you guys ever met before? Krail, have you ever met Tim before? Oh man, this is great. I love seeing this. Rob dying on the hill of defend. You want to follow? Certainly bring you to hell. He's the third row of Adham from the first minute. Yeah, but I mean, like, all right, Salty, even if I agreed with you on all of that, like, what about the other guy's arguments? I mean, we have a batshit crazy guy on the other side saying, I'm the most important person in the world. I'm the only person who's ever debunked evolution. All Christians are evolutionists. You haven't said one word about that guy. You're still harping on about fucking Rob. Salty, what's your opinion about the other guy? At all, if you even have one. I don't disagree with you on your Rob takes. But what about the other guy? He hasn't let him speak. It is Rob who's saying the other guy is most important. No, he said... No, don't make me fucking rewind this, Salty. Don't fucking make me rewind this.
So you're for stoning the gays?
Yes, Rob, I'm a very proud racist. I'm very infamous on the internet. I'm the only guy was able to ever debunk evolution, and that's the reason they want to...
I'm the only guy that's ever been able to debunk evolution?
Get rid of me. Rob, do you think being a midget's good?
Has Sunflower told anyone about this information?
He's too dumb to grasp the implications of the information I've given him. What?
I don't think you're watching the same debate, dude.
What causes people to be midgets?
Just say...
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
Worldview there, Rob, of whatever government you want to choose.
I justify it by saying we should prioritize... Go ahead. Let's go with the sophistry. Go ahead. System of government, people that we could deem are reasonable people or good people is where we should start. That we...
It doesn't mean what you're saying. It doesn't mean that you follow...
I believe that I should follow the laws of God as I interpret what the laws of God are. It is a...
Okay, well, okay, you might be right in the sense that this guy keep in mind, I'm not going to backtrack through 40 minutes of this. So I'm just willing to grant that Rob has made assumptions about how important this guy is, but it's based on this guy making the claim that he's the only person ever to have debunked evolution. Now, if somebody came up to you and said, I'm the only person to have ever debunked evolution, would you think that person's important, or would you think that person is crazy? I don't... Okay, I can kind of agree with that. Rob, I'll half agree with you. I'll half agree with you on addressing the conversation. I think that throughout the first 30 to 40 minutes, at least half the time, Rob has definitely got caught up on technicalities and rhetoric and semantics. So I'll agree with you on that, Salty. But that still leaves another 20 minutes of this guy being batshit crazy. Anyways, I'm not going through the whole thing again. Let's see.
Importance. And instead of just saying, you've given the round flower told anyone about this information.
He's too dumb to grasp the implications of the information I've given him.
So you could only come up with one person that accepts the information that you've given.
Look, it doesn't matter if random people on the internet get it. Right?
Okay, you've only come up with one person that's accepted the information, but you're admitting that they're too dumb to be able to impart this information to other people, correct?
No, they're too dumb to grasp the implications.
Okay, so they understand it, but they don't grasp the implications of it, which leads to them not sharing this information with other people.
Okay, the information is that the information that I'm bringing is that mutations are increasing in the population. These mutations.
This is irrelevant. You could give this information some other time. It's irrelevant. We're talking about.
Relevant.
What this is a red herring.
It's relevant.
What this is a red
herring.
We're on the part of the conversation when we're talking about your perceived importance, and instead of just saying you've given the rationale why you're one of the most important people in the history of the world, you've given the rationales why you're one of the most important people in the history of the world, which raises the obvious question then, as one of these people that's most important in the history of the world, I'm not trying to strawman you. Isn't that what you're saying? Are you the only person that has successfully given information that could literally save the human race?
The only reason I am important in this is because I'm the one who discovered this information.
So what? That would be like saying anything. Any important historical figure. We could say the only reason Jesus was important was because he was born the Son of God. Yes, that's true. That's why he is important, but he's clearly important. The why is irrelevant. This would make you as the sole person who discovered and the only person who has imparted and understands the importance of imparting this information. This would make you one of the most important people in the world. You are the only person who was able to discover the information that could save the human race, and you are the only person actively going out and telling people this information.
Rob, what's more important than the human race being alive?
Okay, that's an irrelevant response
to what I just said. It's absolutely relevant,
It is not irrelevant. If I say yes, no, and you say, but isn't it important, that's not... No, your whole position. It doesn't debunk anything in my position. I could say...
Yes, it does.
Watch, I'll agree with everything you say. Go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, Rob, if everything I'm saying is true, and my information is relevant, it's the most absolute relevance, yes?
Most important thing in the history of the world, totally agree.
Oh, great! If you agree, it's the most important information the information I bring is the most important thing in the history of humanity.
Yep.
Then I'm correct.
Absolutely, you're 100% correct. Oh, by the way, that makes you great. That means I'm correct that you're one of the most important people in the history of the world, right?
Only because what? Because of why?
Why does the only matter? Why?
Okay, we're getting back. Okay, sorry. I thought I had to backtrack a lot further.
Most important thing in the history of the world, totally agree. It doesn't debunk anything in my position. I could say,
yes, it does.
Watch, I'll agree with everything you say. Go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, Rob, if everything I'm saying is true and my information is relevant, it's the most absolute relevance, yes?
Most important thing in the history of the world, totally agree.
Oh, great. If you have saying is true and my information is relevant, it's the most absolute relevance, yes?
Okay, so he didn't say important, he said relevance.
Most important thing in the history of the world, totally agree.
Oh, great. If you agree, it's the most important information the information I bring is the most important thing in the history of humanity.
Yep.
Then I'm correct.
Absolutely, you're 100% correct. Oh, by the way, that makes you great. That means I'm correct that you're one of the most important people in the history of the world, right?
Only because what? Because of why?
Why does the only matter? Why does it matter?
Just say yes or no, bro. Just say yes or no.
By the way, that makes you great. That means I'm correct that you're one of the most important people in the history of the world, right?
Only because what? Because of why?
Why does the only matter? Why does it matter? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you one of the most important people? Is Jesus Christ Is Jesus Christ the most important person in the history of the world?
I'm
asking a different question now. Is Jesus Christ the most important person in the history of the world?
Jesus Christ?
Yes.
Yes, in the biblical
But only because
text.
he's God's son, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does that change the fact that he's the most important person?
But why is he important?
Because
Rob?
he's God's
Why?
son. Does that
No,
change the
Rob.
fact? Does that
I don't think they're on the same fucking level there.
change the fact? That is.
I think he is literally saying, is Jesus Christ the most important person in the world? And I think our guest here is answering, is Jesus Christ one of the most important persons ever, whatever. Yeah.
why he's important, because he is the
No,
way,
he's
the light,
important
the
because-
truth.
yes,
that he died on the
because of
cross
the
for our sins,
salvation.
so we can. But he's only that because he's the Son of God.
He's only important because he brings salvation. He's the Son
Yes.
of God, right?
Okay. Does that change
So
the
why
fact?
am I
Does
important?
that change the fact that he is the most important person?
If he wasn't that, he wouldn't be important, right?
Correct.
So the only
But
reason
yet he is that, and he is important. So if someone were to ask you, is Jesus the most important person in the history of the world? And they said, well, only because blah, blah, blah. You would, or if someone asked me that, I would say, yes, but he's still the most important. We could discuss why all day. It doesn't change the fact that, yes, he's the most important. It's the same thing I'm talking to you. So if we, for example, were having a conversation, if we are alive at the time of Jesus, we said, we must protect this man at all costs. And someone said, why? And I said, because he's the most important person in the history of the world. And someone said, well, that's only because he's the Son of God and brings salvation. Right. How does that change my argument that he must be protected? It doesn't. That's the discussion I'm having with you. You're clearly one of the most important people in the history of the world. So why are you doing things like willing to put your face out there and willing to shitpost and do things like that? Willing to say things that you know will hamper your...
I just don't think he's struggling as much as you think he is. I think what he's doing is debate broing this. Instead of diving into the evolution aspect, he's stuck on a technicality that he cannot get further from. I don't think it's off the rails. I think in his mind it's like, okay, well, first this thing has to happen, and then this next thing has to happen, and then this next thing has to happen. But we can't be on this thing until this thing happens. And we definitely can't be on that thing until the other thing happens. So I'm still on this other thing. But it sounds like you're making the argument that he's like completely batshit crazy. He's all over the place.
A very important message on evolution, like we should stone gay people. Why are you willing to do that to hamper your... And instead of being able to engage in that discussion, you just constantly deflect. So I say, aren't you one...
This guy also started the whole thing with... Where are we at? Just so I don't lose it. 3851. This guy also started this whole thing by saying, like, either I'm the most racist person that ever lived, or I'm the most important racist alive today, or something like that. So that's something weird.
So you're for stoning the gays?
Yes, Rob. I'm a very proud racist. I'm
a very proud racist.
Infamous on the internet. I'm the only guy was able to ever.
Well, I have my theories about what that might mean, but I'm not going to say them.
Saying only because. Yeah, you're giving us the reason, but you're admitting, yes, you are one of the most important people in the history.
I don't think we should stone anybody, dude. Stoning people? No. No, I'm not. No.
Of the world. Yes or no?
Great. Rob,
yes or no?
agreeing
Are
with-
you one of the most... Now, we're on like minute 15 of you being unwilling to just answer this question.
Rob.
Are you...
Do you think we should stone people? Do you think that there are people out there that should be stoned? Well, you can say we know that all day long, but that's not a we know. That's a you know. That's a you know, not we know.
You one of the most important people in the history of the world.
Yes, and you agree.
Yes.
Rob.
We should stone gay people and cheaters. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So are you saying we shouldn't stone anybody else? Is there anybody else we should stone? Yeah, I got you, Nader. Yeah. Actually, well, no, I can't really do that. I was going to do something, but... when according to Islam, all races are equal. Oh, okay. So you're saying because the doctrine of Islam has this one thing in it, that means that billions of people all adhere to that at all times perfectly. Is that what you're saying? How many billions of Muslims are there?
Because I bring the information.
Yes. So then I'll ask you again. Why are you willing to put your? So the government knows this. Why? So they're willing to kill you, right?
Because of the information that I bring, right?
Okay, it doesn't matter why. The why,
no,
the why is irrelevant.
The why is very important, Rob.
The why.
Yeah, but just because you think they're disbelievers doesn't mean that they think that they disbelieve. In fact, they probably think you're a disbeliever. If there are more hardcore Muslims out there that have, there's probably a difference between the Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, and the Muslims in Damascus, right? So, the doctrine can say all at once, but I think that people treat religions pretty flexibly. Yeah, exactly. Salty's fucking nail on the head there. Yeah. Have a good day. Time to get ready. Yeah, I'll see you, Tiger. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out with the shit show.
It's irrelevant. It is irrelevant. It is irrelevant. It is irrelevant.
It's extremely relevant, Rob.
Last chance, you're gonna get right. It is irrelevant to the fact that you are one of the most important people.
Let's put it this way. Do you think this guy's a Christian? This is in America. This is in America where everyone believes someone different. If you go against the probably denounced as this is Count Takfir. We don't have this flexible. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if everybody agrees with you. Actually, let me just Google this. Let me Google it. I'm just going to Google this question. How flexible is the Islamic religion? Islam is considered to be a relatively flexible religion, particularly in its legal interpretations, the fiqh, allowing for adaptation to different situations and times based on the core principles outlined in the Quran, with scholars utilizing concepts like the liqshad. I don't know how to pronounce that. But it stands for independent reasoning, to interpret laws according to the context and needs of a society. This means that while the core beliefs remain constant, the application of those beliefs can vary depending on circumstances. This is from the Sufa Institute. Rulings can change based on the time, place, situation, and need, and as scholars have claimed, it has the ability, I'm not emphasizing has, ironically, it literally has as all caps, it has the ability to work cohesively with every generation and time that's to come. That's the beauty of this religion. This can be evidenced when the Prophet sent Mu'adh ibn Jabal to govern Yemen. Yes, he is a Christian in America. This shit exists. Nowhere a lot of Christians are racist. Oh, I won't doubt that. Yeah, a lot of Christians are racist. I agree with you there. The most flexible part of fiqh is whether you stone the cheaters and you imprison them. Oh my God. It's exhausting. Could be Christian adjacent. The evolution suggests not a Christian. Yeah. Yeah, the evolution takes suggests not a Christian. Yeah. No, not only do no atheists ever said that all Christians are evolutionists, but also no Christian would ever say that all Christians are evolutionists. What is flexibility in Islam? In Islamic law, flexibility is the organizing norm of legal intelligence in its manifestations. Generally, hardship restrictions personal freedom and impedes human happiness, social harmony, and economic prosperity. Is Islam a flexible religion? Islam is a very flexible religion, and it has been very flexible for centuries. This is according to PBS.org, which is the American Public Broadcasting System. I believe that's what PBS is. Akbar Muhammad, Associate Professor of History of Africana Studies at Birmingham University in New York. Oh, Binghamton University in New York. Islam is a very flexible system, and it has been very flexible for centuries. What I mean by that is that differences of opinion have been accepted within Islam and given legitimacy by some of the highest authorities in Islam. Thus, in certain areas of the Sharia, one country may differ from another country. One community may differ from another community, even in the same country. We interpret the Sharia in the South, let's say, in Alabama, in this particular area of marriage and divorce or whatever, in this way. You people in New York and New Jersey and elsewhere interpret it differently. We are all correct, and we have agreed on that. But that is not strange. Why should it be? Divorce law in various states of the United States differ. The acceptance of homosexuality, legal acceptance of permission, etc. differ from one state to another. So we can have a federal state, but there are differences within those states. I'm saying similarly, Islamic law is not one thing. It's not monolithic. As American law is not monolithic, as Western law is not monolithic. So we should be very careful about saying, well, this is a violation of Sharia. Okay, so I don't know. There are a bunch of people out here saying Islam is very flexible. Laughing at American broadcasting. Hey, look, hey, are you saying that American Muslims are getting it wrong, or I don't know? It doesn't even matter. The whole point is that this guy is either not Christian or not atheist. Those things are impossibilities, dude. They are minimally improbabilities, and at the most, impossibilities. And I am happy to go to Las Vegas right now and bet on the impossibility. This person is not Christian. This person is not atheist. That is my whole point. I'm not even arguing about fucking whether or not evolution's right or wrong. I don't even care about that anymore. I don't even think I ever cared about that. I only cared about what argument this guy is making and where it comes from. And this guy is definitely not Christian or atheist. That's my only point. 99% sure he's Christian, like this American conservative cultural Christian who kind of half believes in it. Okay.
And they're trying to kill you.
Why, Rob? What's the why?
Yeah. It is incredibly common for Christians to say, at some point, all Christians are evolutionists. That is super common, dude.
Because of your salvation, because you discovered this.
This guy's Christian for sure.
Brilliant theory of evolution to save us all.
What's the why, Rob?
Why does the why matter? Why does it matter?
Rob? It's crucial to the whole argument.
It is not crucial. It has nothing to do with the argument.
You're trying to strawman.
It has nothing to do.
Yes,
I'm not
yes,
trying
it does.
to strawman.
You're trying to strawman.
I don't believe that you're this super genius that came up with this thing of evolution and debunked it all and it's crucial to saving all humanity. I don't believe it. But I'm saying, for the sake of argument, what you believe is the why is because you discovered the debunking.
Are you saying the why is false?
Yes, I'm absolutely saying you're fucking delusional in your concept of evolution.
So mutations don't happen, Rob. Mutations
happen. That doesn't matter. So you're saying that I'm wrong. But wait, isn't it true that people... Wait a minute. Aren't people short? Isn't it true? Isn't it true that people are short? Isn't that true? Yes or no?
Yes.
Aren't there short?
Well, then clearly...
Oh, so you're saying... So then you're a narcissist. You're a narcissistic fool.
Rob,
you're a narcissistic fool. You're a narcissistic fool that's full of grandeur. That's what you are. You're completely full of shit. You're absolutely fucking delusional. You're a hateful, spiteful, and you're a coward, which is probably the worst thing of all. That's what you are. That's absolutely what you are.
I'm a bigot. Yeah, being a bitch is not good.
I didn't say you were a bigot.
See, like, he definitely didn't say that. Just
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
not
this,
Did
Rob,
I
do
say
you
vegan?
think Rob, do you think being a midget's good? You think
Wait
that's
a minute.
good?
Wait. Don't you admit they're short people?
You're talking about midgets, right?
Don't you admit that they're short people?
Yeah, midgets.
Okay, then I'm right. You're a narcissistic, arrogant coward.
Yeah, you think midgets are good.
But wait a minute. Wait.
Rob,
You
do you think being
admitted.
midget's
You
good?
just admitted short people exist. So therefore, you're a narcissistic, arrogant coward.
Rob, do you think being midgets is good?
It's irrelevant to the question. You've already.
Yes, it's relevant to the question,
It's not.
Rob. Stop dodging.
do you think being a midget is good? What kind of question is that, dude? What kind of question is that?
It is not. It is not.
Stop
You've admitted
dodging, Rob.
Short people exist. so
Are being
therefore-
midgets good or bad?
It's irrelevant to the question. I don't have to.
It's
listen to
absolutely
narcissistic
relevant.
cowards
You're
like yourself.
you're
Short
dodging
people exist.
and straw manning
Do
because
short
you
people
lost the
exist?
argument.
Do short people
Yes,
exist?
midgets.
Then you've
Yes,
approved that
midgets
you're a
exist.
moron. You've approved
Tell
that
me,
you're a moron, and nothing you
are
say is true.
is being a
Short
midget
people
good or
exist.
bad?
Short people
Is
exist.
being a midget?
Short people exist, so you've proven that you're a narcissistic coward moron. So it doesn't matter
Rob,
anything you say.
answer the
Why
question.
would you listen to
Is
someone
being a
who's
midget
clearly?
good or
Would you
bad?
listen to someone that's been proven to be clearly a narcissistic coward moron?
Rob, being
Would
a
you
midget is
listen to someone
bad.
that's admitted to being a
It's
narcissistic
so
coward
laughable
moron?
that you can't say
Would
that.
You listen to,
Because
would you
it
listen to
defeats your
someone who's
whole
a
position.
narcissistic coward moron? Would you listen to
Rob.
a person that has admitted that they're a narcissistic coward moron?
Well, Rob, I'm listening to you right now.
I haven't admitted that. You have.
Rob, you are.
You admitted. I never
Rob,
admitted
is
it.
being-
You did.
Rob, you
did
think
admit
being a midget is good? Is
Would
being
you
a
listen
midget
to
good or bad,
someone?
Rob?
Would you listen to someone that's admitted they're a narcissistic coward moron?
Rob, I'm listening to you right
Would
now,
you
man.
listen? I never admitted it. You did. Would you listen to someone who admitted that they're a narcissistic coward moron?
It's you, man.
I
You-
never
you think I'm
admitted
a
it. You
narcissist.
did. Would you listen to someone who
When
admitted they're a narcissistic
when did I say I
coward
was a
moron?
narcissist? When
You
did I say I
admitted
was a
it.
narcissist?
Didn't you admit that there are short people?
Rob, I said being.
Didn't you
being a
admit that
midget
there are
is
short
bad.
people? Didn't you admit short people exist?
Being a midget is bad.
Didn't you admit
agree,
that
yes or
short
no?
people exist?
Being a midget is bad. What does that even mean, bro? I mean, yeah, it's no one's preference, but it's not bad.
Being a midget
Didn't
is
you
bad.
admit
yes
that
or
short
no?
people exist?
Nader, if that's the case, then fucking help me battle Salty here, because I feel like I'm fucking the only person. I'm not even siding with Rob's arguments. I think that Rob's method is sound here. Now, I will say, half the time it does sound like he's getting caught up in technicalities, but the other half of the time he's making really good not arguments, insertions, injections. I don't even know what to call it, but I wouldn't call them arguments. Either way, the point is the other guy hasn't made fucking any arguments. Well, no, excuse me, that's wrong. He has made arguments, but they've been fucking shit. Now he's coming in with it's bad to be a midget. He first came in with I'm the only person who ever debunked evolution. Then he came in with all Christians are evolutionists. Now he's saying it's bad to be a midget. He went full turbo.
I admit it. That being
Okay, so then you admit that you're a narcissistic coward moron. There you go. That's as stupid as you saying, well, Rob, clearly I'm right about being the salvation of the human race because I'm the only person that's discovered the fact that I could debunk evolution because mutations exist. And if you admit mutations exist, that means you have to agree with everything I'm saying. No, admitting that something that obviously exists doesn't prove that your entire theory of, well, what's happening is the government has pushed the theory of evolution because they want to torch mutations and then they know those mutations will ultimately destroy the human race and therefore we have to say mutations exist only to destroy the human race. That's why they're there and evolution therefore can't be true. No, none of that is proven just because of the fact that, quote, mutations exist. Just as unreasonable as it would be for me to say, well, if you admit short people exist, then that means all of my arguments are correct. That's the stupidity. The truth is, and because you're unwilling to have a conversation, the truth is the reason that there are so many contradictions what you're saying, that you're saying, I speak the word of God, but you're a coward and unwilling to put your name to it. But then at the same time, you're saying the reason I won't do that is because the government would be out to kill me. But then you have to deny when I say, oh, why? Well, because I'm so important. And I say, but if you're so important, why would you put your face out there? Wouldn't the government already know your name? And you're like, well, they don't know now. But the reason there's so many contradictions to that is because as follows, because you're a fucking coward. That's why. because you're a narcissist. You're someone who thinks they're way smarter than they actually are. You're someone that's pushing absolute bullshit tripe that wants to sound like an edgelord online. And you're someone that knows that if you came out with your beliefs of things like, I want to stone gay people and I'm one of the most important people in the history of the world because I've single-handedly debunked evolution, you would be laughed at in your real life.
Yeah.
You would be laughed at in your place of employment. You would be embarrassment to those around you. You know that, and you're fearful of those things because you're not strong in your convictions. And so that's why you have seemingly all these contradictory things and you have to hide behind a cloak of anonymity. That's what it's about. Because you're too much of a fucking coward to go out there and say, my name's Jim Smith, this is my place of employment, and you're fucking right, we should stone all gay people. Because you're a fucking coward. You're like the neo-Nazi that wants to march, or the Antifa person that wants to march with the mask on their face. You're a fucking coward. And that's not something that's very godlike. That's not a trait that's to be identified with. And other people might have forms of cowardice. You may claim I'm a coward because I won't fully embrace what you interpret as the word of God. And that's fine, but at least I'm putting my name and beliefs out there. Not you, though. Not you. You'll be a tough guy that criticizes other people and say, I'm the man. I'm brave. I'm putting out the real word of God. That's what I'm doing. I'm one of the most important people in the history of the world. But I can't use my real name. I can't. Because, you know, I'm fearful because the government's out to get me. You're fucking delusional. That's what you are. You're absolutely delusional. Okay, we'll give you a chance to respond.
Rob, what causes cancer?
I don't know. Why don't you tell us? Evolution?
Mutations.
Cool.
What causes people to be midgets?
I don't know.
Mutations.
Okay.
What causes autism?
I don't know. Go for it.
Mutations.
What causes
You're starting to see a pattern here?
What
You're starting to
causes
see a pattern?
mutations? What causes mutations?
They're freaking being out in the sun too much.
Oh.
Eating the wrong
So
thing.
being out in the sun too much is what's causing
Rob,
cancer.
it's the problem is that these mutations are getting passed on and are accumulating.
Yep.
Great.
Gotcha. Hey man,
That's
thanks
me.
for calling. I wish you extreme.
Rob, you're freaking.
I wish you
Rob,
extreme
got
good luck
folded,
as
man.
one of the most important people in the history of
Rob,
the world.
you got folded because you have no
one of the most
justification for your
important
worldview.
people-
Oh, my
as one of the
preferences
most
for
important people in the history of the world. I really wish you well. I really do. And it's a shame that you are infamous because the government's out to get you and is going to kill you, trying to kill you, and so you can't use your real name and everything. Thanks so much for calling in.
Jesus Christ, that was the most exhausting video I have ever watched on a stream. Between the video itself and the chat. Holy shit. It got trolled. Yeah, well, that's possible. It is possible. That was an entire troll. Yeah. Mm. Stop being a homosexual. Do you think, Zen, do you think that Islam could offer a path of redemption to homosexuals? Yeah. Okay, so if somebody was a homosexual and they said, okay, now I see the light now, and I want to walk in the path of Muhammad, praise be unto him. You would fully accept him? Okay. So how come? So if that's the case, though, then why doesn't your language like reflect that? This is not scientific. It's just like this is a curious inquiry. Like your language is very divisive and aggressive towards homosexuals. So if that's the case, I haven't heard you once utter anything compassionate about homosexuals and whether or not they could at some point, turn around their ways or something. This is not Christianity. No. Okay, so are you saying that Christianity is more compassionate? Is that what you're saying? We do not worship Muhammad. No, I know you don't. I know you don't worship Muhammad, but Muhammad walked the earth, right? So I don't know if you guys describe things in the same way. I'm just saying walking the path of Muhammad. That would be someone who walked the path on earth the same way a homosexual person would. No, that's fine. Yeah, but you're caught. Okay, yeah, but now you're Rob Noring me. You're getting caught up in a technicality. All I'm saying is, if a homosexual said that they would like to walk the path of Muhammad, praise be unto him. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying worship him. I'm just saying Muhammad walked the earth. Modern homosexuals walk the earth, right? So they can share the same path, right? I mean, you could say that all day, that you would accept them and that you tell them to repent and you'll pray for them. But I mean, your language towards them as a community is like incredibly not compassionate at all. So what I'm wondering about is, why is there a disconnect between what you're telling me in the chat and the way I've heard you speak? Why is there a difference there? Is your default state towards serial killers positive? Sure, you want them to repent, but maybe a bit hard. Okay, well, I think it's incredibly strange that you're equating serial killers to homosexuals. to gay people. That's a fucking weird correlation you're drawing there. Yeah. Also, it doesn't answer my question. So you're just all you're doing is just pushing it back onto me, and I'm not even religious. So it depends on the context. If my son killed somebody in self-defense, I'd rather that. If my son murdered somebody, I'd rather my son be gay. So again, I asked you a question and you just like double deflected onto me. You just keep pushing it. You just push it back onto me. Like I'm answering the questions I asked you. So if you don't want to answer the question, that's fine. What is your IP? Hey, Misery, what's up? How you doing? What's going on? I think being harsher is productive. What is harsher? Being, harsh to the gaze works better than being sensitive. Yeah, but I wouldn't classify what you do or say about gay people as being harsh. It's fucking insulting and derogatory. So, you could say harsh all you want, but I think you're just downplaying it. You're calling it like tough love, but I know from the conversations I've had with you, I know that you're being insulting and derogatory. You're not giving tough love, and you're not being harsh. So you can fuck off with that, dude. I didn't say you have to love them. I'm just saying you are playing it off as if you're giving them tough love, and you're not. The conversations that I've had with you about this community has been derogatory, insulting, and I don't know. Not once did you ever mention anything about gay people repenting in all the conversations we've had about this. It's only coming up now, and you want to fucking frame it as this, tough love and being harsh is better. It's tough, that's better medicine than fucking, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. If I could replay all the things I know that you've said about them, it's a complete opposite, dude. You need to show them what they are doing. Hey, well, good luck with that. I'm sure they're going to be very receptive to your method. Let's get on a call and debate. I don't have time, dude. I got my parents coming in a couple hours. I would, but I know it's going to take fucking 45 minutes to an hour. I just don't have time. I gotta do some things before my parents come in, so they're coming in and they're here for the next few days, so I gotta fucking get ready. TL Scoop, how you doing? What's going on? Don't get a call with him. He's I've been in enough calls with Zen to know what's going on. I will say though, Zen had my back in the day, my first debate on Debate Deathmatch. So look, I'm not fucking putting him on a cross here, but that's one thing, right? Then there's every conversation I've had with Zen after that, and it's been. I mean, there are things that I agree with him on. I'm a Republican, so I have like libertarian conservative leanings, and I'm sure fucking Zen is not a fan of libertarianism. He probably fucking could care less about republicanism, but that's as close as you're going to get to conservatism, and that's probably where he's at. Minimally, he's in that conservative zone. So there will be some fellow traveler kind of few things that him and I agree on for sure. I'm not even telling him how to live. I'm just calling out bullshit when I see it. The bullshit that I'm seeing here is, one, calling this guy on the fucking call a Christian. That's bullshit. Or an atheist. That's even more bullshit. Two, the fact mentioning at all that the way that he talks about gay people is like tough love is fucking bullshit. He's been fucking like absolutely fucking insulting and derogatory towards them, at least in the conversations I've had with him about them. So I don't see any love or compassion or repentance there. Not that he needs to, but he's framing it as like tough love. You gotta be harsh. You gotta be harsh. You gotta be harsh. Yeah, okay. Marry a girl below 18 who had her puberty is PDF. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yep. Answer is yes. Sun is not fire, is a hydrogen fusion nuclear reaction. Yeah. That's why I got this fucking. You can see it. It's upside down, but it's my hydrogen tattoo. You can see it. You can see the H and like the fucking atomic weight and everything. That's why the Zen cannot comprehend the fucking legate religion. Like if somebody asked me what my religion was, I would say my religion is space. And if somebody asked me what my God was, I would say it's hydrogen. And they would just be like, "Oh, okay, you're going to hell. You're going to hell. You're the worst person ever." So if I marry a girl who is 16, this is pedophilia in your head? Yes. Yep. Well, you live in a fucking different part of the world that thinks differently about shit, so. Right? I mean, do you think that cultural differences matter, or do you think that they don't matter? Literally. Is that an issue? It is it is for me, right? If it's not for you, then that's fine. There's also people that fuck goats. And it's not an issue for them, but it is for me. So, you know. Talk about Arabs. There's a culture in Colombia. There's a culture in Colombia about losing your virginity to donkeys. Donkey sex, the most bizarre tradition. I'm not even talking about the Middle East. This is in fucking Colombia.
Hey, I'm Ryan Duffy, and we're here in New York City. We actually just got back to the States. We spent some time down in Colombia, where we found out that some of the locals, they fuck donkeys.
Not only that, but like some guys that take part in this whole fucking thing, they actually they prefer the donkeys and they stay with the donkeys. You know, so I'm not gonna go through this whole. You can just type in fucking donkey sex in YouTube, you'll find it. Trust me. But you know, I'm just saying, like, some cultures are different. Some cultures fucking do this. Some cultures do that. You're asking me what my culture is, what I think. That's where we're at, you know. I'm not about to look that up, yeah. Do it, dude. Do it. The doctors used to recommend it. Look at that. Men prefer to experiment first with a donkey rather than a woman. I don't know what pleasure they find in it, but it's their decision, right? When I was 14, I had my first sexual encounter with a donkey. During puberty, the doctors used to recommend it. The donkey helps stretch your member. It helps to develop your size.
Semanalmente, todos los domingos nos íbamos para la ciénaga.
Sundays, we went into the hills to have sex with the donkeys.
Y allá en el monte cogíamos la burra.
I mean, you know, fucking people do weird shit all over the planet, you know? So, I mean, you asking me about this whole 16-18 thing is like, it's a no-brainer for me. This is what we do. What we do is 18 and up. That's what we do. And if you want me to have some fucking Einstein mind-blowing fucking reason why 16 is incredibly different for you in fucking Europe somewhere with a Muslim family or background, I can't fucking... The American mind cannot comprehend that. It can't. Personally, I think right now, above 18 is a bit too old for me. Oh, well, Nader's going to love that one. Nader. Nader, that one's for you, bud. Personally, at least for me right now, I think above 18 is a bit too old for me. That one's right. That Nader, you know what? Have at it, bro. Have at it, man. Nader's going to love that one. Don't want a woman above 18. That shit is too old for me. I don't even know what to think about your situation, dude. I mean, you were just telling me, you were just saying, what were you saying? You said... So if I marry a girl who is 16... When I got married, right? So you're saying that past tense. When I got married, they were both 16 and I was 18. I mean, you know, like there's a lot to say here, but honestly, if you're really only 19 years old, then you don't know fucking shit about life, dude. You don't know anything. You're only fucking 19 years old. I mean, you don't know anything. He needs the wood chipper. I mean, even if I did, he'd come back as another name. So I'm just after now, I'm banning this topic for sure. But you know, I mean, if you're only 19 years old, I really could care less about your opinion about the world. I could care less, dude. Like I would ever sit there listening to a 19-year-old about anything, bro. I'm literally fucking more than twice your age.
Friends here, and then we're gonna go see about this donkey fucking thing.
Here we go. They're hanging out in the village.
Yo 14. 17. Primera vez fue...
My first time over near the mine over
Fue
there.
por allá por la mina, por allá.
There's a whole, this is like a whole culture, bro. This is like they're like this is like a rite of passage.
A los 4 años fue a los 11. Bueno, mal. Me gustó.
It was normal, and I liked it. He liked it, and he hasn't stopped since.
Le gustó y ha seguido. Oh, ya eso comen burra.
What?
Todo y ha seguido. Oh, ya eso comen burra.
You know what? I'm gonna hide the video because you can just fucking hear what I'm saying because it's not worth having on the. All these KIDS are already fucking donkeys. I mean, these are like fucking 10-year-old kids.
Ellos todos los días la clavan.
They stick it in every day. Bro, I mean, Nader's right, bro. Some cultures are better than others, man. Everyone who fucks donkeys, raise your hand.
Levante la mano el que come burra, que a todos que todos comen burra, véalo. No, la mujer es mejor, porque la mujer
A woman is better
tiene ando uno chupar y esto.
because a woman can perform fellatio and a donkey can't.
No tiene ando uno chupar.
No, mientras
As long as they
que no tengan mujer, sí pueden
As long as they don't have a woman. This is a woman speaking right here. This is a woman speaking, holding a child. As long as they don't have a woman, they can have all the donkey they want.
buscar su burrita, pero mientras que ya la tengan, no pueden buscar.
You're deliberately obtuse if you, with your reason, think if he marries 16 is 18. Do you mean without? Does that mean without? Without reason, think he is. But it isn't. You lie. You don't want to. You're on age either. Towns of millions to immigrate from places who marry 16, 17 at normal practice. That's a good. I think that's a good point, actually, Malibu. I mean, I don't know if I'm being a hypocrite, but I understand what you're saying there. I don't know about where you are from, but here, men do not date women the same age as them. These women wouldn't even allow that if you're not at least a year younger. They can be lusting over you and then lose all attraction the second they find out you're their own age or younger. I mean, well, even if I were to grant you that, I'm not. Even if I were to grant you that, you know, my ultimate argument here is that I could care less about what a fucking 19-year-old is saying than a 19-year-old's worldview. Could care less. It's not if you're saying 18, you're talking 16-year-olds. Okay, yeah, so Malibu's like providing some context there, which is understandable. Not much too difficult, yeah. That's ageism. I don't care. I'm the victim of ageism, not you. I'm 42. You think who do you think suffers more from ageism, you or me? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Claiming ageism on a person in their 40s. That's ageism. You have dementia. Yeah. I mean, look, you know, whatever cultural standards you guys got, if it's different from ours, hey, that's just the way it is, okay? If you came over here, that shit wouldn't be cool. You know? That's all I'm saying. Doesn't sound like you're coming over here anytime soon. I don't know how much you like the United States of America anyway, you know. They don't. You're right. You're 100% right. But we have a very hard limit, right? And it has nothing to do, you know, like, do you date women who are not Muslim? I am married. Okay. Have you ever dated a woman who was not Muslim? Maybe. I love the maybe at the end. Like you didn't even know. Like it doesn't even matter what they were. Like, do you know or do you not know? Have you ever dated a woman who is not Muslim? Maybe I would consider it. I doubt that. I really doubt that. One Christian woman, that's it. What happened? Why didn't you guys kick it off? She thought I was too controlling. Imagine my shock. Imagine my shock. Oh my god. What's up, Terry? How you doing? Well, I'm glad you guys got to catch all this interesting conversation towards the end here. Feel free to drop a follow. You don't have to ever give me any money. Salty has been incredibly generous tonight with the money, so I do appreciate that. For me, it's not about the money. It's about fucking crushing the goals so I can get more emote slots. But Salty has been more than generous in helping me get there tonight, so I do appreciate it. But I don't want your money. So if you just drop me a follow or follow me on Kick or YouTube. Much appreciated. She wore like a crop top and a miniskirt. I didn't like that. That was the end of that relationship. Yeah, but how did you approach her about it? Like, were you sophisticated and you know, assertive about it, or were you a fucking total dick about it? You know, I'm guessing you were going to be a total dick about it. There's a way to coax a woman out of her wear, whether it be out of her wear or into different wear. But there's a way to do it. And knowing you and how young you are, I doubt you have the experience to know how to have done that. I said I don't want you to wear this. Does your mother dress like that? Yeah, you definitely don't know how to do it then. Do you think there could have been a different way to say it? You know, do you think that maybe had you said it differently, you would have gotten a different result? Do you think that was the only way to have approached that situation? Does your mother dress like that? Oh my god. Does your mother dress like that? That's crazy, bro. Imagine saying that to a woman. Imagine saying that. I don't care. I was kind of that. It was with a woman. Well, I just, you know, there's ways. The thing is, there's ways to do it. Yeah, I just don't think he did it right. There's ways to do it, man. There's ways to talk to a woman. There's ways to look into a woman's eyes and make her so in love with you that she will do whatever you tell her because she trusts you and respects you so much. But if you don't do that and you just say, is that how your mother dresses? I mean, yeah, that was never going to happen, bro. That was never going to happen. Bro, if a woman trusts you and respects you, she will love you. And if she loves you, she'll do whatever the fuck you say. She will, because she knows that you would never make a decision that is detrimental to her. So if you're not comfortable with something she's wearing, there's a way to do it. There's a way to do it. And she will be okay with it. She'll be like, yeah, whatever. It's just clothes, no big deal. And go change real quick and put on something, you know, more modest and respectful and comfortable and say, okay, let's go. Let's go. You know, there's a way to do it. There's a way to do it. But does your mother dress like that? Is not the way to do it, bro. Here you would get slapped. Yeah. React to my message. Oh god, which one? I gotta go, guys. I got shit I gotta do. I got my parents coming in a couple hours. Deliberately weakening your society and inflicting suffering if you think is right to have 18 as law of consent. When establishment connected and evil rich people get away with crime constantly, and people are attracted to mature looking bodies even if they want to or not. We should want people be attracted to mature body, not to childlike bodies. Yeah, but I mean, Malibu, look. I'm just gonna let you know. I'm just gonna let you know, I don't want to react to that. We should want people to be attracted to mature bodies, not to childlike bodies. You have deliberately weakening your society and inflicting suffering if you think it is right to have 18 as law of consent. When establishment connected and evil rich people get away with crime constantly, and people are attracted to mature. Malibu, I'm not going to react to that. I'm not going to react to that. I think, I don't know where you're from, Malibu. I'm just going to maintain the same answer that I gave to fucking Zen earlier. Yeah, this is how we do it here. 18 and up. This is how we do it. It's not about what their body looks like. It's not about what their hair looks like that day. It's not about if they put on makeup. It's not about that. You know, are we killing our society off? I don't know, but there's nothing I could fucking do about fucking... Not only is there nothing I can do about changing age of consent laws, there's also nothing I want to do about it. Society as a whole has decided that 18 up, at least in the West, or at least in America, that's the way we do it. I'm absolutely fine with that. That's fine with me. Look, if you're from another country and you have like all these other crazy situations going on and you want to dive into all the nuance of age of consent, hey, by all means, go ahead. I'm just not fucking doing that. Hey, let me react to a fucking... Let me just start talking about age of consent like crazy. People fucking clip, send it all over the internet, send it all over the internet. No, I'm not going to be reacting to that, okay? I'm not going to be reacting to that. This is what we've decided in America. I'm happy with what we've decided in America. It works pretty well for us. It's a pretty good system. Hey, if you're 16, somebody's 18, you're just going to have to fucking wait. Okay? Period. You're probably going to make a fucking stupid decision anyway. You're probably going to either fuck and then have an abortion, or you're going to have the baby and then you're going to divorce in 2 years. So, just fucking wait, okay? I'm not doing this whole 16, 15. I'm not doing any of that shit, dude. Now, if you think that's unreasonable, well, I don't know what to tell you. I like women without wrinkles who look youthful. I like when they have pretty big eyes and cheeks. You wouldn't say... And Tim, I'm convinced that half of the shit that you say, you would never say publicly. You would never say it publicly. You would never take your state ID and go into a public forum to say the shit that you say and hold up your state ID so that everybody knows who you are. There's no way. I like women without wrinkles who are youthful. I like them when they have big, pretty eyes and cheeks. Yeah, well, there's plenty of women who are 18 or 19 that match that exact description, but I know that is not who you're talking about. So, I doubt it. I really doubt it. I fucking doubt it. I really doubt you say. I really doubt that half of the shit you say you would actually say in public, like taking your fucking ID with your real name and putting it out there. Yeah, I really doubt that. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're not streaming, you're just a person on the internet. And you know, I've met you enough in Discord to know the thresholds of your provocatism or provocateurism. I've talked to Nader and Salty enough times to know that like they are basically who they actually are. Like if I met Salty and Nader in real life, they would be the same fucking person that I talk to on the internet. But also Nader, Salty, and I are in our much later years compared to some of the people we meet online who are like in their 20s, and they have no clue about how harsh life can get. They think they know everything too. They think these people. Imagine. I can remember when I was in my 20s. I remember when I was in my early 20s. I thought I knew everything. And when I was in my early 20s, I thought I knew every fucking thing. And now 20 years later, I realize how much of a fucking idiot I was. Now I can only imagine 20-year-olds now with the internet and everything. Forget about it. Forget about it. They think they're fucking Einstein. They think they know everything, bro. They think they got all the answers. Like when they're 40, they're not going to look back on their life and say, "Jesus, I didn't know a fucking thing 20 years ago." Get the fuck out of here, bro. I knew more in my 20s than I ever will. Well, you know what? Everything's different in Australia. You guys, when you guys flush the toilet, it goes counterclockwise. Everything's topsy-turvy in Australia, you know? When you're in your 20s in Australia, it's like, "Oh, I'm super smart. Okay, fine." It doesn't negate it doesn't negate the fact that if I meet Salty now, in person, the Salty that I know from the internet is going to be the same Salty. That's still the same. But if you want to go, I was smarter in my 20s route, well, then you guys have backwards flushing toilets and fucking venomous steaks. You could open your door and get bit by a venomous steak. So everything's backwards down there, dude. Not everywhere, except because life is harsh. Trabs. What's that short? Trabs. Trabs. What's the trabs? People. Trabs. People having access to medical treatment, transitioning related medical stuff from 16. Well, I mean, look, I mean, you can throw a bunch of other scenarios in there. I'm just talking about the way Americans conduct business in terms of relationships, okay? I'm not talking about a million other things. I'm not talking about healthcare. I'm not talking about any of that shit, okay? I'm just talking about men and women, you know, getting together. That's all I'm talking about. 20-year-olds, you can think of the world, to be young, good times. Yeah, it was great times. Don't get me wrong. It was amazing. You know, I get nostalgic from time to time, especially like when a good song comes on, or, you know, I'll just like think about like when I was like 23 and I thought I had the world by the balls, and now I'm fucking 42 and I'm looking at life and thinking like, Man, I didn't know a fucking thing. I learned so much over the course of 20 years that everything that I probably held dear in my early 20s was wrong. Most of it for sure. I think like the only thing that that's held consistently from my 20s and my 40s. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's not a positive thing. People are like, "Oh, that's fucking weird," but I'll just fucking state the facts. Like, women can fucking send your life in a completely fucking different direction than you imagine what your life would be like. You could meet a girl in your 20s and it's like, oh, okay, she's nice. We hook up, we go out to dinner, whatever. And then like, you could, within 2 years, you could be married and have kids. Within 3.5 years, you could be divorced. Within 4 years, she's still hitting you up for child support. Within 5 years, you get laid off because it's the 2008 recession and you don't have a job anymore. But your ex-wife is still hitting you up for fucking child support, and because you can't pay it, the court's taking you to jail now. So now you have to go to jail. I've seen this kind of shit before. And I'm like, I've seen how drastically someone's life can change over a piece of ass, okay? Their whole, whatever they thought they were going to do in their life ain't happening anymore. And for me, that was my biggest lesson. The only reason that I was able to learn that lesson, there's two reasons why I was able to learn that lesson. One is because my family went through a massive amount of divorce. So seeing how quickly things can change in a family dynamic, especially as it relates to couples, it was just always fresh in my mind. But then also I worked in a strip club for 5 years almost. And learning what I learned about women in that environment, I mean, especially in my early 20s, I mean, that's fucking gold, man. Gold. Bro. What does Kanye say? What does he say? Jonas, in Germany we are say Hausmaul. Okay, nice, very cool. Let the champagne splash, let the man get cash. Let that man get past, he don't even have to stop to get gas. If he can move through the rumors, he can drive off of fumes, cause how he move in a room full of no's, how he stay faithful in a room full of hoes. Must be the pharaohs he in tune with his soul. So when he buried in a tomb full of gold. That's the fucking right there. How we move in a room full of no's. How we stay faithful in a room full of hoes. That's the fucking jam. Can't tell me nothing. But I mean, whatever. That's just the I was in a unique situation where I was proactive about learning these lessons. I mean, as a young man, you have to if you want to learn these kinds of lessons, you need to have discipline, and you need to have you need to be able to deny yourself temporary pleasures. But the big thing is that when I started working in the club. After 6 months or so, I realized that I had to make a choice. I had to make a choice as to whether or not I was going to let this place change who I am, or if I'm not going to let this place change who I am. And it was, to me, the former was way too scary. You know, I don't know what kind of person I would have been if I let that place change who I was. And I mean, I will say it definitely did change who I was, because I mean, I was there for a long time. It definitely, you know, when I came in there, I was just a young bartender that just wanted to work and whatever. And then after I left that place, it was, you know, I learned way too many lessons to think that I didn't change at all. But there are things that happen in the club that will change you forever. And I was either going to be a part of those kinds of things, or I was not going to be a part of those kinds of things. And all of those things involve things I didn't like. You know, it involved fucking doing a bunch of coke and, you know, being a part of a bunch of fucking drama and violence and fucking bullshit. And I just thought to myself, like, I don't want any of that. I see these people go through this shit all day long. Do I even want any of that? I was like, no, fuck no. So I was at least glad that I had enough discipline to not let that place make me something I never wanted to become. But that's rare to have in your early 20s, man. That's rare to have in your early 20s. I have to thank my parents for at least, you know, instilling those kinds of principles in me. They didn't do it on purpose. They did it by accident because they were never there, and I had to raise my brothers on my own. But either way, I mean, you know, I knew that because I grew up with an inherent sense of understanding what responsibility is. I didn't want to lose that in my 20s. I wanted to be better at it. So, but long story short, you know, like whatever I fucking knew in my 20s was nothing, bro. It was bullshit. Everything I know now is like way better than I knew in my 20s. Do you see the new PPG song? No, I didn't. Let's save that for another time, because I gotta get out of here. It's fucking 9:00, and I got my parents coming in a couple hours, and I gotta get the place good to go. Maybe take a nap. I do not make my woman a whore. Brilliant. I don't know what that means. I don't know who you're talking to about that one, Tim. You know, all this stuff that Malibu I know you're talking about, you know, I don't know. I mean, you're asking me to just like comment on a bunch of nuance, and it's not worth it, man. You know. Oh, let's talk about how age of consent ruins society and girls that are 16 and this and that. I'm not doing that, you know. Let me just not fucking, you know, give all of you a bunch of random people I don't know the ability to hit the clip button and have me talk about the nuances of consent. It ain't happening. That's minimally why that's not happening. But also just because, you know, I'm not going to tell somebody from Holland or Afghanistan or fucking Hong Kong, you know, what to do with how they grow up in terms of cultural practices and dating. In the same way that I'm not going to fucking give a shit about what anybody thinks about the way we do things here in America. You know. Pedo, I don't know. Finish your way of saying I try to do KT. I try to do Kate. I try to do it while no one notices. That is not a sin. Up to four. How many wives is appropriate? Up to 4. Okay. Hey, look, you know, Tim's on another level, man. You know, I can only say, hey, in America we do 18 and up, and I'm absolutely fine with that. I think that's totally fine. That's when you graduate high school. That's when you start becoming an adult. You start going to college. You start building friendships and relationships. You start going through struggles and whatever. That's fine. But anything before that, there's more important things to do. So, but I mean, if you guys are like, oh yeah, 13 and 16 is totally cool. You know, what about puberty? What about this? What about that? Oh, by the way, is that how your mother dresses? Imagine that. Imagine ever telling a woman in the West, is that how your mother dresses? That's amazing. I'm amazed. I'm amazed that your relationship with that Christian woman didn't last, Tim. Hey, you know what, Tim, you go ahead and you to your heart's content, you make all those kinds of statements that you want to. I promise you that I won't clip you out of context. I'm not taking any screenshots right now. You can even see my head. Well, I don't even know if you can because my fucking computer keeps doing that thing, but my hands are literally on my head. Okay, I'm not taking any screenshots. Okay, I'm not copy and pasting anything. I'm not clipping anything. So you can say whatever you want, man. But if anybody ever comes for you, it ain't gonna be me. You just remember that, okay? If somebody says, somebody's fucking coming after me, I was talking about fucking 4 young wives and fucking all this shit. Hey, it wasn't me, okay? Hands on my head. All right. 18 is not important. No, it's arbitrary, but that's what we've decided here. That's what we've decided here, you know. And, you know. I mean, you can say 18 is not important all you want, but I mean, you tell me then, if 18 is not important, then what is important? What you know, if you're so adamant about putting a number on what's important, or excuse me, what's not important, then you should put a number on what is important. Don't you want a team wife? Stop lying. Yeah, Tim. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get caught up in all this fucking internet bullshit for sure, yeah. We're pushing for secession from states who have age of consent less than 18. What fucking planet do you guys live on? Like, we're fucking, pushing for secession. I'm just a normal guy with a job living my life. Pushing for secession? What kind of political action do you think I'm a part of? None of that's happening, okay? I'm graduating on Tuesday. I'm fucking working all week. I have Christmas coming up. I might fly to New York. I might hang out with my friends. I might come back. Do what I gotta do. In no way is pushing for secession. In no way is pushing for secession in my calendar at all. Okay. What fucking planet do you guys live on where this kind of shit happens? I mean, Syria, maybe, yeah. There's some secession there, Congrats on the graduation. Yeah. I did my last final yesterday morning. I hit submit for the last time on that. I hit that button. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm done. I can't believe this is the last time I'm fucking have to do anything. So it was a good feeling. I got my mom and my stepdad flying in a couple hours. Convincing some guy on Kiwi Farms that having a 17-year-old wife is PETA. Hey, look, you guys. Texas wants secession since forever. Maybe, but I'm not. I'm just living my life, okay? If Texas wants secession, hey, okay, just let me know where to be. I will be there. I'll bring my guns. We'll secede, and that's fine. Until then, I'm gonna make my own plans. I'm gonna live my own life. I'm not gonna be politically organizing. I'm 42, bro. I'm 42. I'm not doing any of that shit. I'm just streaming on the internet from time to time, going to work. Maybe I'll be a passport bro for a month or two. Maybe I'll fucking score a fucking mid-20s American chick who's fucking got her life in order and doesn't have any fucking kids or baggage or drama, and I'll settle down. Maybe I'll buy a house or two. These are all things that are on my mind. Seceding from the United States is not something I ever think about. Okay. Congrats on, yeah, thank you, Malibu, I appreciate it. Theories over Quantico? Oh, wow. Hey. Well, that would have been something. What GS level would you have come in as? So is marriage with the women of your choice and or their choice. You should adopt pets too. I was thinking about getting a dog, like a super small dog. I have a really small apartment. My apartment's like like a little bit less than 600 square feet. And I was thinking about getting a dog because I'm always home. You know, I'm always home. I work from home. I go to school from home. Just have a dog. But the thing is, like, the times that I'm not home, they're like in the place. I live in a nice building, so don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, but there are times when like my neighbor's dogs are going nuts, and I'm just like, man, I don't want to be that guy that has that dog. Nor do I want to put the dog through that either. So I'm just like, yeah. When I buy a place, you know, I'm at least gonna live here in this apartment for another year, and then I'll see. I might buy a place. What I want is like a ranch. I want like a fucking ranch with acres. I want no neighbors. I want one of these Texas kind of situations where you can fucking build a berm and a target range in your backyard and just shoot your guns without any worries. Have a garden, you know, a quarter-mile driveway, you know, a driveway that's really long, you know. So we'll see. But I mean, right now I'm enjoying just living downtown. I get to, you know, walk to all these great bars and restaurants and hang out. So ranch on a hilltop. Ranch on a hilltop is doable, but you have to move out further west in Texas to get the fucking hilltop stuff. And I don't want to go that far west. I like Central Texas. Central Texas keeps me close to the water, but also far enough away from the water so I don't have humidity. It keeps me close to Austin. It keeps me close to Houston. It keeps me close to Dallas. It keeps me close to all the really cool small towns. In San Antonio, where I live like literally at the intersection of I-10 and I-35. And I-10 and I-10 takes you from one side of Texas to the other, east and west. And I-35 takes you from one side of Texas, north and south. And I live like right at the intersection of where those two roads are. So I can go anywhere in Texas from where I'm at without having to fucking, you know, go way out of my way. So, like from where I'm at right now, what I'm doing, downtown San Antonio is amazing. You know, it's not Austin. Austin's like, you know, it's very showy and flashy and big buildings and everything. San Antonio is a lot more humble. But it's still you got the Riverwalk. They're moving the Spurs downtown. Just a bunch of like really nice neighborhoods and great restaurants and everything. It's the most ideal. So I'm happy with it. But the hilltop stuff is like you have to move way out west, and I've been out west. I spent a few months in El Paso when I was in the Army, and it's beautiful. Don't get me wrong, it is absolutely beautiful. But man, it's just so far from the rest of Texas. You know, if I want to get some hilltop stuff, that's going to make me at least 4, 5, 6 hours away from Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, Houston, all that. And I just want to be closer to those cities. So I don't need hilltop, but ranch, maybe like 30 to 45 minutes outside of San Antonio would be perfect, especially if it was between Austin and San Antonio. That way it would only be like half an hour each way, depending on what I wanted to do that weekend. It'd be amazing. So I plan on staying here. I plan on either staying here or moving to New Hampshire. New Hampshire has a lot going on. So New Hampshire is like a mini version of Texas they have great gun laws, they have great tax laws, and they have great weather, except in the winter. It just, I guess, depends on what kind of winter you like, but I like the cold. It is a little bit of more of a blue state, obviously, than Texas, but I don't care. I mean, if the guns and the taxes are okay, then you've pretty much checked most of the boxes I want to fucking check anyway. Lose all the U.S. military, and the U.S. can invade state, country at any time. Texas leaving the Union, too big of a risk. Well, that's another good thing about living in San Antonio. San Antonio is military town USA. We have, it's literally military town USA. We have Fort Sam Houston. We have the fucking Air Force bases. It's like the most military place in the entire state is here in San Antonio. There's multiple bases here. That can be good or bad. I mean, it makes you a target, but at the same time, you know, You live right next to all the good resources. So yeah, it just depends on how you view it or what's going on in the world. Tim both. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm still talking to you guys. I mean, I love you guys to death, but I can't believe I'm still doing this. What's going on here? Well, I will tell you what. Okay. I'll probably be on later tonight. We're going to read into Nikki. I'll see you guys later. Thank you guys for hanging out through all the thick and the thin, all the bullshit. I appreciate it. We're going to raid Nikki.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
Thank you for the follow. I don't see who it is, but thank you for the follow. Have a good one, sir. Yeah, Malkaz, I'll see you later. I appreciate it. Have fun, be safe. Thank you for the content. No problem. I'll see you guys later. See you guys later. Say hello to Nikki, all right? She's fucking super sweet. All right, peace.
I think about everything, and I like to talk.
From Valence, yes.
All the time. Hold on, babe. I am working at a local country club, and I'm the Bev Cart girl on the golf course. All I know is when they...
He's saying something. I know many country citizens, their ancestors were like tools, paid a lot of blood tax to their own countries, but now their countries treat foreigners, minorities much better than them. This is really anti-human being. Because of those left wings and communism, they are like virus. This guy, by the way, is a total Elon Musk butler. Fucking, I told him I can't deal with this. Legate, what's up? Hey, thank you for rating me. Shout out. Fucking, let me copy paste your name because I'm worried that I won't spell it right. Thank you. Thank you. What's up? Timp. What's up? PT Salty. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice emote. Nice emote. Maybe she is wrong. Okay. PT Salty. The other day I was like, oh no, now he's mad at me. I'm sorry because I read what you said like after I finished the stream. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just like, how do you not know that I know who that is? Obviously. Anyways, that was stupid. Let's watch. Thank you for joining me for Love After Lockout.
It's a duck. I don't got time for all that. I'm a work in progress, okay? Oh, it's my Bradley. I'm gonna just pause over here.
This girl should have been on Jersey Shore, but maybe she's just not from Jersey. I didn't catch where it said she's from.
To accept this call, press 0. What is up, babe? Hey, I'm at work right now, but Maddie came to see me. Hey. Oh, I didn't even check my countdown today. Oh my god, bitch, we got 20 days. It kind of gives me butterflies.
Bitch.
Bradley's my best friend. We started dating 2 years ago after he was incarcerated, but he's been in my life for 5 or 6 years.